Chapter 1725. The Sea Clan Masters had long learned about the effects of Shadowed Heaven pills from Qian Mo and Shang Ao. Although they knew the effects of Shadowed Heaven pills were heaven-defying, their main ingredient could only be found on Serene Soul Island, so even if they wanted it, they couldn't obtain it. The little dolphin did have some, but not many. They were all given to her by Yang Kai before, so they could be considered her personal belongings. Who would dare take pills from a Sea Clan princess? Even Lai Kong had only taken one Shadowed Heaven pill from the little dolphin to study it. After studying it, he returned it to his daughter. At this moment, Yang Kai was actually offering 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills. For the Sea Clan, this was tantamount to a windfall. With these 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills, the Sea Clan Masters could greatly improve their physical strength. So when he heard that Yang Kai was willing to exchange 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills for this sea god bead, Lai Kong could no longer maintain his calm, and joy overflowed from his face. Good. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Although 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills was a huge fortune, it was nothing to High Heaven Sect. The Shadowed Heaven lotus he brought back last time had all been given to Xia Ningchang. Presumably, after so many days, she had refined a lot of pills. Lai Kong said dryly, "How can I accept this? If Palace Master Lai Kong does not agree, then this Yang will be embarrassed to accept this sea god bead." Lai Kong pondered for a moment before nodding. Since Sect Master Yang is so straightforward, this Lai Kong will not hesitate. This king agrees. May the friendship between Sea God Palace and High Heaven Sect last forever. Good. I will have someone deliver the 500 Shadowed Heaven pills to Sea God Palace. Please wait a few days. Yang Kai cupped his fists to the Sea Clan Masters. This Yang will take his leave now. Please wait a moment. After saying so, Yang Kai stepped directly into the space array and teleported out of High Heaven Sect with the help of its power. The sea god bead he unexpectedly obtained this time was really useful to Yang Kai. Although he didn't cultivate any water attribute secret arts or secret techniques, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art required supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, there was no need to consider the fire element treasure. That piece of sun true essence contained a vast amount of energy. Yang Kai had used it to cultivate for such a long time. Yet the sun's true essence had not changed at all. On the other hand, the supreme treasures of the other 4 attributes were damaged to a certain extent. Whether it was the lightning wood, profound Een sunflower water, profound gold, or divine nullification sand, they couldn't hold on for much longer. The sea god bead he obtained this time could be used to replace the profound Een sunflower water as a material for his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The sea god's pearl contained the source of a sea, and its water attribute spiritual energy was abundant and pure. Its grade could only be higher than the profound Een sunflower water. There was no doubt that it met the requirements, and the energy stored inside it was definitely much more than the profound Een sunflower water. From the looks of it, he didn't have to worry about water-type supreme treasures for the time being. On the other hand, he still needed to pay more attention to the metal, wood and earth attribute materials. However, with Yang Kai's current identity, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find materials of these 3 attributes. In fact, he only needed to issue an order, but whether or not they would be comparable to the sea god bead was uncertain. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai went to find Yi Shiyun. He told her about the deal he made with Sea God Palace, and asked her to send someone to collect 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills from Xia Ningchang. Yi Shiyun naturally agreed. Over the next 2 months, Yang Kai ran around the famous cities and sects of Shadowed Star, constantly arranging space arrays. 2 months later, using the space array outside High Heaven Sect as a foundation, High Heaven Sect's route was set up. It covered almost all of Shadowed Star, and as long as the disciples needed it, they could travel to any city they wanted at any time. Such an unprecedented scale was something that had never happened on Shadowed Star before. As a result, not only could High Heaven Sect keep abreast of the situation and information of Shadowed Star at any time, but it could also purchase all kinds of materials from all over the world. Yang Kai placed Heavenly Fate City at the bottom of his list. After all, he was going to see Qiantong, so he might as well arrange the space array together with this matter. On this day, Yang Kai arrived at Heavenly Fate City. Looking down at the post-war city from the sky, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. When he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he was just a second-order saint, but after so many years he had already cultivated to the peak of Shadowed Star. Thinking back, it was on Dragon Cave Mountain outside Heavenly Fate City that he began to make a name for himself, and gradually established the current High Heaven sect. Recalling the past now felt like it was yesterday. Yang Kai smiled lightly and descended straight to the City Lord's mansion. After being plundered by corpse spirit religion, Heavenly Fate City was originally in ruins, but after a long period of recuperation, the current Heavenly Fate City was prosperous again. Fei Ji too was still the City Lord of Heavenly Fate City. When Yang Kai saw him, he had already recovered his third-order origin returning realm cultivation. It seemed that after being tortured by Fang Fengqi of corpse spirit religion last time, he had regained some of his former strength. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling happy for him, and after seeing Yang Kai, Fei Ji too was even more excited. After learning the purpose of Yang Kai's visit, he immediately decided to let Yang Kai do as he pleased. Yang Kai didn't hold back and immediately began to arrange the space array in Heavenly Fate City, connecting it to High Heaven Sect. In just 2 days, the space array was completed. With the study of space arrays, Yang Kai had become very familiar with arranging them and could save a lot of time. With a flash of white light, Fei Ji too disappeared from the space array. After a while he reappeared and laughed. Sure enough, it was sent to High Heaven Sect. This is great. In the future, our two sects can communicate with each other at any time, and we won't have to worry about it taking days to send a letter. Yang Kai smiled softly and suddenly asked, "By the way, Senior Fei, is old Qian here?" Hearing Yang Kai ask about Qian Tong, Fei Ji too's expression immediately became serious and he nodded. "He's already here, but seeing you arranging the space array, he didn't want to disturb you. You should go and see him quickly. Old Ghost Qian seems to have something he can't solve." Even old Qian can't solve it? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't understand what was going on, that even a master like Qian Tong was at his wit's end. When he was arranging the space array here, he had already asked Fei Ji too to send a message to Shadow Moon Hall. 2 days was enough for Qian Tong to arrive. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and hurriedly went to see Qian Tong under the lead of Fei Ji Tuesday. In a hall of the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai stepped in. There were only 3 people waiting inside. These 3 were all old acquaintances of Yang Kai. In addition to Qian Tong, there was Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, the pair of Mandarin ducks in distress. Seeing Yang Kai, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and he smiled bitterly. "You're finally here, little brat. Please forgive me, old Qian. I thought it was nothing serious, so I didn't rush over. I've been running around Shadowed Star all this time." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. If he had known that Qian Tong was so anxious, he would have been the first to come to Heavenly Fate City. Qian Tong smiled. "It's not that urgent, otherwise this old master would have gone to High Heaven Sect in person." To the side, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer hurriedly got up and greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting. Sweeping them with his divine sense, he found that the Saint Qi in their bodies was surging like a sea and their auras were fluctuating. Obviously, they were on the verge of a breakthrough. They were worthy of being the most elite disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Less than 10 years after breaking through to the origin returning realm, they were actually on the verge of a breakthrough. Logically speaking, even with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's aptitude, their cultivation progress should not have been so rapid. Yang Kai guessed that this was related to the last time corpse spirit religion had wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. A cultivator was often able to force out all their potential in desperate situations. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had been on the verge of death several times during that incident, which was of great benefit to their future cultivation. When young people met, it was always lively. While Yang Kai was talking to Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too did not interrupt, and just watched from the side with a smile. After a long time, Yang Kai patted his head and turned to Qian Tong. "Right, old Qian, why did you come looking for me? I heard Senior Fei say that even you can't solve this matter?" Qian Tong's expression gradually became serious as he nodded. "And this old master really can't solve it, so he wanted to ask you. What is it specifically? You should know if you take a closer look." Qiantong did not give a direct answer. After he finished speaking, a mysterious force suddenly burst out of his body and radiated outwards. Territory field. This was a territory field that only Origin King Realm Masters could possess. It was the ultimate evolution of Shi. Qiantong had only broken through to the Origin King Realm a few years ago, so his territory field was not very powerful among Origin Kings, but when he released his territory field, the entire world seemed to tremble. Fortunately, he did not target anyone present, and instead restrained himself. So even if Wei Guchang and the others felt their bodies become heavy and their Saint Qi become difficult to circulate, they were not injured. Yang Kai paid close attention to Qiantong when suddenly, his complexion changed, and he released his divine sense to investigate Qiantong's surroundings. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Qiantong immediately knew that he had noticed something, and spared no effort to continue maintaining his territory field, so that Yang Kai could see more clearly. After a long time, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he withdrew his gaze and frowned. Since you are the master of Shadowed Star, you should have noticed something wrong, right? Qiantong dispersed his territory field and asked Yang Kai. Fei Zhitu, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xianer were all confused, none of them knowing what was wrong with Qiantong. In their opinion, there was nothing wrong with Qiantong. As soon as he released his territory field, it was suffocating. The world principles here are rejecting you? Yang Kai asked suspiciously, a look of shock flashing across his eyes. You really noticed? Qiantong sighed. What? Fei Zhitu was shocked. Old Ghost Qian is being rejected by the world principles? How could such a thing be possible? Nothing is impossible. Qiantong smiled bitterly and shook his head. If the world principles were not rejecting me, do you think this old master was struck by lightning for no reason last time? Chapter 1726. Old Qian was struck by lightning? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Qiantong nodded. Although I didn't suffer any serious injuries, the power of heavenly thunder is still not to be underestimated. Fei Zhitu's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, I thought you were cultivating some kind of secret technique last time to attract heavenly thunder, but it turns out that wasn't the case. I didn't cultivate any secret technique. Qiantong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There are many secret techniques in Shadow Moon Hall. It's not like you don't know what kind of secret technique can attract heavenly thunder. Besides, even if there were such a secret technique, this old master wouldn't have the time to cultivate it. I'd rather consolidate my realm right now. What about the earth fire from last time? Dong Xianer asked from the side. What earth fire? Fei Zhitu looked stunned. Dong Xianer blinked his big eyes and explained. 2 months ago, a terrifying earth fire suddenly emerged from Honored Master's retreat and burned the entire place to ashes. Such a thing happened? Fei Zhitu was very surprised. It's also because this old master was rejected by the world principles. Qiantong was very annoyed. Since this old master returned to Shadowed Star, I've encountered this kind of thing more than once. Although this old master resolved it every time, this old master can't concentrate on his cultivation. Not only that, when this old man flies in the air, there is a soul-dispersing astral wind in the void that rushes into my sea of consciousness, wearing down my spiritual power. This old man doesn't dare to fly for too long, nor does he dare to fly too high, for fear of causing unbearable consequences. Heavenly thunder, earth fire, astral wind. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Old Qian, you've been living such a bitter life. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Qiantong looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. This kind of life was indeed very stressful. Fortunately, Qiantong was not in secluded retreat these days. Otherwise, once he was disturbed, it was very likely that he would become the demon race. At that time, even if he was an Origin King Realm Master, it would be impossible for him to survive. How could there be such a thing? Fei Zhitu's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes were filled with surprise. This city lord has lived for hundreds of years, but this is the first time I've heard of this. This is my first time as well. Qiantong sighed heavily, then looked at Yang Kai with an expectant expression. Yang Kai, you are now the master of Shadowed Star. Can you find a way to relieve this old master of these worries? He was really too troubled, and he didn't know when the heavenly lightning, earth and fire would strike, so he couldn't go into seclusion. Now he could only pin all his hopes on Yang Kai, hoping that he could come up with a solution. But to his great disappointment, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I can roughly grasp the world principles of Shadowed Star, but it is impossible for me to break them. Qiantong heard this and sighed. Another sigh followed. The hall fell silent for a while as everyone's expressions became heavy. The only Origin King Realm Master on Shadowed Star had appeared in Shadow Moon Hall, which should have been an extremely glorious matter, but Qiantong was now being rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles, which was not good news. After a long time, Qiantong suddenly said, "It seems that the only way is to leave." "Old Ghost Qian, you want to leave Shadowed Star?" Fei Jitu was shocked. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer also looked at Qiantong reluctantly, as if they wanted to say something to persuade him, but did not know where to start. "If I don't leave here, this old master will be troubled for the rest of his life, and his cultivation will never improve." Qiantong smiled slightly. This old master finally broke through to the Origin King realm. This old master does not want to be trapped in this realm for the rest of his life. This old master wants to go higher, stand farther, and see more wonderful scenery. "You're already so old, yet you're still so ambitious." Fei Jitu smiled bitterly. "Old Fei, are you willing to be trapped in the Origin Returning realm for the rest of your life?" Qiantong asked. "How could that be possible?" Fei Jitu snorted. "If my realm had not fallen last time, I would have left Shadowed Star with this city, regardless of whether I can pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm or not. This city lord would have left Shadowed Star with you. Yes, people walk to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Since you've decided, I have nothing else to say. Then I have nothing more to say. You can rest assured that Shadow Moon Hall will be well taken care of," Fei Jitu said seriously. "Yang Kai, if this old master wants to leave here, he will need to borrow your strength." Qiantong looked at Yang Kai. "Of course," Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Of course," Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Actually, I have a plan that I am going to implement soon. It happens to coincide with old Qian's idea." "What plan?" Qiantong's eyes lit up when he heard this. "I am going to arrange a space array on another cultivation star. Ultra-long distance transmission across stars?" Qiantong and Fei Jitu exclaimed in unison as they looked at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai nodded. "Shadowed Star has been closed off for long enough. It is time to go out and take a look. If this plan can really be accomplished, a cultivator on Shadowed Star will be able to leave Shadowed Star in the future and go to other places to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm." Qiantong and Fei Jitu were speechless for a long time, just staring in shock. After a long while, Qiantong asked hesitantly, "Can this kind of thing be done?" "Where there is a will, there is a way," Yang Kai chuckled. "At the very least, I don't think there will be any problems with the arrangement of the space array. But what if a master from another cultivation star invades Shadowed Star, with the help of the space array you arranged? What will happen then?" Qiantong showed a trace of worry on his face. "Haha, you don't have to worry about that." Fei Jitu laughed as he took out a few tokens engraved with the character Ling from his space ring and waved them in his hand. "Without these, it is impossible to use the space array arranged by Yang Kai." "What are these?" Qiantong was puzzled. "Transmission tokens," Fei Jitu immediately explained. After Qiantong understood the function of these transmission tokens, he could not help but feel relieved and thoughtfully said, "Yang Kai, you made these transmission tokens. It seems you already had plans." "Of course, arranging a space array on Shadowed Star is just practice." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. His real goal was to connect Shadowed Star to Star Territory. This was not just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Yang Kai had been considering for a long time. It would take far too long to travel from Shadowed Star to the bustling star field. But if there was a space array, there wouldn't be such a problem. Today, in High Heaven Sect, there was more than one peak third-order origin returning realm master, and as sect master, Yang Kai was bound to plan for their future. Even he himself had reached the third-order origin returning realm. and urgently needed to leave Shadowed Star to prepare for his breakthrough to the Origin King realm. What's more, by arranging a space array, Yang Kai could also cultivate the Tao of space. These days, he found that his grasp of the Tao of space had become more profound. Killing several birds with one stone, Yang Kai naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Good. Since you are so considerate, this old master can rest assured. You becoming the sect master of Shadowed Star is the blessing of all stars. Qian Tong laughed. Then, old Qian, will you leave with me, or will you wait for me to finish arranging the space array before leaving? Yang Kai asked again. Qian Tong thought about it seriously for a while before saying, after you finish arranging the space array, this old master will stay on Shadowed Star for a while. There are still some things I need to deal with in Shadow Moon Hall. Then old Qian can wait for my good news. Yang Kai smiled lightly. After the discussion, Yang Kai did not stay in Heavenly Fate City for long, and instead returned directly to High Heaven Sect. Gathering all the elders in the sect, Yang Kai told them about his next plans. Yi Shiyun, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others all looked at Yang Kai excitedly and nodded in agreement. Needless to say, Yi Shiyun was the most promising existence on Shadowed Star to break through to the Origin King realm, but last time, she had to stay behind in High Heaven Sect to take care of Yang Yan, so she missed the opportunity to leave with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai could really arrange the space array on a nearby cultivation star, she would have a chance to escape the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles. Yang Xiuzhu and the others also had similar thoughts. Although they hadn't been able to break through in the blood prison trial, that didn't mean that they wouldn't have any hope of breaking through in their lifetime. Naturally, they had to spare no effort to break through. Even if they had to break through a wall, they wouldn't turn back. Since no one has any objections, this sect master will do as he pleases. Yang Kai grinned and looked around. But before that, I need all of you to help me collect materials. What materials? Yi Shiyin asked. Space spirit crystals. Yang Kai said solemnly. The most critical material for arranging a space array is space spirit crystals. Depending on the distance between two space arrays, the number of space spirit crystals required will vary. Since we want to arrange a super long distance space array that can cross stars, the more space spirit crystals we have, the better. Good, we'll handle this matter. Yi Shiyin nodded heavily. Now that High Heaven Sect could easily communicate with all of Shadowed Star, it was not difficult to collect materials. The key was how many space spirit crystals they could collect. After all, space spirit crystals were extremely rare, and even if some were occasionally found, they would be used to refine space rings. Yang Kai had a lot of them before, all of which he had mined under Dragon Cave Mountain, but they had long been consumed by his cultivation of Space Force. The space spirit crystals used to arrange the space array during this time were all plundered from the storehouses of the various great sects and cities. 3 months after 3 months, I will leave Shadowed Star. I hope all of you can help me collect enough space spirit crystals by then. Yes. All the elders nodded before quickly dispersing to contact their respective sects on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai believed that after 3 months, Yang Kai should be able to reap a great harvest. The elders of High Heaven Sect were all mobilized, leaving Yang Kai with nothing to do. After spending a few days with his parents and brothers, he took Su Yan and Xia Ningchong to travel around Shadowed Star. He didn't know when he would be free after this trip. He only hoped that he could spend more time with his 2 senior sisters in these 3 months, and enjoy more time with his 2 women. Such a life was simply a luxury for him. Chapter 1727. Is this the Grand Crystal Mountain Range where Colored Glass Sect is located? Su Yan looked down at the undulating mountain range below and asked. And Yang Kai, who was standing next to her, nodded before releasing his divine sense and using his status as a star master, sweeping the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers before smiling. It seems that when Corpse Spirit Religion attacked, Colored Glass Sect's headquarters didn't suffer much damage. It's about the same as the last time I was here. Xia Ningchong looked into the distance and said softly, the world energy on Shadowed Star is really incomparable to Tongxian Realm. Every place we've been to these days, whether it's the world energy or the scenery, it far surpasses Tongxian Realms. She looked slightly disappointed. Yang Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master, the Star Master of Tongxian Realm. For every Star Master, a cultivation star that had its source refined was like their closest companion, like their own child. Tongxian Realm's desolation and lack of world energy made Xia Ningchang feel a little sad. Star Masters are closely related to cultivation stars. Little senior sister, you should work hard to improve your cultivation. One day, Tongxian Realm will be revitalized again, Yang Kai comforted. Xia Ningchang nodded obediently. Let's go, Sect Master Gong should have received the news. Yang Kai grabbed the two women's hands and led them forward. It had been almost 3 months since Yang Kai began wandering Shadowed Star. Over the past 3 months, Yang Kai's group of 3 had visited almost all of Shadowed Star's famous scenic spots, experiencing all kinds of local customs and practices. The magnificent limitless ocean, the endless silent desert, and the many towering mountains and rivers, all of which left their footprints and silhouettes in their memories. These 3 months would definitely become the most beautiful memories in the hearts of the 3 of them. Colored Glass Sect was Yang Kai's last stop. Yang Kai didn't come here to sightsee, but rather to ask Gong Ao Fu for something. Although Gong Ao Fu had led all of Colored Glass Sect to join High Heaven Sect when Corpse Spirit religion was rampaging, High Heaven Sect's forces were still quite strong. She herself became one of the elders of High Heaven Sect. But after the hidden dangers of Corpse Spirit religion were discovered, Yang Kai asked Gong Ao Fu to return to Grand Crystal Mountain. He knew better than anyone else the significance of a sect to a cultivator. Just like the sect he established on Shadowed Star called High Heaven Sect. Even if Gong Ao Fu would have more room to develop if she stayed in High Heaven Sect, she would always remember Colored Glass Sect, the sect that gave birth to her and raised her. What's more, when Gong Ao Fu joined High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had allowed her to rebuild Colored Glass Sect in the future. Letting her go was just to fulfill his promise. Gong Ao Fu was indeed moved to tears. Although she led the cultivator of Colored Glass Sect back to Taiching Mountain, she also made a solemn vow that Colored Glass Sect would no longer exist. It was under the control of High Heaven Sect, and was an affiliated sect of High Heaven Sect. This was the first subsidiary sect of High Heaven Sect. What's more, it was a very important subsidiary sect. When Yang Kai brought Su Yan and Xia Ningchang here, he had already sent a message to Gong Ao Fu. By the time they arrived at Colored Glass Sect's main peak, there was already a large group of people standing down below, led by a beautiful woman. She was full of charm and had a voluptuous figure. Naturally, she was Gong Ao Fu. Dai Yuan's face was still full of pockmarks, making her look extremely ugly, but standing beside Gong Ao Fu only served to accentuate Gong Ao Fu's beauty. Behind the two of them, these people were the only remaining elders and elite disciples of Colored Glass Sect, Insu Dai among them. Seeing Yang Kai's light descend, the group of people down below immediately wore solemn expressions and saluted. Subordinate Gong Ao Fu greets Sect Master and Madam Sect Master. Gong Ao Fu quickly said, "None of you are outsiders. Sect Master Gong doesn't need to be so polite." Yang Kai waved his hand while Su Yan smiled at Gong Ao Fu and calmly accepted the title she had just received. On the other hand, Xia Ningchang, even though she was wearing a veil, even with the veil covering her face, one could still see the blush on her face and her delicate earlobes. Even after so many years, this little senior sister was still as shy as ever. "Sister Dai Yuan, long time no see." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan again, his eyes sweeping over her face meaningfully. Others might not know what kind of face was hidden under this disgusting face, but Yang Kai was well aware of it. Dai Yuan's figure was indeed exquisite and curvaceous, but her dignified appearance was very off-putting, making it extremely difficult for anyone to have a good impression of her. Yang Kai and Dai Yuan were simply the difference between heaven and earth. Would a divine dragon soaring in the sky ever pay attention to an ant crawling on the ground? As such, almost no one understood why Yang Kai cared so much about Dai Yuan. Facing Yang Kai's greetings, Dai Yuan just nodded lightly, not showing much enthusiasm. Gong Ao Fu smiled from the side. Subordinate heard from Great Elder that Sect Master has been wandering around Shadowed Star these past few months. Did you gain anything? Just looking at the scenery, how could I gain anything? Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. Sect Master and his 2 wives are a perfect match made in heaven. It seems that traveling hand in hand was the greatest gain. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan and Xia Ningchang before smiling knowingly. Although they knew that Gong Ao Fu was trying to flatter them, the 3 of them didn't feel any disgust. I wonder why Sect Master has come to Colored Glass Sect today. Are you simply here to enjoy the scenery? If that is the case, Subordinate will do his best to arrange for you. My Grand Crystal Mountain scenery is also quite good. That's not it, Yang Kai shook his head. I came here this time because I have a presumptuous request to make. Please speak freely, Sect Master. Gong Ao Fu smiled tenderly. Without Sect Master's care, my Colored Glass Sect would have long since ceased to exist. If Sect Master has any request for Colored Glass Sect, it is Colored Glass Sect's honor. Why would you need to make such a presumptuous request? Seeing her being so straightforward, Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll be frank, I came here to ask for some 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Your 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain hasn't been destroyed by corpse spirit religion, right? 1,000 illusion-colored glass? Gong Ao Fu raised her brow. The 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is a world wonder, so corpse spirit religion's people can't destroy it. However, if Sect Master wants the 1,000 illusion-colored glass, it will be a little difficult. My Colored Glass Sect has been accumulating for so many years, but we only have 2 or 3 ounces of it. Is that enough for Sect Master? 3 taels is too little. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Then should we have Dai Yuan use her secret technique to mine some? Gong Ao Fu asked. In the entire Colored Glass Sect, only Dai Yuan, who cultivated a special secret technique, was able to refine 1,000 illusion-colored glass and extract this strange material. As such, even if Colored Glass Sect possessed a rare treasure like 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, they had never been able to use it. It had to be said that this was indeed a tragedy. Disciple can't mine much, but I think Yang Kai will have his own way. Dai Yuan looked towards Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Impudence! Gong Ao Fu shouted, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring at Dai Yuan majestically. How dare you call Sect Master by his name? Although her tone was reproachful, all her attention was focused on Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any signs of anger, Gong Ao Fu relaxed. It doesn't matter, Sister Dai Yuan and I are already familiar with each other, so calling her by name isn't a big deal. Yang Kai smiled. Dai Yuan grit her teeth and shot a rebuking glare towards Yang Kai. Before corpse spirit religion swept across Shadowed Star, she and Yang Kai had already been friends and had always referred to him as such, but now, this guy had leapt to the top and was actually able to command her honored master. Dai Yuan felt extremely awkward at this. Sect Master is magnanimous, Subordinate has neglected to teach Dai Yuan. Gong Ao Fu bowed and changed the subject. Does Sect Master have a way to mine 1,000 illusion-colored glass himself? Yang Kai nodded. In that case it's much more convenient. Sect Master can mine as much as he wants. In any case, we don't know how to use 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain. Please follow me, Sect Master. Saying so, Gong Ao Fu immediately led the way forward. Yang Kai, Su Yan, and Xia Ningchang hurriedly followed. The cultivator from Colored Glass Sect was also very curious about what method Yang Kai was going to use to mine 1,000 illusion-colored glass. So naturally, they followed suit, wanting to see what was going on. You fool! In Su Dai looked at the departing crowd and approached Dai Yuan with a look of disappointment. When Sect Master took the initiative to greet you, why did you have such a cold look on your face? What should I have done? Stick to him? Dai Yuan glanced over at her. In Su Dai was rendered speechless for a moment, but after thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly giggled. If it were me, I would have stuck to him. He is the most powerful person on Shadowed Star. Taking the initiative to stick to him isn't embarrassing. You wish, but do you think you can compare to those 2 women beside him? Dai Yuan looked at In Su Dai contemptuously. In Su Dai was startled, recalling the graceful bearing of Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. She couldn't help feeling like she had been dwarfed by these 2. Su Yan didn't need to be mentioned. The cold aura she gave off was extremely powerful, making In Su Dai feel a great deal of pressure. With Su Yan around, In Su Dai didn't even have the courage to speak to Yang Kai. Even that extremely delicate woman with a veil on her face had a holy and inviolable temperament. It was a temperament that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. So what if I can't compare? As long as Sect Master is happy, I still have a chance. Insu Dai coldly snorted. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Dai Yuan rolled her eyes at her before her figure flickered, and she also followed the crowd. Idiot senior sister, you ugly woman. Insu Dai cursed behind her as she bared her fangs. Dai Yuan simply ignored her. Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain was a small mountain composed of thousand illusion-colored glass. It was extremely heavy and looked simple, but in fact, thousand illusion-colored glass gave off an innate colored glass divine light. Colored glass divine light had the miraculous effect of restraining the 5 elements and restraining one's soul. Dai Yuan had given Yang Kai a colored glass bead that had formed in her body after she swallowed thousand illusion-colored glass, similar to the monster beast's monster core. Yang Kai had refined it and merged it with his demon eye of annihilation, greatly increasing its power. In addition, thousand illusion-colored glass had a strange ability to transform into thousands of different forms. It was rumored that if one used thousand illusion-colored glass to refine an artifact, it could transform into many different forms when facing an enemy, making it impossible for them to guard against. Chapter 1728. When High Heaven Sect's Origin King grade starship was refined, a large amount of thousand illusion-colored glass was added to it. Not only did this greatly improve the starship's defense, but it could also be controlled by the spirit arrays inside the starship. When sailing through the star field, the starship could disguise itself as a meteorite to confuse the enemy. Only Yang Inflammation could accomplish such a feat. No artifact refiner in the entire Starry Sky territory could refine so much thousand illusion-colored glass into a starship. In front of thousand illusion-colored glass mountain, in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai simply released the stone mongoose and let it mine on its own. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed it to devour various rare minerals and refine their essence. Since thousand illusion-colored glass was classified as a type of mineral, it was inevitable that it would be restrained by the stone mongoose. Even the stone mountain in the blood prison territory had been hollowed out by the stone mongoose. So how could thousand illusion-colored glass mountain resist the stone mongoose's demonic claws? Under the astonished gazes of Gong Ao Fu and the others, the stone mongoose quickly arrived in front of thousand illusion-colored glass mountain, opened its mouth wide, and began to chew on the thousand illusion-colored glass mountain. Asterisk ka 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 ka. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as the stone mongoose gnawed a hole in thousand illusion-colored glass mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short time, a large chunk of this thousand illusion-colored glass mountain, which had been a hindrance to colored glass sect for thousands of years, was missing. The cultivator of colored glass sect were all dumbfounded. A moment later, the stone mongoose's entire body had drilled into thousand illusion-colored glass mountain. Although it was impossible to see what it was doing inside, the crunching sounds continued to ring out. It was easy to imagine that as this sound rang out, it must have devoured a large amount of thousand illusion-colored glass. Sect Master, this puppet creature actually has such a magical ability? Gong Ao Fu exclaimed. She knew about the existence of the stone mongoose. After all, during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, she had also observed it from a distance. However, at that time, the stone mongoose had only transformed into a stone giant and wielded the heaven-shaking pillar in an indomitable manner. But to his surprise, the stone mongoose was not only strong, it could also easily eat the illusion glass. Hee, it is a very special existence. It has helped me a lot, Yang Kai answered casually. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before adding, I need quite a lot of myriad illusion glass. Sect Master is free to do as he pleases, even if you have to take away the entire thousand illusion-colored glass mountain. Gong Ao Fu did not wait for him to finish speaking and took the initiative to express her stance. That's not necessary, Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. This thousand illusion-colored glass mountain isn't small, so I'll only take 1%. It's definitely enough. If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for 2 to 3 days. If Sect Master doesn't mind, why don't you go to the main peak to rest first? Come back in 2 to 3 days. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Gong Aofu immediately arranged everything and personally led him, Su Yan, and Xia Ningchang to the main peak, where they lived in the best palace. She also did not arrange any banquets for Yang Kai, because she knew that Yang Kai did not care about such things, and only ordered the sect's disciples to serve him wholeheartedly, and not to disturb him when Yang Kai did not need them. 3 days later, everything was in order. The stone mongoose had been swallowing the 1,000 illusion-colored glass for 3 days. Its belly was now somewhat round and rolling, a clear indication of how much it had eaten. Yang Kai had it spit out the 1,000 illusion-colored glass. After putting it into his space ring, Yang Kai bid farewell to Gong Aofu. Before leaving, Yang Kai left behind some origin-grade artifacts and some origin-grade spirit pills for Colored Glass Sect. Whether it was origin-grade artifacts or origin-grade spirit pills, they were all extremely precious treasures on Shadowed Star. Gong Aofu was naturally overjoyed, and led the sect's elders and elite disciples to respectfully send off Yang Kai. 10 days later, High Heaven Sect. In the square of the main hall, a brand new space array was arranged under the direction of Yang Kai. This space array was somewhat different from the ones Yang Kai had arranged on Shadowed Star before. The main difference was that it occupied a smaller area, but the overall space array gave off a more dignified feeling. This was a space array that could carry out ultra-long distance stars transmission. It was also the space array Yang Kai was using to locate High Heaven Sect. Just like before, with this space array as a foundation, Yang Kai only needed to arrange another space array on a nearby star and locate it. Then he could perform the transmission. At this point, High Heaven Sect's 2 major space arrays had been completed. One was arranged outside High Heaven Sect, and was used to communicate with all of Shadowed Star, while the other was a newly arranged space array. In the future, it would connect to some part of Shadowed Star's territory, something Yang Kai was looking forward to. Over the past 3 months, the entire High Heaven Sect had exhausted all of its resources, but only managed to collect less than 2,000 space spirit crystals for Yang Kai. These space spirit crystals were almost all of Shadowed Star's reserves, unless there were undiscovered space spirit crystal lodes. According to Yang Kai's estimation, these space spirit crystals should be enough to arrange 3 or 4 space arrays in Shadowed Star's territory. After arranging all the trivial matters and saying goodbye to his family and friends, Yang Kai went to the 6th layer of the Lu Yen sand field again, and chatted with Yang Yen for a while before summoning his star shuttle and flying off. Inside High Heaven Sect, tens of thousands of people looked up and watched as the streak of light soared into the sky and finally disappeared from sight. Be careful on the way. Su Yan and Xia Ningchang stood on different peaks as they silently wished each other the best of luck. Outside Shadowed Star's 1,000,000 kilometer radius, the invisible star field territory was filled with astral winds. Here large and small star field storms gathered, raged, annihilated, then reformed again. This cycle repeated itself. The fast-moving meteorite sea could smash any warrior or battleship that dared to enter this place to pieces. This was one of Shadowed Star's barriers. Shadowed Star's cultivator called it the Dead Territory. This dead territory was 1 million kilometers away and surrounded Shadowed Star, preventing anyone from leaving Shadowed Star or entering this place. If this was all there was to it, it would not have been enough to stop Origin Kings. Even if Shadowed Star was remote, there would always be Origin Kings who would come here over the past 10,000 years. However, inside this dead territory, there was something that could cause even Origin Kings to pale. Emperor pressure. Only Emperor pressure could cause Origin Kings to shrink back. The last time Yang Kai took Qian Tong and the others out of Shadowed Star, he had relied on the powerful defenses of the Origin King grade starship to rush out of this place. But this time, he was alone and had left the Origin King grade starship in High Heaven Sect as a precaution. Yang Kai could only rely on himself. He did not know how this dead territory was formed before, but after listening to Yang Inflammation talk about so many ancient secrets, he clearly realized that this dead territory was the battlefield left behind by the battle between Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor. As such, this place was filled with Emperor pressure and was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, although Emperor pressure was terrifying, It was not the first time Yang Kai had experienced it. When the Emperor Garden opened, he had used this Emperor pressure to integrate his space force into his Shi. Yang Kai was confident that his resistance to Emperor pressure was not inferior to anyone. Rushing straight into this dead territory, Yang Kai dodged the asteroids that came from all directions. The invisible astral wind blew on him like sharp blades, cutting his body. Dazzling sparks sputtered, making ear-piercing screeching noises that made people grind their teeth. A five-colored glow bloomed around Yang Kai's body as he used his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to protect himself. Coupled with the constant consumption of shadowed heaven pills, Yang Kai's current physical strength had already been sublimated to an unimaginable level. The invisible astral winds, which even Origin Kings feared, could not hurt him at all. Occasionally, the asteroids that hit him would be torn apart in an instant. Yang Kai rushed into one of the dead territory storms without fear, and a storm so huge that it seemed capable of swallowing whole stars soon submerged his figure. But it was not long before Yang Kai rushed out from the other side of the storm safely. Cutting through all obstacles in his way, Yang Kai was unstoppable. Yang Kai even had the leisure to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor pressure in this dead territory. This was far more helpful to his growth and improvement than absorbing the energy in the territory stones. Yang Kai's Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and his Saint Chi physical body and soul had all reached the peak of the origin returning realm. If not for the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, Yang Kai could also try to break through the shackles of the Origin King realm and achieve the prestige of an Origin King. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai's gains became greater and greater. However, Yang Kai soon discovered some problems. Comprehending the Emperor pressure in this dead territory was indeed a rare experience. But Yang Kai always felt that this Emperor pressure was too profound and difficult to comprehend. It was not as easy to grasp as the energy in the territory stones. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai understood. He was now at the peak of the Origin returning realm, and the next realm was the Origin King realm. After the Origin King realm, there was a higher realm. Above this higher realm was the Yang Inflammation realm, where he could obtain Emperor pressure. Right now, comprehending the Emperor pressure was indeed a bit too far away. Just like a child who had yet to learn how to crawl, he had to stand up and walk. Naturally, he would not be able to do it. It seemed that it would be best for Yang Kai to enter this dead territory after reaching the Origin King realm. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time and rushed straight forward. Yang Kai had a star in his knowledge sea, so there was no need to worry about getting lost in this vast territory. Through this star, Yang Kai could roughly estimate the distance between different stars and Shadowed Star, making it easier for him to choose a location to arrange a space array. One day a year later, Yang Kai landed on an icy dead star. There were innumerable dead stars in the entire star field. Perhaps after hundreds of millions of years, some of these dead stars would be able to derive world laws and give birth to life. However, this was too far away. Most dead stars, from their birth to their destruction, would remain in this desolate and lonely state. After landing, Yang Kai did not immediately rest but instead searched the surrounding 300,000 kilometers. After determining that there was no aura of life here, Yang Kai found a valley-like terrain and prepared to arrange the first space array here. This space array would become an indispensable hub for Shadowed Star to contact the outside world. Chapter 1729. The stone mongoose was released by Yang Kai and allowed to move about on its own. Over the past year, Yang Kai had occasionally landed on some dead stars, and every time he did so, he would release the stone mongoose and let it explore to see if there were any other gains. The stone mongoose did not disappoint him. With its innate talent, it could often find some rare minerals. However, there were not many of them, so Yang Kai did not care much about them and simply ordered it to refine and absorb them on its own. By absorbing the essence of these minerals, the stone mongoose could strengthen itself and become stronger. The stone mongoose's small body soon disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. He then took out a variety of things from his space ring and began to arrange the space array. The mountain valley he chose was not small, and if one looked down from the void, it would look like a hole in this dead star. Yang Kai chose a spot close to the rock wall, and began to melt various materials and minerals in his hands, taking on various shapes. One after another, large and small parts appeared and piled up around Yang Kai. These things were the foundation of arranging a space array. As long as they were completely refined and assembled together, then poured space force into them to inscribe the space array's array diagram, the process would be complete. This was not the first time Yang Kai had done this. Before leaving Shadowed Star, he had personally arranged an ultra-long-distance space array that could cross stars. So this was not a difficult task for him. All he needed was time. With no one to help him, Yang Kai had to deal with this alone. The time it took was indeed a bit too long. It took about 15 days for Yang Kai to complete the space array. The space array was arranged close to the rock wall, and if one did not search carefully, they would not be able to find it. However, this was not enough to ensure the safety of the space array. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into the space array in front of him, the color of the space array began to change, and soon, it looked exactly the same as the surrounding Earth. At first glance, it looked like this. This space array was like a part of the Earth. Only when one looked at it closely would they find some clues. Before leaving, Yang Kai hadn't gone to Colored Glass Sect to ask for so much thousand illusion colored glass, without any purpose. The main reason he wanted this thousand illusion colored glass was to add it to his space array, increase the concealment of the formation. Although this was a dead star, who could guarantee that no cultivator would come here? If the formation was too obvious and someone discovered it, it would be troublesome. However, things were different with the thousand illusion colored glass. The thousand illusion colored glass could transform into a myriad of forms. It was extremely easy for Yang Kai to enhance the concealment of the array by refining it into the array. Furthermore, with the addition of the myriad illusion colored glass, the stability of the formation was greatly enhanced. As such, even if there were some meteors or storms, they wouldn't be able to destroy the formation. He investigated the area. After confirming that there were no problems with his arrangement, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Only then did he begin to inscribe the formation diagram inside the formation. As the formation diagram was completed, Yang Kai once again poured his space force into it. The formation hummed in an instant. Yang Kai raised his brow as a look of joy appeared on his face. This movement meant that the spirit array arranged by Yang Kai had been connected to the one in High Heaven sect, but whether or not it could be transferred over remained to be tested and verified. Naturally, he could only do this himself. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so even if the transmission went wrong, he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he could just rely on his space force to tear through the void and rush out through a void crack. After calling out to the stone mongoose in his mind, Yang Kai stood in place and waited quietly. After a full day, the stone mongoose finally arrived. If not for the special connection between Yang Kai and it, and knowing that it was safe and sound, he would have thought that it had met with an accident and died here. Yang Kai glared at it, but just as he was about to reprimand it, his eyes suddenly fixed on the stone mongoose's stomach. The stone mongoose's stomach was rolling. At a glance, it was obvious that this guy had swallowed a lot of minerals in the past half a month. And a lot of minerals at that. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for its bottomless stomach to become like this. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. This was because the dead stars he encountered along the way were extremely barren. Some of them didn't even have anything of value. It could be said that they were barren lands. But now, the stone mongoose had harvested so many minerals from this dead star. It was obvious that although there was no world energy here, there were definitely minerals. And the minerals that caught the stone mongoose's eyes were definitely not cheap. "Spit them out for me to see," Yang Kai said to the stone mongoose. The stone puppet scratched its head and did not hesitate, opening its mouth and pouring out a pile of different-sized ores that exuded a variety of colors. These ores then piled up higher and higher, gradually forming a small hill. After spitting them out, it patted its shriveled belly with an innocent look on its face. "This is..." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at a basin-sized rock that was giving off a silver glow. Stepping forward and reaching out to touch it, he released his divine sense to investigate it and muttered, "Heavenly isolating silver?" Today's Yang Kai was no longer the young boy he used to be. After so many years of wandering and experience, He had developed extraordinary eyesight and profound knowledge. While he didn't dare say he knew all the cultivation materials in the star territory, he could at least recognize most of them. This basin-sized silver, or was obviously an origin-grade high-rank material, heavenly isolating silver. If this thing was added to an artifact, it could greatly improve the flexibility of the artifact. As a result, it would be difficult for an artifact to be damaged in battle. Simply put, heavenly isolating silver was a supplementary material that could be added when refining artifacts. It could be added to any artifact. It was a versatile material. A cultivator would view their artifacts as extremely precious, so if a material that could improve the performance of an artifact appeared, it would inevitably cause a scramble. Heavenly isolating silver was such a material, and its value was not low. A pigeon egg-sized piece of heavenly isolating silver could sell for at least 100,000 high-rank Saint crystals. A basin-sized piece of heavenly isolating silver was worth at least a few million high-rank Saint crystals. Before Yang Kai could recover from his shock, his eyes were attracted to another piece of ore that was giving off a golden glow. Profound aura spirit. 5-colored sand. Blue phoenix tear iron. There are so many Saint crystals? Yang Kai checked them one by one, and after a while, he was completely shocked by the harvest of the stone mongoose over the past half a month. Silently estimating the value of the pile of things in front of him, Yang Kai found that the stone mongoose's harvest in half a month was almost equivalent to the entire treasury of a mid-level sect on Shadowed Star. All of these ores in front of him were excellent materials for refining artifacts, and some of them had even reached the level of Origin King grade. But what Yang Kai couldn't figure out was that the stone mongoose had actually swallowed a large number of Saint crystals. It was understandable that so many ores would appear on this dead star, but there was no world energy here, so how could Saint crystals be produced? Saint crystals were generally only produced on cultivation stars with rich world energy and life. They would never appear on a dead star. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as two completely different guesses appeared in the depths of his heart. Without hesitation, he asked the stone mongoose to swallow the ores in front of him again. "Where did you find these? Take me to see them." The stone mongoose didn't say a word as it used its hands and feet to lead the way. 100,000 kilometers away from the valley where Yang Kai set up the space array, there was a pothole-like cave. After the stone mongoose came here, it directly jumped down. Yang Kai followed closely behind. When he set up the space array before, he had checked the surrounding 300,000 kilometers and didn't find any danger, but he didn't pay much attention to a cave like this. The stone mongoose had obviously found something good inside. The cave seemed to be very deep, and as Yang Kai descended, the only sound he could hear was a strong wind blowing past his ears. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid and simply released his divine sense to investigate the situation below. Even if it was pitch black, he could still see clearly. After descending for about 3,000 meters, they reached the bottom of the cave. After stepping foot on the ground, Yang Kai immediately expanded his divine sense to check the surroundings. After this investigation, he was immediately shocked. This underground was not the desolate catacombs that he had imagined. Instead, it was a gigantic space that was so huge that even his divine telekinesis could not scan the ends of it. The air was a little dry, but it didn't affect his breathing. However, under the divine sense of Yang Kai, he was surprised to find that in this space, there were ruins of collapsed buildings that extended into the distance. This was actually a ruin. Judging from the style of the buildings, this ruin had obviously existed for a very long time. It was very likely that it was left behind tens of thousands of years ago. And this ruin was obviously the headquarters of a large sect. Just as I thought. Although Yang Kai looked surprised, he was extremely calm inside. Everything was similar to what he had guessed. After discovering that the stone mongoose had brought back a large number of Saint crystals, Yang Kai guessed two possibilities. The first possibility was that this dead star was developing its own world principles, and was on the verge of forming them. A dead star of this level wouldn't give off any clues from the outside, but it would produce Saint crystals on the inside. These Saint crystals would continue to emit world energy for countless years to come, filling the dead star's heavens and earth, gradually making the dead star habitable. This was also the process of a dead star evolving into a cultivation star. Such a dead star could be considered a newborn among stars. However, Yang Kai didn't detect any traces of world principles in this dead star. If that was the case, then this possibility was unlikely to be true. The other conjecture was more likely. A long time ago, this dead star was not a dead star but a real cultivation star. However, due to some unforeseen events, the laws of this dead star collapsed and its spiritual energy dissipated, turning it into its current state. If Tongxian realm didn't make any changes, it would likely become a dead star in a few thousand years or so. Chapter 1730. People are born, grow old, get sick, and die, and stars are no exception. Although Yang Kai didn't know what caused this place to become a dead star, he could tell from the materials brought back by the stone mongoose that this place used to be a rich and beautiful place a long time ago. The ruins in front of him should have been the headquarters of some sect back in the day. A call came from not far away, interrupting Yang Kai's thoughts. He turned his head and was surprised to find that it was the stone mongoose calling for him. Yang Kai nodded gently, and his figure flickered as he chased after it. Along the way, Yang Kai checked his surroundings from time to time. Soon he found that there was no danger in this place. Because there was no world energy in this place, even if there were remnants of a spirit array in this ruin, even if it was intact, it couldn't be activated. In other words, this ruin was extremely safe. After a while, the stone mongoose brought Yang Kai to a place that looked like a storeroom. There were a lot of minerals, some jade bottles, and other miscellaneous things piled up here. It was obvious that those jade bottles contained spirit pills. Yang Kai picked up a few jade bottles and checked them. He found that the spirit pills in them had long lost their world energy and turned into ashes, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Some of the worthless things were obviously herbs. After countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor, their medicinal properties had faded, and they had become useless. There were also a lot of saint crystals, but because they weren't stored properly, they were basically useless. The saint crystals that the stone mongoose swallowed were probably all the useful saint crystals in here. In such a storeroom, the only valuable things left were the minerals. Minerals were durable, and even if they weren't stored in a special way, they wouldn't lose their efficacy. In the storeroom, there were still several times more minerals than the stone mongoose had swallowed. All of them were rare and valuable. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected all the ores into his space ring. Then he continued to explore the surroundings with the stone mongoose. After a day, he finished exploring the entire ruin. He didn't find anything special. Most of the valuable things in the ruins were probably kept in the warehouse. Even the spatial rings on the skeletons had long since collapsed due to the lack of nourishment from the world's spirit energy. Everything stored inside had been destroyed. However, Yang Kai discovered that the ruins were only the tip of the iceberg in this huge underground space. It was as if there was another world underground. It occupied an extremely vast area. He decided to explore it. After leaving the ruins, Yang Kai flew forward for less than half a day, and arrived in front of a desolate mountain range. Within the mountain range, there were countless mines. After arriving here, the stone mongoose, who had been following Yang Kai closely, showed an eager expression, as if it was very interested in the interior of the mountain range. There are minerals inside. Yang Kai turned to look at it. The stone mongoose is very sensitive to minerals. The more valuable something was, the more it could arouse its desire. Just like how wolves and dogs were born with a keen sense of smell, the stone mongoose had a unique sense of smell when it came to minerals. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the stone mongoose quickly nodded. Let's go and have a look. Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand. Shang-Chi wrapped the stone mongoose and rushed into the mountain range. After a while, Yang Kai's low voice came from the mine. Annihilation crystal lode. There was indeed a lode here, and it was an extremely rare annihilation crystal lode. Annihilation crystal could not be used to refine artifacts because it was extremely resistant to the world's spirit energy. It could be said that it was incompatible with the world's spirit energy. If it was used to refine artifacts, no one would be able to use it. No one was able to use it, and the artifact was completely destroyed. However, there was no doubt that it was precious. It was because of its natural resistance to spirit energy that it could be used to set up spirit arrays. The spirit array arranged with annihilation crystals could restrict a cultivator from using their Saint Chi, so if they were to accidentally fall into it, they would lose their life. If one accidentally fell into it, it would be similar to the Serene Soul Island where one could only rely on their physical strength. The famous Annihilation Solitary Void Array required annihilation crystals as its array core. If a cultivator could not use their Saint Chi or artifacts, could they still be called a cultivator? The residents of Shadowed Soul Island used Shadowed Heaven pills to temper their physiques, allowing them to survive in that kind of environment. But not every cultivator had a pill like Shadowed Heaven pill, and not every cultivator focused on tempering their physique. The Annihilation Solitary Void Array could be said to be the nemesis of almost every cultivator. Even if an Origin King Realm Master fell into it, they would inevitably be disgraced. Although this spirit array was powerful, annihilation crystals were extremely rare. But here, there was an annihilation crystal load. And judging from the exposed crystals on the stone walls, this load was actually rich. There were 3 grades of Orvanes: rich Orvanes, ordinary Orvanes, and poor Orvanes. Each grade had its own unique evaluation criteria. Generally speaking, a load that reached the rich grade only needed to be casually mined to collect the corresponding minerals. The value of such loads was astonishing, and they were extremely rare. Yang Kai had not expected that he would actually find a rich annihilation crystal load here. The stone mongoose had already rushed up and began swallowing countless annihilation crystals in a short time. Kai Yang didn't hesitate and rushed forward to loot the area. Although this place was affected by the annihilation crystal, and Saint Chi was greatly suppressed, Yang Kai's physical strength was extremely strong, so his mining speed was only slightly slower than the stone mongoose's. In less than a day, Yang Kai had mined at least 500 annihilation crystals. As for the ones swallowed by the stone mongoose, it was simply impossible to calculate. 500 annihilation crystals were enough to arrange a spirit array to cover a small sect. But no sect would be stupid enough to do so. If they did, their disciples would not be able to cultivate in the future. They would not be able to sense the world energy, so how could they cultivate? Annihilation crystals were very suitable for arranging spirit arrays in special places, such as certain forbidden areas or traps. The mineral load in the belly of the mountain didn't seem to have decreased at all. Yang Kai released his divine sense but couldn't help sighing. It was simply unrealistic for him to want to mine this rich load all by himself. He might have to waste several years of his time here because of this. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai did not continue. He called out to the stone mongoose and led it away from the mountain range to continue exploring. Another day later, under the mysterious senses of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai arrived at another mountain range. Looking at the situation inside, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. He couldn't help but groan. Heavenly Jade Hook. This was a heaven hook jade load that could nourish one's soul. The heaven-grasping jade was a very special kind of jade that had a dark green hue. When stimulated with Saint Chi, this kind of jade could release a gentle power that nourished one's knowledge sea and strengthened one's spiritual energy. This property was somewhat similar to the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, but its effects were far inferior to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus could exist in a cultivator's knowledge sea, constantly nourishing the cultivator's soul. The reason why Yang Kai's soul was so powerful, it was because of the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years. However, the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, so how could it be obtained so casually? This kind of treasure was something even an Origin King Realm Master coveted. The Heaven Hook Jade was different. Even if it was much lower in grade than the soul-warming lotus, it was still extremely precious. It was one of the best materials for cultivating one's soul. Heaven Hook Jade would occasionally appear in the market of every star, but it would always be snatched up by the cultivator. Heaven Hook Jade was a priceless cultivation material, but here a Heaven Hook Jade load actually existed. Judging from the scattered dark green light, this Heaven Hook Jade load was not too rich, but it was definitely not barren either. It was the grade of a normal load. As usual, while Yang Kai was in a daze, The stone mongoose had already begun swallowing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's heaven-hook jade. Yang Kai didn't collect much, only about 100 pieces of heaven-hook jade. He then called out to the stone puppet, who was reluctant to part with him. Yang Kai took it with him and continued to explore. He faintly felt that this dead star he had accidentally landed on seemed to contain unimaginable wealth. 3 days later, Yang Kai discovered another blue phoenix tier iron lode. A month later, Yang Kai had discovered as many as 8 lodes, and one of them was actually a Saint Crystal lode. He did not continue to explore. After a month, he vaguely understood that this dead star was definitely a legendary or star. Every cultivation star had its own world principles. These world principles were generally the same, but there were some subtle differences. These differences would lead to the production of materials on a cultivation star being very different. Perhaps some stars were suitable for the growth of medicines, and these stars were called medicine stars. Spirit medicines that normally took 100 years to mature would mature in 50, 30, or even 10 years on these medicine stars, greatly reducing the growth time. Some stars were suitable for the growth of minerals, and these stars were called ore stars. On ore stars, there were countless rare minerals, a dazzling variety, and extremely rich in resources. In star territory, the most powerful forces all controlled a certain number of ore stars and medicine stars. For example, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, where Shuiyu belonged, had more than one ore star and medicine star. It was precisely because of this backing that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce could do business throughout star territory and become famous. The dead star Yang Kai discovered was undoubtedly an ore star, and judging from the quantity and quality of the ore veins, even among ore stars, this one was considered top-notch. I've struck gold. If High Heaven Sect can control this ore star, how could it not develop and grow in the future? Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he became a little excited. Immediately, without hesitation, Yang Kai began to arrange a space array in the Saint Crystal lode he was in, connecting it to the one in the mountain valley on the surface. Because he was not arranging an ultra-long-distance space array that could cross stars, it was undoubtedly much faster. In less than a day, Yang Kai had completed the arrangement. Standing in the middle of the space array, he inserted Saint Crystals into the groove at the base of the array. With a flash of white light, Yang Kai arrived at the mountain valley on the surface. Without wasting any time, Yang Kai took out Saint Crystals again, and inserted them into the cross-cultivation star space array at his feet. Locking onto the light representing shadowed star in the array, he activated it. Chapter 1731. When Yang Kai appeared in the 100-flower garden, Yi Shiyun, who was teaching the little girl Lin Yun, her martial skills, was startled for a long time before looking at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Sect Master, why are you back so soon? Did you encounter some kind of danger?" After all, the last time Yang Kai left Shadowed Star, it had taken him 7 or 8 years to return. From Yang Xiuzhu and the others, Yi Shiyin had learned how remote Shadowed Star was, and that it would take several years just to travel back and forth. But now, Yang Kai had only left Shadowed Star a little more than a year ago. So why had he returned at this time? "I found an ore star," Yang Kai replied concisely, sweeping Lin Yin with his divine sense while answering Yi Shiyin's question. Yang Kai was shocked to find that this talented and powerful little girl, who was only 14 or 15 years old this year, had a vitality comparable to that of an origin-returning realm-old monster, who had lived for hundreds of years. Although her petite body looked delicate and weak, every movement she made contained a strength that was difficult to ignore. Compared with the last time Yang Kai saw her outside Clear Sky Sect's Black Sea City, Lin Yin had grown more than just a little. Even her body had grown slightly, her small chest stood erect, her legs slender, and her hair was tied up casually behind her head, giving her a valiant appearance. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her, Lin Yin obediently called him Uncle Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "An ore star." Yi Shiyun's eyes lit up. Although she had lived on Shadowed Star for a long time, she had never experienced the wonders of star territory. But that did not mean Yi Shiyin did not know what an ore star represented. It represented wealth, strength, development, and a broad future. This was especially true for a sect. A rich ore star? Yi Shiyin asked with interest. Very rich, more rich than you can imagine. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. I only explored there for a month and found 8 mineral lodes of varying wealth, including the Annihilation Crystal lode, Blue Phoenix Tear Iron, and Heaven Hook Jade, Piercing Ice Copper, Water Cloud Steel, and a Saint Crystal Mine. So many? Even with Yi Shiyun's calm temperament, she couldn't help being shocked by the news brought back by Yang Kai, her beautiful brow rising slightly as her long eyelashes trembled slightly. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai shook his head. Is it dangerous there? It's not dangerous. It's just a dead star with no heaven and earth spiritual energy. Yang Kai said with a smile. If it's dangerous, I wouldn't have come back on purpose. I've been searching there for a month. Don't even mention the danger. We didn't even see a single living thing. Then sect master means. Yi Shiyan looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes. Naturally, we'll use the entire sect's strength to mine it. Yang Kai grinned. However, that place is too big, and our High Heaven sect alone won't be able to swallow it all. Take a look at the sects we've been cooperating with recently, and choose a few reliable ones to share some benefits with. Since this is sect master's order, this queen will naturally not refuse, but, although there are a few sects that have been cooperating well with us and follow our lead, we can't give them these benefits for free. We'll have them hand over 30% or 40% of what they mine to High Heaven sect. Moreover, we'll have to wait until we've established a foothold there before we invite them. Good Great Elder is very thoughtful, Yang Kai nodded. But Shadow Moon Hall is naturally not included. Yi Shiyan pursed her lips and smiled. She also knew that the friendship between Yang Kai and Qian Tong was obviously not something that could be measured in terms of benefits. Good, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll go refine some special transmission tokens. Yang Kai finished speaking and immediately left. Because Yang Kai wanted to take many people to the ore star to mine ores this time, the transmission tokens had to be specially refined. Yang Kai spent some time refining 50 special transmission tokens. These transmission tokens were different from the previous ones. Each transmission token could ensure that 50 people could safely pass through the space array arranged by Yang Kai. Moreover, when the transmission tokens were being refined, Yang Kai also asked Yi Shiyin to use her Saint Chi to place a seal on them. As a result, if one wanted to use the transmission token, Yi Shiyin would first have to pour her Saint Chi into it to remove the seal. Although the method of using this transmission token was a bit cumbersome, it could guarantee its safety, and also ensure that if the transmission token fell into the hands of an enemy, that enemy would not be able to use it. All those who wanted to use this transmission token had to first obtain Yi Shiyin's consent. It took Yang Kai a lot of time to refine this special transmission token, and it took him 10 days to complete it. He wanted to see Su Yan and Xia Ningchang again, but to his surprise, Su Yan and Xia Ningchang had both entered retreat. In desperation, Yang Kai could only give up. In any case, after he finished arranging all the major space arrays in the territory of the communication star, he could return at any time, so there was no need to rush things. Qian Tong led a group of elites from Shadow Moon Hall to High Heaven sect. He was obviously interested in the news from Yi Shiyin, so for this trip he had dispatched 1,000 disciples. For the Shadow Moon Hall, which was currently recuperating, this number was not small. After arriving at High Heaven sect and listening to Yang Kai's detailed description of the situation on the Dead Star, Qian Tong could not wait to say, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. There are so many rare ores, if we can mine them all, it would be difficult for our two forces not to become rich." Does old man Qian want to leave Shadowed Star as soon as possible? Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile. Qian Tong was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. Indeed, this old master has been struck by lightning again these past few days. And as time passes, the world principles here are rejecting this old master more and more. This old master was afraid that if you did not return for a few dozen years, what would happen to me? Now that such an opportunity has presented itself, this old master naturally has to grasp it well. Yang Kai, you can rest assured that this old master will temporarily take charge of the Ore Star. If any blind fools discover it, This old master will deal with them properly. With old man Qian's words, I can truly rest assured, Yang Kai nodded. Standing up, he waved his hand and said, "There's no time to lose, let's set out." In front of High Heaven Sect's cross-cultivation star space array, more than 2,000 cultivators were waiting. Of these 2,000 people, 1,000 were cultivators from Shadow Moon Hall, while the rest were from High Heaven Sect. Everyone's cultivation was not high, but they were all above the Saint King realm, with a few origin returning realm cultivators mixed in. After all, they were heading to an unknown star. Some masters had to be responsible for their safety. 50 people formed a team. The leader of the team held the transmission token and entered the cross-cultivation star space array under the command of Yi Shiyun. Qian Tong followed the first team. He went ahead to explore. This was to avoid any dangers waiting on the other side. White light flashed constantly. The space array had not stopped since it began operating. In just the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the 2,000 cultivators had disappeared. On the cold and desolate dead star, everyone appeared in a mountain valley. Turning their heads to look around, almost everyone was a little uneasy. For these 2,000 people, it was the first time they had experienced the vastness and horror of a star's territory. This dead star with no world energy and no living creatures made them feel a little depressed. Seeing that Yang Kai was the last to appear, Qian Tong hurriedly rushed over and asked, "Is this the star you were talking about?" "It doesn't look very rich." Qian Tong was puzzled. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Dead stars are full of death qi, so how can you see any richness from the outside? The real mystery is here." Saying so, Yang Kai stomped his foot. "Underground? Yes, follow me." Yang Kai beckoned and led the way. The 2,000 people followed closely behind him, keeping a lookout for their surroundings while pushing forward. When they found that there was really no danger here, they slowly relaxed. In a place without world energy, it was indeed very difficult to encounter any danger. After leading 2,000 people through the wilderness for an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the pit and jumped in. The 2,000 people descended in an orderly manner. Soon, everyone was standing in front of the ruins. Listening to Yang Kai talk about his various speculations about these ruins, Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun could not help but sigh. Birth, old age, illness, and death were all part of the heavenly way. Even stars could not escape such a fate. So could a cultivator? Perhaps after many years, they would also turn into a pile of dirt. The current powerful High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall would also become ruins that no one had set foot on for countless years. The expressions of the two could not help but become a little sad. "My idea is to build a camp in this place. In any case, the site is ready-made, so all we need to do is move our hands a bit. With this place as the center, you can spread out to explore the surrounding areas and mine ores. If any disciples need to rest, they can also come back here to rest and recuperate. What do you two think?" Yang Kai pointed to the ruins in front of them and asked. "Good. I think there's no problem," Qian Tong nodded. "And Great Elder?" Yang Kai looked at Yi Shiyin again. "Of course I have no problem with that. But the materials to build the houses?" Qian Tong frowned. Yi Shiyin pursed her lips and smiled. "We brought them here. Since Sect Master already had this idea, how could he not have made plans? Before coming here, he had already asked the disciples to prepare everything. Since that's the case, this old master will benefit from this." Qian Tong laughed, turned around and shouted, "Disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, assist the brothers and sisters of High Heaven Sect in building houses here. This will be your temporary home from now on." The 1,000 disciples of Shadow Moon Hall roared in response. The ruins that had been deserted for countless years suddenly became lively as 2,000 people shuttled back and forth, using the various materials they had brought to build buildings. Yang Kai began to arrange a space array here. Since this place was going to become a camp, it naturally needed a space array to communicate with the outside. Whether it was the super array in the mountain valley, or the one Yang Kai had left in the mineral lode, they all needed a transfer point to communicate with each other. This way, it would be convenient to mine ores and save the disciples a lot of time. Chapter 1732. 10 days later, a series of houses had been built on top of the original ruins. Because this was a long-term camp, the disciples of the two sects had spared no effort in building it. These houses didn't look very exquisite, but they were very practical. Living here was just like living in their respective sects, except for the slight lack of world energy. However, this wasn't a big problem. If they really wanted to cultivate, they could rely on Saint crystals. Luminous pearls hung at intervals along the path of the ruins, emitting a gentle light. The originally pitch-black ruins were brightly lit, and it was extraordinarily bustling. Yang Kai had already told Qian Tong and Yi Shiyin the locations of the 8 mineral lodes he had explored. As for how the two sects would mine these lodes, Yang Kai didn't bother to worry. Naturally, Qian Tong and Yi Shiyin would be responsible for supporting him. If they needed more manpower, they could replenish them from Shadowed Star at any time. Yang Kai had already arranged everything for them. Not only that, after everything was settled and the disciples began mining, Yang Kai went out alone and arranged 3 space arrays in different locations within a radius of 10 million kilometers. In the next few decades, these space arrays arranged by Yang Kai would ensure that any cultivator from Shadowed Star could easily move about within 10 million kilometers. A month later, Yang Kai prepared to leave. After all, his original intention was to establish a connection between Shadowed Star and the outside world. Discovering this or star was just an accidental harvest. Since this place was already on the right track, there was no point in him staying. Standing in the ruins, Yang Kai called out to the stone mongoose in his heart. He had never taken the stone mongoose back, because this place was simply a paradise for the stone mongoose. By swallowing various rare minerals, the stone mongoose could strengthen itself. If it swallowed enough of the same type of mineral, it could even evolve its own divine technique. For example, its lava armor. This was the ability it obtained after swallowing and refining the sun's true fire. As soon as the lava armor appeared, no one could approach within a 10-meter radius, as the scorching heat was enough to force even Origin returning realm masters to retreat. After all, there were a lot of minerals on the Or star. No matter how much the stone mongoose swallowed, it wouldn't be able to swallow much. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to it these days. However, when he tried to call out to the stone mongoose, he realized that the stone mongoose had gone down to an unknown depth. He wondered if it had found something good. Sensing Yang Kai's call, the stone mongoose slowly crawled up from below. An hour later, the stone mongoose reappeared in front of Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly. The stone mongoose didn't seem to be in the right state. Before the stone puppet grew up, it had always been a simple-minded and foolish creature. Because its intelligence was not high, it could be seen from its appearance, but at this moment, it seemed to be even more dazed, and even the original charm in its eyes had disappeared. It walked like a fool. It swayed and staggered, as if it was drunk. Yang Kai was taken aback, thinking that the stone mongoose had swallowed something it shouldn't have and had an accident. But after carefully inspecting it, he was surprised to find that there was nothing wrong with the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose wasn't in an accident. Its physical condition was better than it had ever been. What's more, Yang Kai also noticed a special and strange power in its body. This power was familiar, just like the world principles he had sensed when he refined Shadowed Star's star source and became its star master. Principle strength. Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically. Hurriedly, he examined it more carefully. After a long time, he withdrew his divine sense with a gloomy expression. He wasn't mistaken. There was indeed a trace of principle strength in the stone mongoose's body, but it was very faint compared to the principles of Shadowed Star. The difference was like heaven and earth. But in the end, principles were still principles. They were territory that even Origin Kings couldn't touch. So, how could there be a trace of principle strength in the stone mongoose's body? Recalling its previous location, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as a bold guess emerged in his heart. You swallowed and refined this dead star's source? It actually still has a source? The stone mongoose raised its hazy eyes and looked at Yang Kai blankly, then lifted one of its feet, spun a few times on the spot, and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he realized that the stone mongoose wasn't in any danger. It was just that the faint trace of principal strength was a little difficult for it to digest, causing it some discomfort, so he put it into his space ring. However, this was still beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Moreover, it was truly surprising that such a dead star still had a trace of its source. It was impossible for a dead star to have a source because without world energy, there would be no world principles, so naturally, there would be no source. It was just like how after a person died, their body would rot and their Tao would disappear. But there were always exceptions. According to Yang Kai's previous speculation, this dead star was originally rich, but after hundreds of millions of years of the flowing time great emperor, it gradually died. It wasn't impossible to say that it still had a trace of its source. Before this, the stone mongoose had obviously run deep underground to refine the trace of its source. This was its own good fortune. If it had been the source of a real cultivation star, the stone mongoose wouldn't have been able to refine it. This kind of refinement was completely different from when Yang Kai became a star master. The relationship between a star master and a cultivation star was closely related, sharing both honor and disgrace. After Yang Kai became a star master, Shadowed Star's source still existed and had a mysterious connection with him, allowing him to have many conveniences on Shadowed Star that others didn't have. But the stone mongoose directly swallowed and absorbed the source it refined. The source it refined was gone and only became its capital. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he was sure that his guess was correct. Since the stone mongoose was fine, Yang Kai was no longer so worried. After saying goodbye to Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun, he left the Ore Star and continued on his journey. Moving forward in the territory of a star was lonely and boring, especially when there was no cultivation star in the vicinity. Through the star, Yang Kai was able to confirm that the nearest cultivation star was at least a year's journey away. He wasn't in a hurry and would occasionally land on a moving asteroid, cultivating while letting the asteroid carry him forward. Sometimes he would go to a certain dead star to see if he could find anything else. However, a dead star was a dead star after all. Yang Kai investigated many dead stars in a row, but didn't find anything. It was really an accident that he had made such a big discovery last time. That kind of accident shouldn't happen a second time. However, on one of the dead stars that he passed by, he left another hidden super teleportation formation that was connected to the previous one. During this time, the stone mongoose had been sleeping in his space ring, not moving at all, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that there seemed to be a thick layer of impurities around the stone mongoose's body, slowly wrapping it up and forming a cocoon-like thing. It was just like the state of the stone mongoose before it was born. The stone mongoose can evolve. While Yang Kai was suspicious, he was also looking forward to seeing what kind of changes the stone mongoose would undergo when it broke out of its cocoon. After cultivating these days, Yang Kai had also faintly noticed a barrier. It was the shackles of the Origin King realm. Only by breaking through this barrier could one become an Origin King. At this time, if he could find a cultivation star and enter retreat for a year or so, Yang Kai was confident that he could give it a try and see if he could successfully break through. On this day, Yang Kai habitually checked the stone mongoose's situation. Because the stone mongoose hadn't shown any signs of activity in the past year, Yang Kai basically checked every once in a while. Until now, the stone mongoose hadn't shown any abnormalities, but this time he clearly felt that the stone mongoose was showing signs of breaking out of its cocoon. Overjoyed, Yang Kai wanted to find a place to stay for a while and wait for the stone mongoose to complete its evolution. After looking around, Yang Kai rushed straight towards a nearby asteroid sea. This asteroid sea was quietly suspended in the void, showing no signs of moving, so it was a good place to stop. But when Yang Kai approached the asteroid sea, he suddenly frowned. He sensed the auras of other living beings hidden in this asteroid sea, and there was more than one of them. Although these auras were hidden, each one was extremely powerful, indicating that they were all Origin returning realm masters. Fortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to discover them. This group of people was hiding here stealthily, so it was obvious they were up to something. Yang Kai felt his bad luck and didn't want to be involved in this muddy water, so he turned around and left. However, just as his figure moved, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in the distance, and immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot straight towards him from behind an asteroid. This beam of light contained an unimaginably terrifying power, and even though it was several dozen kilometers away, it still arrived in an instant, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of crisis. An Origin King Realm Master. Yang Kai's face sank. An Origin King Realm Master was actually hiding in this asteroid sea. Even he hadn't noticed it just now. Although with his current strength, Yang Kai was invincible under the Origin King Realm. Facing an Origin King Realm Master, he didn't dare lower his guard. The Origin King Realm and the Origin Returning Realm were completely different existences. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters who were stuck at the Origin King Realm for their entire lives, unable to advance. The other party suddenly attacking was obviously intending to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. However, this person had clearly underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Facing such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai let out a long roar, stretched out his hand, and condensed 100 golden blood threads from his golden blood. These 100 golden blood threads twisted and wriggled, intertwining with each other, and forming a golden shield behind Yang Kai. Chapter 1733. Kong. A loud bang rang out and golden light splashed as Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, coughing up a mouthful of blood midair. The blood shield formed from the 100 golden blood threads he was so proud of was unable to completely block this blow, a fact that shocked him greatly. However, this momentary confrontation allowed him to clearly see what had attacked him. It was a long spear, one that was 10 meters long and as thick as a baby's arm. This long spear gave off an extremely extraordinary aura. An Origin King grade artifact. Although the main body of this artifact was blocked by the blood shield, the power that leaked out of the spear was unable to be completely blocked and invaded Yang Kai's body, instantly causing him to feel as if he had been pierced by countless needles. His meridians and flesh were in extreme pain as his face suddenly distorted. With the cultivation of the one who launched this sneak attack and the terrifying power of this spear, an ordinary third-order Origin Returning Realm Master would indeed have been killed immediately, but Yang Kai's foundation was incredibly strong, so he only suffered some minor injuries. Since leaving Shadowed Star, this was the first time he had found a place with people, but he had never expected to be attacked by an Origin King with an Origin King grade artifact. Yang Kai's heart burned with anger as he turned his head and, like an enraged beast, glared fiercely at the asteroid sea before quickly flying off into the distance and disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the spear that attacked Yang Kai, it flew back the way it came and fell into the hands of a middle-aged man standing on a huge asteroid. This middle-aged man had a gloomy appearance and was tall and wore a navy blue robe. Where he stood, a cold aura filled the air. No one dared to approach within a 10-meter radius of him. Holding his artifact, the middle-aged man showed a look of surprise on his face, as if he had not expected that his blow would fail to kill Yang Kai. Interesting, not only did he discover your hiding place early on, but he also managed to survive this king's blow. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. The gloomy middle-aged man sneered as he glanced in the direction Yang Kai had fled and asked, "Do any of you know that person?" Around him stood at least 20 Origin Returning Realm Masters. Moreover, all of them were masters at least at the second-order Origin Returning Realm. Not a single one of them was a first-order Origin Realm Master. Hearing this question, all of them looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they did not know Yang Kai. Since you don't know him, then he's not from there. Looks like he's really just passing by. The malicious-looking middle-aged man pondered for a moment. However, this matter is of great importance. We can't afford to make the slightest mistake. Even if he's just passing by, we can't let him go. "Master, I took a blow from you. Will he be able to survive?" Someone beside him asked. All of them had witnessed the strike that the malicious middle-aged man had executed, and none of them were confident that they would be able to survive after receiving such a strike. Although Yang Kai did not know the origins of the other party, he was obviously just an Origin Returning Realm cultivator, so there was naturally no exception. "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Zhang Fu Lu Dong. Go and bring his corpse back to me, the middle-aged man ordered. He obviously believed that Yang Kai was dead for sure, and even if he could escape, he would only be struggling at death's door. Yes. The two Third Order Origin returning realm masters who were named immediately responded, summoned their star shuttles, and chased after Yang Kai. 30,000 kilometers away from where Yang Kai was attacked, atop an asteroid, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, staring in the direction he had come from, waiting quietly. Although he did not know why that Origin King had attacked him for no reason just now, judging from the sneakiness of those people, it was obvious that they were ambushing someone, and even if Yang Kai happened to pass by, it was likely he had disturbed their plans. That was why the other party had attacked him in an attempt to silence him. Since that was the case, even if he escaped now, the other party would definitely not let him go. There should be pursuers coming soon. It was because of this judgment that Yang Kai deliberately stopped and did not rush to leave. Having suffered such a big loss for no reason, how could Yang Kai let it go? Although the other party's blow just now was terrifying, Yang Kai also noticed that the one who attacked was just a First Order Origin King. He had even killed Luo Hai, so why would he be afraid of a First Order Origin King? Although he no longer had a Star Emperor token to use, even if he couldn't win, escaping was not a problem. Luo Hai had chased after Yang Kai for several months in the Star Territory, and had been extremely distressed. Could an unknown First Order Origin King be stronger than Luo Hai? Yang Kai's guess was right. After waiting for less than half a cup of tea's worth of time on this asteroid, two streaks of light suddenly appeared in the distance. Judging from the brightness and speed of these two streaks of light, it was obvious they were two Third Order Origin returning realm masters. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile as he waited for them to get close enough before pretending to be in a panic, hurriedly leaping off the asteroid, summoning his star shuttle, and continuing to fly forward. However, under Yang Kai's deliberate efforts, his speed was extremely slow, as if he had been seriously injured and was an arrow at the end of its flight. The two cultivator named Zhang Fu and Lu Dong saw this scene, and couldn't help exchanging a knowing look. They actually followed behind Yang Kai unhurriedly, like a cat playing with a mouse, not in a hurry to kill him. Flying forward, Yang Kai glanced back from time to time, as if he was afraid the other party would catch up to him. This scene made Zhang Fu and Lu Dong even more unscrupulous, not only following Yang Kai from behind, they also constantly threatened him. After an hour, when he estimated that the distance between them was about right, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, turned around, and stood still. With a flash of light, Zhang Fu and Lu Dong both appeared about 300 meters in front of Yang Kai, staring at him mockingly. The taller Zhang Fu swept his eyes over Yang Kai and sneered, "Boy, you're quite impressive. Even after taking a blow from Master Li's soul-severing spear, you still managed to survive. This Zhang is quite impressed." "Master Li?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow, his face gloomy and pale, constantly coughing as he spoke. "I have no grievances or grudges with any of you. May I ask why Senior Li attacked me?" Zhang Fu smiled coldly, calmly playing with a ring-shaped artifact in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, "We really have no grievances or enmity between us. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not having eyes and insisting on passing through here. Haha, Senior Li hates it when his plans are disturbed." "What plans?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Dong, who was standing next to Zhang Fu, said impatiently, "Boy, you're about to die. Why are you asking so many questions?" "It's precisely because I'm about to die that I want to make things clear, lest I die without knowing why." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "You want to die without knowing why?" Zhang Fu looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. "Yes. It's not that I can't tell you in any case you," Zhang Fu said in a playful tone, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Dong. "What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill him so we can report back to Master Li." "That's true." Zhang Fu nodded in agreement, glancing over at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. This boy was able to take a blow from Master Li without dying, so he's not someone to be trifled with. This kind of person must have a lot of good things. Let's split the things in his ring 50-50. "No problem." Lu Dong nodded. After a few words, the two of them divided up Kai Yang's belongings. In any case, Senior Li had only said that they would bring back the corpse, not the items. Naturally, these things could be pocketed by the two of them. They believed that with Senior Li's status, he wouldn't be interested in these things, let alone pursue this matter. You want my things? Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly as he coldly said. I'm afraid you won't be able to take them. Arrogant brat. Lu Dong coldly snorted, and in the next moment, his complexion changed drastically, his eyes bulging as he stared at the spot where Yang Kai had been standing, but there was no one there. Yang Kai had actually disappeared without a trace. All of a sudden, he felt a faint chill on his neck. Zhang Fu's horrified cry rang in his ears. Brother Lu, quickly dodge. Lu Dong was a third-order origin returning realm master, so the moment he discovered that Yang Kai had disappeared, he realized that something was wrong. Now that he heard Zhang Fu's warning, how could he hesitate? Pushing his Saint Qi, he tried to dodge. However, to his horror, the Saint Qi in his body was being suppressed by a powerful Shi, causing it to flow extremely slowly. Even the space around him had completely solidified. What kind of powerful Shi is this? Lu Dong's courage was shattered as he hurriedly pushed his own Shi to resist. This was an inevitable process in a showdown between origin returning realm masters. Often, the strength of one's Shi would determine the final outcome of the battle. However, reality made him despair. As soon as his Shi spread out from his body, it was like a snowflake encountering a scorching sun, instantly melting away, unable to form a new Shi. At that moment, Lu Dong felt a chill on his neck, and his line of sight suddenly turned upside down. Through his eyes, he saw a headless corpse standing in the void, red blood spurting out from its neck like a fountain. A spectacular sight to behold. This person's clothes, figure, and even the ring on his finger all look like mine. Have I been killed? Lu Dong's brow went cold as he faintly realized something, but soon, darkness descended and swallowed all his consciousness and vitality. Can you speak now? When Kai Yang reappeared, he was already standing 10 feet in front of Zhang Fu. His complexion was ruddy, and there was no trace of his previous injuries. Clearly, he was in a much better condition. He stared at Zhang Fu coldly as a golden blood thread flew out from his finger, like a snake that was flicking its forked tongue and devouring its prey. Zhang Fu's entire body shuddered as a chill ran down his spine, almost causing his feet to cramp. Lu Dong, who had the same strength as him, had been beheaded in a single exchange. Just a moment ago, he had only seen a golden light flash across Lu Dong's neck. He hadn't even been able to see how Kai Yang had acted. Was there such a powerful origin returning realm master in this world? Even if Master Li wanted to kill him, it would not be so easy, right? Zhang Fu stood in place with a pale face, large beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. Chapter 1734. Your companion wasn't very tactful, so he died. Yang Kai stared at Zhang Fu indifferently, without the slightest emotion in his eyes, causing Zhang Fu to sweat profusely. Zhang Fu wanted to escape, but he found that he couldn't summon up the courage to do so. He had a feeling that if he really tried to escape, the next one to be beheaded would be him. I hope your answer can satisfy me. Yang Kai observed Zhang Fu's expression, and continued to put pressure on him. Zhang Fu's face was ashen. His eyes filled with panic and dread as he pursed his dry lips and asked, If I tell you what you want to know, will you let me go? What do you think? Yang Kai sneered. Zhang Fu's body trembled as he said bitterly, Since you won't let me go, why should I cooperate with you? The only thing that awaits me is death. I'll give you a quick death, one that you won't even realize you've died. Yang Kai smiled gently. This smile was like that of a demon crawling out of hell. Zhang Fu felt that facing this young man was even more terrifying than facing Master Li. I need to think about it. Zhang Fu gulped, his eyes darting around as he spoke, apparently trying to find a way to escape. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile before suddenly flicking his finger, causing a golden light to flash, causing Zhang Fu to scream and hurriedly retreat. But as soon as his body moved, an extremely powerful force field wrapped around him, making him unable to move in the slightest. Zhang Fu's eyes trembled violently as he looked down, and suddenly found that there was an inch or so of his finger on the front of his left hand. It had been cut off by some kind of sharp weapon, causing blood to spray out into the air. This kind of pain was nothing to an origin-returning realm master, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. What really frightened Zhang Fu was that he had no power to fight back in front of Yang Kai. Both of them were third-order origin-returning realm masters, but the other party was like a god who could easily control his life and death. The golden light flashed again. Zhang Fu felt pain again as his finger that had been cut off an inch. Unexpectedly, another inch had been cut off. The severed finger floated in the air and slowly drifted off into the distance. The other party didn't say anything else. He just continued to shake the golden thread around his hand. It kept flashing with light. 1 inch. Another inch. Zhang Fu's left hand. Inch by inch, Kai Yang's entire hand was cut off, but he still didn't show any signs of stopping. Instead, he continued this action with relish, controlling the size of the cut to the exact same degree. What made Zhang Fu extremely aghast was that while the other party continued to play this game, an extremely cold voice came from his mouth. After cutting off your left hand, I will cut off your right hand, then your left leg, then your right leg. I believe that with your cultivation realm, you won't die for the time being. After that, I will cut open your body inch by inch. Don't worry, I promise that before I cut your heart, you will still be alive. This way, you will be able to clearly see how you die. Zhang Fu could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He endured the piercing pain and roared. Enough! What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. Don't torture me. It was only a matter of time before he died. It was better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. Zhang Fu really couldn't bear to see how he died with his own eyes. Just thinking about that scene made him shudder. Yang Kai's hand movements paused slightly. He looked at him calmly and chuckled. If you had done this earlier, you would have suffered less. Why bother? Zhang Fu gritted his teeth and growled. Winner takes all, I'll tell you. Good. Who are you? Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. We are from Sword Union. Sword Union. Yang Kai raised his brow. Sword Union was considered a big force in the Star Territory. It controlled several cultivation stars. Although it was not as big as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, its strength was not to be underestimated. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had also dealt with the cultivator of Sword Union, but that was many years ago. In the Star Territory, in addition to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union, Purple Star, Galaxy Ridge, Abandoned Lair, and many other forces each occupied a piece of the Star Territory. They competed with each other, and occasionally had some conflicts. Who are you hiding over there to ambush? Yang Kai asked again. Zhang Fu's eyes flickered and he seemed a little hesitant, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said, It's also someone from our Sword Union. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Zhang Fu immediately shouted, I'm not lying to you. We're only ambushing our enemies. Although we're all from the Sword Alliance, we're still divided into factions. Yang Kai nodded gently. From the other party's eyes, Yang Kai could see that he didn't show any signs of lying, and that his explanation was reasonable. For a big force like Sword Union, it was naturally impossible for its internal affairs to be monolithic. There would always be some internal struggles, but it was a bit inconceivable that they would need to ambush someone like this. Be more specific. To be safe, Yang Kai asked. Since Zhang Fu had already chosen to cooperate, it was naturally impossible for him to conceal anything, so he immediately told Yang Kai everything. There were several different factions in the Sword Alliance, but there were two largest factions. One was the faction represented by the current Union Master, while the other was the faction of the Vice Union Master. These two factions had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. The Master Li he mentioned before was Li Minghai, one of the top masters in Sword Union, and belonged to the faction of the Vice Union Master. This time, the one they were ambushing here was a rising star from the Union Master's faction, and also the descendant of Sword Union's Union Master Gu Tsang Yun. Gu Jian Xin. A rising star, even if he is the descendant of your Union Master, is not worthy of such great attention? You actually sent an Origin King to ambush him? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Fu in amazement and asked thoughtfully, What is so special about this person that you need to do this for? Zhang Fu smiled bitterly. If he was an ordinary origin returning realm master, naturally there would be no need to pay so much attention, but young Union Master possesses the great void sword body, and has now reached the third order origin returning realm. If he were to break through to the origin king realm, the Vice Union Master's faction would no longer be able to stand out. So, taking advantage of the fact that young Union Master does not have any strong helpers around him this time, we plan this operation. However, your appearance made Master Li feel that his plan had been disturbed, so he wanted to kill you. Great void sword body. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Is that a special physique? Being able to make you feel such fear, is he very powerful? Young Union Master is only 60 years old this year. Yet he has already reached the third order origin returning realm. Do you think he's powerful? Zhang Fu said solemnly. I don't think your real age is very old, but your strength is quite good. But if you were to encounter our young Union Master, it is not certain who would win. Is that so? Yang Kai chuckled. A cultivator who had reached the third order origin returning realm before the age of 60 was indeed a heaven-defying talent. However, Yang Kai's age seemed to be around 50 years old. In fact, he was even more powerful than Gu Jianxian. However, when a cultivator cultivated, they often could not perceive the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, so they did not care much about age. Now that you mention it, I'm a little interested in your young Union Master. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Zhang Fu looked him up and down and nodded. People like you will collide with each other one day and create amazing sparks. However, the young Alliance Master had to be able to escape this time's pursuit. All right, I've told you everything you wanted to know, so you may begin. Have a safe journey. Yang Kai nodded lightly to him. Begin. Zhang Fu urged impatiently, but Yang Kai still did not show any signs of taking action, but in the next moment, his consciousness blurred. Sure enough, there was no pain. Standing in place, Yang Kai took off Zhang Fu and Lu Dong's space rings, flicked out 2 demonic flames, and burned their corpses to ashes. Glancing back thoughtfully, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and rushed back. He did not want to take the initiative to provoke trouble, but that Li Minghai had killed him just because he was passing by, and Yang Kai could not tolerate it. After being hit, how could he not fight back? Yang Kai was ready to join in the fun. If he could find an opportunity to kill Li Minghai, that would be even better. Inside the asteroid sea, a group of cultivators led by Li Minghai waited quietly, like dormant beasts, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After a long time, someone frowned and said, "Why haven't Zhang Fu and Lu Dong come back yet? With their ability, they should have succeeded by now, right? Did they encounter some kind of danger? How could there be any danger around here? You don't mean to say that he was killed by that guy, do you? How could that be? That passerby took a blow from Master Li and was lucky not to die, so how could he have the strength to kill Zhang Fu and Lu Dong? However, not returning after so long is indeed strange. Master, do you want the subordinate to go out and look for him?" The man asked Li Minghai. "No need. If they can't even handle such a small matter, there is no point in living. Don't act rashly. In a day or two, young Union Master's starship will pass by here. All we need to do is wait quietly." Yes. After exchanging a few words, the group fell silent, only occasionally glancing in a certain direction, looking forward to the arrival of the young Union Master's starship. This asteroid sea was very large and easy to hide in, otherwise, Li Minghai would not have chosen this place to ambush Gu Jianxian's starship. It was precisely because it was so large that when Yang Kai sneaked around from a very far distance, no one noticed him. At this moment, Yang Kai was less than 100 kilometers away from Li Minghai and the others. He was also hiding on top of an asteroid, looking in the direction of Li Minghai and the others with a cold expression. With his current strength, he could go up and fight. Even if he could not defeat Li Minghai, killing a few of his subordinates and then calmly retreating would not be a problem. However, Yang Kai was not prepared to do so. It was Li Minghai who had injured him before, so he naturally wanted to settle accounts with him. Yang Kai was also waiting for that young Union Master to come. waiting for the two sides to fight, then waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and give him a taste of his own medicine. Chapter 1735. Hiding somewhere in the asteroid sea, Yang Kai concealed his figure and aura. He believed that even if there was an Origin King Realm Master on the other side, it would be impossible for them to discover him within 100 kilometers of each other. Yang Kai checked the stone mongoose's situation again. It was because he noticed some changes in the stone mongoose that Yang Kai wanted to settle down in this asteroid sea, but in the end, he was discovered by Li Minghai and attacked. Now that he was waiting, Yang Kai naturally turned his attention to the stone mongoose again. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The cocoon-like layer that wrapped the stone mongoose was actually cracking, just like when the stone mongoose was born. Now, it was obvious that the stone mongoose was about to break out of its shell again. Space rings were not suitable places, nor were these asteroid seas. Yang Kai did not know if the stone mongoose's evolution this time would cause any obvious signs. So if he stayed here, Li Minghai and the others would only discover him. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only summon the sealed world bead and take the stone mongoose into the small sealed world. Since the elites of the three clans from Tongxian realm were brought to High Heaven sect, the mysterious small world had once again become vacant. Now that Yang Kai had arrived, it was still quiet. The stone cocoon was placed in front of Yang Kai, and he stared at it quietly. After a while, the stone cocoon began to emit cracking sounds. The cracks that were already there became bigger, more numerous, and denser. Finally, when the stone cocoon was filled with cracks, the stone mongoose burst out of it. Its small body landed nimbly in front of Yang Kai, and its eyes, which originally only had a faint glow of light, became extremely bright, as if they contained the light of wisdom. Seeing Yang Kai staring at it, the stone mongoose grinned, stood there, and scratched its head with its knee-length arms. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and released his divine sense to scan the stone mongoose. After a while he muttered, "There's nothing special." A suspicious look appeared on his face. He thought that the evolution of the stone mongoose would bring about a drastic change to the stone mongoose. But now it seemed that his expectations were a little too high. The stone mongoose did seem to have changed a little. After all, it had devoured a large amount of rare minerals on that Death Star. After refining the essence of these minerals, the stone mongoose's strength and sturdiness would definitely increase. This was equivalent to a cultivator eating spirit pills used for cultivation. Their strength would definitely increase. However, there wasn't any great change. On the other hand, the stone mongoose's eyes became brighter. It was obvious that its intelligence had increased as well, but it wasn't to the point where it could defy the natural order. "Show me," Yang Kai ordered the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose obeyed. In an instant, it transformed into a 10-meter-tall stone giant. It was awe-inspiring and gave off a strong sense of oppression. "What about the lava armor?" Yang Kai asked again. The stone mongoose's body immediately emitted scorching hot sun's true fire. It caused its entire body to turn red. The layer of armor that covered its body was like flowing magma. It was extremely terrifying. As expected, there aren't any obvious changes. Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He still couldn't figure out the reason. Logically speaking, the stone mongoose had devoured the remaining trace of source energy on that Death Star. There was definitely a huge benefit to it. After all, after devouring it, its reaction was very strong, and it even turned into a stone cocoon. But the final result was a little surprising. Since he couldn't figure it out for the time being, Yang Kai didn't continue to investigate. Anyway, there was still a long way to go, and he would have time to study it. After the stone mongoose returned to its original form, Yang Kai left the small sealed world with it. Just as he returned to the asteroid where he had been hiding, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. 100 kilometers away, Li Minghai and his group had all used a secret technique to conceal their auras, almost disappearing from Yang Kai's perception. And in a very distant location, there was a battleship slowly approaching them. The starship where Sword Union's young Union Master was. No wonder Li Minghai didn't hesitate to kill him when he discovered him. Obviously, they were running out of time and he didn't want any accidents, so he didn't hesitate to take action himself. In the end, not only did he fail, but he also provoked a hidden enemy. If Li Minghai knew about this, it was hard to say how he would feel. Yang Kai looked at the position of the starship and the direction it was heading, estimating that it would take at most an hour before the two sides would meet. So he held his breath and waited for the show to begin. Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere in the huge asteroid sea seemed to become a little dignified. As the starship approached, Yang Kai discovered that Sword Union's young Union master had more than one starship. The one in the middle was a slightly larger starship, about 300 meters in length. To the left and right of this starship were two smaller starships, each about 200 meters in length. Obviously, this was a team composed of 3 starships. Because he was too far away, Yang Kai didn't know what grade these 3 starships were, but he could imagine that they were definitely not lower than Origin grade. Sword Union's wealth was not small. Origin grade starships could be regarded as sect-hallowed treasures on Shadowed Star, but here, there were 3 of them. However, the appearance of these 3 starships was different from the one Yang Yan had refined. Strictly speaking, they were more like large ships, especially the one in the middle. It was like a huge ship sailing through the void with a sharp ram at its bow. The shape of this starship was extremely smooth, and from a distance, it looked like an unsheathed sword. On the decks of these 3 starships, one could vaguely see a cultivator moving about. The approaching starships were completely unaware of the crisis lurking in the asteroid sea, and continued to sail straight towards Yang Kai. When the distance between them was only 50 kilometers or so, Li Minghai's side, which was hidden among the asteroids, decisively took action. Even from 100 kilometers away, Yang Kai could clearly feel a clear energy fluctuation coming from the other side. Immediately, this energy fluctuation grew stronger and stronger, and from several locations in the asteroid sea, a fierce light appeared. Immediately afterwards, several dozen white beams of light shot out from the asteroid sea like arrows from a bow and shot towards the 3 starships in the distance at lightning speed. With such obvious abnormalities and such strong energy fluctuations, the 3 starships were obviously aware of the approaching crisis. The cultivator on the deck quickly summoned their own defensive artifacts to block in front of the starships as best they could. At the same time, the 3 battleships also reacted with extreme speed. With a flash of brilliance, energy barriers visible to the naked eye lit up on the 3 starships. Not only that, but they also made evasive movements in an attempt to escape from the territory they were being attacked. However, Li Minghai and the others had been lurking here for a long time, and were well prepared. The timing of their sneak attacks was also perfect, so it was impossible for them to avoid all of these attacks. Several dozen white beams of light instantly submerged the 3 starships, and from a distance, it looked like a monstrous wave had submerged 3 reefs. An even brighter light burst out from a certain spot. It turned out that the leftmost battleship was unable to withstand such an attack. First, its defensive shield was disintegrated, and then, the huge hull was directly penetrated by several beams of light. After suffering such heavy damage, the battleship actually exploded. Not a single person was able to escape from such destruction. The cultivator on this starship, along with the starship itself, was actually wiped out in the first round of sneak attacks by Li Minghai and the others. The starship on the right was relatively lucky, although its defensive shield was also disintegrated in a very short time. It did not suffer too much damage, only 2 white beams of light piercing through its hull. Although the starship was completely destroyed, it did not explode, so it was unknown how many people had died. The cultivator who was still alive fled from the starship in a panic. Everyone was panicking as they searched around for traces of their enemies. After seeing the fate of the starship on the left, while some lingering fear filled their hearts, they also felt an unforgettable hatred. Of the 3 starships, only the largest one in the middle was in the best condition. Although it had suffered more attacks than the other 2, the grade of this starship was obviously extremely high. Its defensive shield was not completely broken, but it had become extremely dim. Before anyone could recover, Li Minghai and the others had already rushed forward. The moment the attack was launched, Li Minghai and the others had already begun to act. They seemed to have anticipated this situation, so as soon as they arrived in front of the starship, They summoned their offensive artifacts and bombarded it. Finally, the already dim defensive barrier was completely broken. Li Minghai, it turns out to be you. From the starship, a shocking roar rang out. From this voice, one could infer that the owner of this voice was not very old. But because of his monstrous anger, he shouted, "You dare attack this young master? Do you know what the consequences will be?" This old master is naturally clear about the consequences of attacking young Union master. Among the crowd, Li Minghai, who was recognized, wore an indifferent expression, not showing the slightest panic. This old master is one of Sword Union's elders, so how could this old master not understand the rules of the Union? However, if you want to use the Union's rules to suppress this old master, you'll have to wait until young Union master escapes this calamity. Good, very good. It seems that you are mentally prepared to bear this young master's monstrous anger. From the starship, at the same time Gu Jianxian's voice sounded, the figure of a young man appeared on the deck of the starship. This young man was handsome and had a jade-like complexion. His eyes contained an extremely sharp charm, as if there were two swords hidden in them that could pierce one's soul. Sword Union's young Union master, Gu Jianxian, standing upright on the deck, even in the face of an origin king like Li Minghai. This young man's expression remained indifferent as he stood straight like a sharp sword. Beside Gu Jianxian stood two women, one on his left and one on his right. One of them was tall, with ample breasts and ample buttocks, and a pair of enchanting eyes. The other was relatively petite, with a picturesque face and long black hair that almost covered her buttocks. The temperaments of these two women were completely different. The only thing they had in common was that, like Gu Jianxian, neither of them showed any fear on their faces and instead seemed eager to fight. Chapter 1736. Li Minghai and Gu Jianxian's gazes collided in the void, sending out fierce sparks. The former's brow furrowed slightly. He was shocked to discover that Gu Jianxian's aura seemed to be thicker than the last time he saw him. The rumors were indeed true. If there were no accidents, young Union Master Gu Jianxian would be able to break through to the Origin King realm in the next 3 to 5 years. Once he succeeded in breaking through to the Origin King realm, with his great void sword body and his left and right sword servants behind him, no one in the First Order Origin King realm would be his opponent. He would even be able to put up a fight against a Second Order Origin King. A monster. No wonder Vice Union Master Wei Qianzong was so anxious to eradicate Gu Jianxian. Obviously, he had also noticed the terrifying growth of Gu Jianxian. Fortunately, this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Jianxian's group was killed, Sword Union would belong to the Vice Union Master's faction in the future. A genius who had not matured would never be a true genius. Li Minghai, this young master only has one question. Gu Jianxian crossed his hands behind his back and stood on the deck. How did you know this young master would pass by here? Li Minghai narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, Young Union Master already knows the answer in his heart. Why ask this old master? Gu Jianxian nodded lightly. It seems that this young master really has some untrustworthy people around him. Very good, after this matter is over, this young master will find them. Young Union Master shouldn't worry about this, you have no future. Li Minghai said as he waved his hand and shouted. Kill them all, don't let a single one escape. If even one of them managed to escape, they would be in big trouble. This time, their actions were intended to leave no survivors. With this order, the Origin returning realm cultivators around Li Minghai took action, forming groups of 3 to 5 as they attacked the cultivators who had managed to escape earlier. On the starship where Gu Jianxian was, a large number of cultivator also emerged and rushed forward without hesitation. For a time, in the territory near the asteroid sea, filled with colorful brilliance, the power of artifacts and secret techniques continued to bloom. Although Li Minghai's side did not have many people, at most 30, all of them were masters at the Second Order Origin returning realm or above. Therefore his combat power was especially strong. On the other hand, although Gu Jianxian's side had more than 200 people, their cultivations were uneven and their high-end combat power was inferior to Li Minghai's. More importantly, with an origin king like Li Minghai presiding over them, the pressure was simply too great. The origin returning realm masters on Gu Jianxian's side were unable to display their full strength. As such, as soon as the two sides clashed, cultivator after cultivator died, and all of them were from Gu Jianxian's side. On the other hand, Li Minghai's side suffered no casualties. For a moment, the momentum of Li Minghai's side soared to the skies, causing Gu Jianxian's forces to complain incessantly. The battle had already begun, but Li Minghai did not rush to take action. Instead, he looked at Gu Jianxian and the two women beside him with a serious look on his face. It seemed that the man and the two women in front of him, he was an opponent that deserved to be taken seriously. Since Yang Kai did not move, Gu Jianxian naturally did not dare to act rashly. He could only watch as his subordinates fell one after another, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. After a long time, Li Minghai said faintly, "Young Union Master, do you want to do it yourself, or do you need this old master to escort you? Old Dog Li, do you think you can defeat this young master?" Gu Jianxian shouted coldly. Li Minghai slowly shook his head. Since this Li dared to act here, naturally he was prepared. Young Union's young master is a dragon among dragons, possesses the void sword body, and has his left and right sword servants who have cultivated together since childhood. They are indeed extremely difficult to deal with, but, Young Union Master, you have not yet reached the Origin King realm. If you had, this old master would definitely not be your opponent. Unfortunately, Young Union Master, you are destined not to be able to escape today. Whether I can escape or not, you'll know once you try. Gu Jianxian shouted as a snow-white longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. Wrapped in sword light, he leapt up from the deck. The sword light was like a rising sun, covering the earth in a powerful light. At the same time, the two women who had been standing behind him also moved. Like Gu Jianxian, the two of them took out their own long swords and wrapped them in sword qi before following closely behind Gu Jianxian. Unlike Gu Jianxian, the two women's sword lights appeared like crescent moons and stars, as if the moon was pouring down and the sky was filled with stars. The three sword lights merged into one mid-flight and exuded a power that surpassed that of an origin returning realm master, as if they were capable of cutting through the heavens and earth, slashing down towards Li Minghai's head. Li Minghai's eyes flashed, seemingly shocked by Gu Jianxian's secret technique as he shouted, "The Sun, Moon, and Star Three-Sword Brilliance secret technique is truly worthy of its reputation. With this strike alone, Young Union Master is invincible in the Origin Returning realm. Unfortunately, your left and right sword servants' cultivations are a bit lacking, and you are not an Origin King. Let this old master show you just how big the gap between the Origin King realm and the Origin Returning realm is." As he spoke, an invisible force spread out from Li Minghai's body. Territory field. It had been 500 years since Li Minghai broke through to the Origin King realm, and could be considered a veteran Origin King realm master. Even if the power of his territory field was not that great because his cultivation had stagnated, it was still his territory field. Any Origin returning realm master who was shrouded in his territory field was destined to be completely suppressed and unable to do anything. However, Li Minghai's territory field was unable to stop Gu Jianxian's trio in the slightest. From the combined sword lights of these three, a different kind of power emerged and easily broke through the blockade of Li Minghai's territory field. Li Minghai's eyes flashed as he shouted, "Minghai Territory Dividing Mirror. The Alliance leader really did bestow this treasure to you." The Minghai Territory Dividing Mirror was an Origin King grade artifact. After using it, one could resist the territory field of an Origin King to a great extent. If the other party was not strong enough, it was even possible for their territory field to collapse. Throughout Star's territory, this artifact was quite famous. After all, there were only a few artifacts that could resist a territory field. With the help of this artifact, Gu Jianxian and the two sword servants were not suppressed by Li Minghai's territory field, and were still able to send their attacks towards Li Minghai. Facing the Sun, Moon, and Star Three Swords Radiant secret technique, Li Minghai did not act carelessly. With a flip of his wrist, The long spear artifact he had used to attack Yang Kai before appeared in his palm. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the tip of the spear burst forth with a terrifying power as it engaged Gu Jianxian's trio in close combat. A series of clanging sounds rang out in an instant. Spear images and sword lights filled the vast space, and the figures of Li Minghai and Gu Jianxian's trio were almost impossible to see. In the distance, Yang Kai watched all this in amazement, a look of amazement on his face. Being able to fight an Origin King with an Origin Realm cultivation was not something that could be done casually, but Gu Jianxian had done it. Although he had borrowed the strength of the other two women, he was still able to hold his own for a short time. Moreover, the cultivations of these two women were obviously not as good as Gu Jianxian's, seemingly only second-order Origin returning realm cultivators. However, the three of them cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed them to combine their strengths and display strength beyond the Origin realm. Sword Union's young Union Master is really something. When the two sides began fighting, Yang Kai had already run out of his hiding place and arrived at a position closest to the battlefield, where he concealed himself and secretly observed the situation. He focused 80% of his attention on Li Minghai, ready to see if there was a suitable opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Against an Origin King like Li Minghai, if he couldn't grasp the right opportunity, it would only alert him, so Yang Kai could only wait patiently. Originally, he was a little worried that Gu Jianxian and the others would be defeated in a single blow, but now it seemed that this young Union Master was actually able to fight for a while. While he was investigating, Yang Kai discovered that there were several streaks of light that were fleeing towards the asteroid sea. Obviously, the battlefield had begun to expand, and some of the cultivators were trying to find a way to escape, and this asteroid sea was undoubtedly the best place for them to flee. The ones fleeing at the front were two weaker cultivators, and judging from their physiques, they should be women. The one chasing behind them was the cultivator on Li Minghai's side. From the looks of it, the cultivations of the two fleeing women were only third-order Saint Kings. Such cultivations really didn't have much use in this kind of battle. On the other hand, the cultivator chasing them was a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. The difference in strength between them was simply too great, so it was already a miracle that the two of them were able to escape. Because of Li Minghai's order not to leave anyone alive, the second-order Origin returning realm cultivator did not intend to let these two women go and pursued them relentlessly, quickly closing the distance between the two sides. The relationship between the two women was obviously good, and even while fleeing, they did not abandon each other and continued to guard each other tightly. However, what made Yang Kai feel helpless was that the direction they were heading towards was actually where he was hiding. If nothing unexpected happened, they would fly past him a moment later. Sighing secretly, Yang Kai prepared to take action. A moment later, the two fleeing women really flew past the asteroid where Yang Kai was hiding. At such a close distance, and with the two women looking around from time to time, looking for a suitable hiding spot, they naturally discovered Yang Kai's existence. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, and the two women opposite him were obviously stunned as well. At that moment, the second-order Origin returning realm cultivator, who had been chasing after them, finally arrived at this place, and suddenly shot out a ray of light from his hand towards the two dazed women. Judging from the power of these attacks, even if the two women resisted with all their strength, they would not be able to escape the fate of serious injuries. However, these rays of light inexplicably dissipated halfway through, as if they had never appeared in the first place. What happened? The pursuing second-order Origin returning realm cultivator was startled, but before he could react, he saw a golden light flash in front of him and a faint golden thread-like object cut across his neck. The Saint Chi protecting his body was like paper, unable to play any defensive role at all. Feeling a sharp pain, the cultivator's vision went dark. Chapter 1737. Amidst the asteroid sea, Yang Kai stared at the two women not far away in amazement, seemingly a little surprised. The two women were undoubtedly even more surprised than Yang Kai. When the Origin returning realm master who had been pursuing them inexplicably died, The two women both let out exclamations and turned their heads to look around, seemingly trying to see who had come to their rescue. Seeing no one around, the two women finally cast their eyes back to Yang Kai again, already having some guesses in their hearts, their beautiful eyes flashing a look of disbelief. "What are you waiting for? Come over here quickly," Yang Kai called out in a low voice, waving his hand as he did so. Only then did the two women react, glance at each other, turn around, and land 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, constantly staring at Yang Kai with surprised expressions. Yang Kai looked at them with a grin and raised his brow. "What's wrong? After not seeing each other for so many years, you don't recognize me?" Hearing what he said, the two women let out a sigh of relief, confirming that their guesses were not wrong. However, it was precisely because of this that they felt even more incredulous. The woman in the lead even reached out her hand to cover her mouth and whispered, "Yang Kai? Is it really you? Did you kill that man just now? How did you become so strong? And why are you here?" The other woman, who looked a little younger, asked a lot of questions in one breath, but after she finished asking, she suddenly became vigilant and grit her teeth. "Are you one of Li Minghai's people?" As soon as she opened her mouth, Yang Kai didn't have time to answer her questions. The older woman in the lead looked at Yang Kai seriously before slowly shaking her head. "Little sister, don't speak nonsense. If he was one of Li Minghai's people, why would he help us just now?" Yang Kai chuckled as he glanced over at the younger woman and teased, "He Miao, it seems you're still as reckless as ever." Hearing this, He Miao blushed and said shyly, "I'm sorry, I was a little frightened." "It's fine." Yang Kai smiled lightly, looked at the two women and sighed. "I didn't expect that after so many years we would meet again. I didn't expect to see you here." These two women, they were none other than He Zhao and He Miao, the first cultivator that Yang Kai had encountered when he first entered Star Territory. It had been many years since they had left the floating continent. After parting ways, after that, they never saw each other again. Therefore, Yang Kai was quite surprised when he saw it. But thinking about it carefully, He Zhao and He Miao were the cultivator of the Sword Union. It was not impossible for it to appear here. It was just that the two sisters were quite unlucky to be involved in this kind of thing. "That's right, it's really been many years." He Zhao sighed. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Did you kill that person just now?" "Yes." Seeing Yang Kai admit it, even though they had already guessed it, the sisters were still shocked, speechless. When they first met Yang Kai was just a first-order saint. The two sisters' cultivations were slightly higher than Yang Kai's, one third-order saint and the other second-order saint. Nearly 30 years later, they had both reached the third-order Saint King realm. Their aptitude was quite good, and their cultivation progress was extremely fast. But compared to Yang Kai, they still seemed somewhat lacking. Being able to instantly kill a second-order origin returning realm master, even if it was a sneak attack, meant that Yang Kai had at least reached the origin returning realm. Perhaps, he was a third-order origin returning realm master, because the moment Yang Kai attacked just now, He Zhao felt an energy fluctuation no weaker than that of young Union Master Gu Jianxian. The two sisters were deeply shaken. Suddenly, He Zhao's expression changed again as she asked, "Yang Kai, can I ask you for a favor?" "What?" "Save my honored master." "Your honored master?" Yang Kai frowned, but quickly reacted. He Zhao should be referring to the beautiful woman Yushi. When they arrived on the floating continent, the honored master of the He Zhao sisters, Yushi, was also there. Yang Kai had some dealings with her, but they didn't get along very well. Because Yang Kai's origin was too remote and his cultivation wasn't high, Yushi looked down on Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai had killed one of Yushi's disciples at that time, causing Yushi's hatred for Yang Kai to deepen. However, later, for various reasons, Yushi changed her opinion of Yang Kai. In the end, with the help of Yang Kai's strength, she successfully escaped from the floating continent. It turned out that her disciple wasn't a good person either, so her death wasn't worth regretting. Yushi is also here? Yang Kai glanced towards the battlefield again, but all he could see was a large number of flashes, making it impossible to tell who was fighting. He Zhao wore an anxious look on her face, We were able to escape thanks to honored master delaying the enemy. But her situation is not optimistic. I don't know how long she can last. Yang Kai, can you? She obviously knew that her request was a bit excessive. The battlefield was in chaos right now, and there were even origin kings fighting. Anyone who intruded would likely be crushed to pieces. However, she was just a third-order Saint King and was unable to help Yuxi, so she could only grit her teeth and ask Yang Kai for help. Big brother Yang. He Miao called out in a low voice, a pleading look on her face. Now, she no longer had her usual cleverness and seemed to be in a daze. When she thought that her honored master might fall on that battlefield, He Miao almost burst into tears. Perhaps it was because of the experience of escaping from the floating continent. Or perhaps it was because Yang Kai had just killed a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. But the two sisters had an inexplicable confidence in Yang Kai, seemingly believing that as long as he took action, their honored master would be safe and sound. Yuxi had given Yang Kai a bad impression, but her attitude towards her two disciples was unquestionable. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life alone to delay the enemy and allow He Zhao and He Miao to escape. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Seeing this, He Zhao and He Miao didn't dare to urge him and could only wait anxiously. After a while, Yang Kai raised his eyes and said seriously, "Speaking of which, the reason I hid here was mainly because I wanted to sneak attack that Li Ming Hai." He Zhao and He Miao suddenly exclaimed as they stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief flashing across their beautiful eyes. An origin returning realm master actually wanted to sneak attack an origin king. This kind of thing was like an ant hiding in a corner and stretching out its leg to trip an elephant. It was simply unbelievable. I'm not joking, when I passed by here before he attacked me, so I decided to stay here. Yang Kai looked at them faintly. It's not convenient for me to show up now. The brilliance in the eyes of the two sisters quickly dimmed. However, since He Miao has even called me big brother, I can't just sit back and watch, Yang Kai chuckled. He Miao looked at Yang Kai in surprise, a trace of shyness and blush flashing across her pale face. Come out! Yang Kai suddenly let out a low shout. In the next moment, a fiery red stream of light suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body. Then, the stream of light transformed into a human figure. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman with an explosive figure strangely appeared in front of He Zhao and He Miao. This beautiful woman had a head of fiery red hair that was as gorgeous as a burning flame. The clothes she wore were also fiery red. At such a close distance, He Zhao and He Miao both felt a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation coming from this woman's body. It was a destructive power. "Master, what are your orders?" As soon as the woman appeared, she respectfully asked Yang Kai, not even sparing He Zhao and He Miao a single glance, as if in her eyes, these two women were like air, existences that could be ignored. Go with them and protect their safety. Yang Kai pointed to He Zhao and He Miao. The woman then turned her attention to the two sisters and nodded lightly. Yang Kai she is? He Zhao asked hesitantly. My friend, you can call her Lu Yan. Yang Kai replied. Even Yang Kai did not notice that when he introduced Lu Yan to He Zhao and He Miao, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint but extremely bright light. So it's elder sister Lu Yan. I'll have to trouble elder sister this time. Although He Zhao could see that Lu Yan was not a living creature with a physical body, the other party appeared to be very intelligent, so He Zhao did not dare slight her in the slightest. Lu Yan will obey master's orders. Lu Yan was not a woman of many words, but her words were concise and to the point. Go. Yang Kai nodded lightly to Lu Yan. Lu Yan understood, and with a twist of her body, she once again turned into a streak of light and drilled into He Zhao's body before she could react. He Zhao exclaimed in surprise, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face, because she felt that there was a terrifying power dormant in her body, although this power was not under her control, and even gave her a slight sense of heat and discomfort. With this power, she would be able to rescue her honored master from that battlefield. She looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, Thank you. Be careful. Yang Kai smiled lightly. The two sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, exchanged glances with each other before heading towards the battlefield. With the assistance of Lu Yan, The safety of the two sisters was no longer a problem. Since swallowing the heavenly thunder fire of brilliant flame sect, Lu Yan had not only evolved her sentience but also her strength. Before swallowing it, she could fight a third-order origin returning realm master without falling into a disadvantage. After swallowing it, she could fight against an ordinary first-order origin king. In that battlefield, only Li Minghai was an origin king, so no one else was Lu Yan's opponent. It was easy to imagine what kind of change He Zhao and He Miao, who brought Lu Yan back to the battlefield, would bring to this one-sided battle. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai turned his attention back to the battle between Gu Jianxian and Li Minghai. Their battle was the fiercest in the entire battlefield, and the energy fluctuations were the strongest, so it was easy to find them. Yang Kai was able to spot them at a glance. Gu Jianxian and his left and right sword servants were still one, their bodies wrapped in sword light as the three manifestations of the sun, moon, and stars dazzling together. Li Minghai's long spear moved back and forth like a nimble snake. The two sides had been fighting for so long and were actually evenly matched. Chapter 1738. With just a glance, Yang Kai could see that Gu Jianxian's side was in trouble. When he and the two women used the secret technique before, the sun, moon, and star manifestation had been extremely bright, with the crescent moon and stars lingering around them, mutually nourishing each other. But now the sun, moon, and star manifestation was showing signs of dissipating, and the momentum of these three was much weaker than before. On the other hand, Li Minghai was still the same, not showing the slightest sign of weakness. It seemed that if nothing unexpected happened, Gu Jianxian would be defeated in the end. Taking advantage of the intensity of their battle, Yang Kai also began to move closer. It was not easy for Gu Jianxian to achieve this, and even if he could not severely injure Li Minghai at the last moment, he would at least be able to hinder him. At the very least, he should be able to distract Li Minghai's attention. As long as Li Minghai's attention was distracted, Yang Kai could take advantage of this opportunity to attack. In a flash, Yang Kai had already arrived 10 kilometers away from the battle. This was the limit of what he could approach, and if he moved any closer, Li Minghai would definitely notice him. Just after concealing himself, Li Minghai's shout rang out. "Young Union Master, if this is all you have, this old master will send you on your way." Gu Jianxian did not speak, perhaps because he did not have the energy to speak or simply did not want to respond. But the sword light he and his left and right sword servants summoned suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a giant sword wave 1,000 meters long that slashed towards Li Minghai. Li Minghai laughed loudly. "Petty tricks. Young Union Master, do you still want to put up a desperate struggle?" Saying so, he flicked the soul breaker spear in his hand. A jet black light shot out from the tip of the spear to meet the giant sword wave. The two streaks of light, white and black, collided in midair, and a halo of light spread out like ripples. This halo of light contained a terrifying power that even origin returning realm masters had to retreat, showing just how fierce this confrontation was. The two distinct lights were in a stalemate in the void, but the stalemate was quickly broken. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique Li Minghai had used, but the pitch-black light suddenly expanded and directly suppressed the sword wave. A loud bang rang out. The sword wave burst apart. Amidst the muffled groans, the three figures shot off in different directions. Gu Jianxian's face was pale, and there were traces of blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered some injuries. His left and right sword attendants were even worse. They had cultivated together with Gu Jianxian since childhood. The left and right sword servants existed for Gu Jianxian. His cultivation had always been lower than Gu Jianxian's. In addition, he had shared a lot of the damage just now. At this moment, the left and right sword attendants' delicate bodies were trembling, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. His clothes were dyed red. Li Minghai's eyes flashed fiercely, but he did not take this opportunity to take Gu Jianxian's life. Instead, his figure flickered as he raised his spear and charged towards the left sword servant who was closest to him. As an Origin King Realm Master, His combat experience was naturally extremely rich. Although this was the best time to kill Gu Jianxian, Gu Jianxian's identity was extraordinary. He even had the clear sea-divided territory mirror on him, so there was no guarantee he had other even more powerful artifacts on him. Li Minghai did not have the confidence to kill him in a single blow. As such, he chose the left sword servant as his target. As long as he did not have the left sword servant's assistance, Gu Jianxian would not be able to use his Sun, Moon, and Star Three Swords' brilliant secret technique. At that time, Li Minghai could simply grind Gu Jianxian to death. Li Minghai's actions were imprinted in the right sword servant's beautiful eyes, and a trace of determination and uneasiness flashed across her beautiful eyes. Hurriedly stabilizing her falling figure, she pushed her Saint Qi and rushed towards the left sword servant with all her strength. As for Gu Jianxian, he screamed hysterically, "Ling Yu, hide!" As he shouted this, he also desperately rushed over to the left sword servant like the right sword servant. 3 streaks of light chased after the left sword servant, quickly closing the distance between them. Li Minghai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile as he realized that the time was right. Suddenly, he turned around and threw the soul breaker spear towards the right sword servant. Everyone was stunned. Only now did everyone understand that Li Minghai's initial goal was not the left sword servant, but the right sword servant. Or perhaps he was simply adapting to the situation and choosing a better target to attack. After the soul breaker spear flew out of Li Minghai's control, it transformed into a giant python, opened its bloody maw, and released a violent aura. In an instant, it arrived in front of the right sword servant, and was about to swallow her whole. This was a true Origin King-grade artifact, and the right sword servant alone would not be able to block it. If she was hit head-on, only death would await her. At that moment, somewhere on Gu Jianxian's body, there was a flash of brilliance. Using some kind of secret technique or artifact, Gu Jianxian somehow appeared in front of the right sword servant and wrapped his arm around her, shielding her behind him as a cyan artifact armor made of scales appeared around his body. This artifact armor glowed brilliantly, and was obviously an excellent defensive artifact. After being pushed by Gu Jianxian's Saint Qi, an energy membrane appeared around this artifact armor, giving it an extremely sturdy appearance. Just as he finished doing all this, Li Minghai's attack arrived. The giant python swayed its body and bombarded Gu Jianxian's artifact armor. The bright energy membrane dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and lasted for less than 2 breaths before bursting apart. The remaining force of the collision slammed into Gu Jianxian, causing him to bleed profusely as he was sent flying backwards. Even the right sword servant he was protecting coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale and bloodless. Young Union Master really values friendship and righteousness. This old master admires him. But, even if you can save one, can you save a second? Li Minghai's triumphant voice rang out with a hint of mockery and ridicule. Gu Jianxian, who was sent flying backwards, fixed his eyes and saw that Li Minghai had appeared in front of the left sword servant again at some unknown time, and was now raising his hand to slap it towards her. Saint Qi surged from this palm, and formed a vortex visible to the naked eye. The power of this vortex combined with the pressure of an Origin King Realm Master, suppressed the left sword servant completely, rendering her unable to move or resist. However, even though death was imminent, she wasn't worried about her own safety. Instead, she looked at Gu Jianxian with worry in her eyes. When she saw that Gu Jianxian hadn't been killed and had only been seriously injured, she smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and her red lips moved slightly. Although he could not hear her voice, Gu Jianxian knew that she wanted him to escape. Li Minghai! Gu Jianxian's roar resounded through the void like that of a wounded beast, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. Young Master, run! The right sword servant, who was being held in Gu Jianxian's arms, grabbed Gu Jianxian's arm, and cried out in Gu Jianxian's ear, "Elder Sister Ling Yu doesn't want you to risk your life. As long as you leave, Elder Sister Ling Yu's death will be worth it." Gu Jianxian remained motionless, but a look of astonishment appeared on his distorted face before a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes as he turned to look behind Li Minghai. he discovered that at some unknown time, a figure had appeared behind Li Minghai. This person was like a ghost, approaching less than a meter away from Li Minghai without Old Dog Li noticing. Immediately, this person stretched out his hand and sent out a series of pitch-black, crescent-shaped attacks towards Li Minghai like a storm. These attacks contained extremely profound and obscure fluctuations of power that even from a great distance, Gu Jianxian was able to sense. As soon as these attacks were launched, Li Minghai finally noticed and shouted, "Who's there?" Hurriedly turning around, he sent out a palm towards the person who had attacked him. What shocked and excited Gu Jianxian was that Li Minghai's palm was not able to disperse all of these attacks, and some of them still managed to hit Li Minghai's arm. Old Dog Li's arm was strangely disappearing little by little. It was as if it had never existed, as if it had been swallowed by the void, feeling a sharp pain. Li Minghai roared madly as he stretched out his undamaged hand and summoned back the Soul Breaker Spear. Glaring at the young man who had attacked him, Li Minghai roared fiercely, "Junior, I'll make you pay. You won't have the chance." The young man coldly snorted as he flicked his wrist and summoned out a bladeless, dark green sword. This long sword trembled slightly before transforming into the image of a giant dark green dragon that rushed towards Li Minghai. A dragon's roar shook the sky as dragon pressure filled the air. Li Minghai let out a strange cry as he hurriedly urged the power of the Soul Breaker Spear to transform into a giant python to meet this attack. The two monsters transformed from artifacts collided in the void, but how could a giant python defeat a giant dragon? After only a breath of time, it was destroyed by the giant dragon. Li Minghai's eyes finally showed a look of horror as he tried to find the trace of the young man who had attacked him. But to his horror, he couldn't find him. Just as he had appeared like a ghost, after summoning his artifact, he had disappeared like a ghost. Sensing a murderous intent behind him, Li Minghai's heart clenched, and he quickly released his territory domain in an attempt to reverse the situation. Although he had only fought with the young man who had attacked him for a moment, Li Minghai was keenly aware that his opponent was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Against an origin returning realm master, one's territory domain was undoubtedly the best weapon to rely on. Not everyone was like Gu Jianxian, who had a treasure like the bright sea-dividing territory mirror that could restrain one's territory domain. Li Minghai had a good plan, but to his surprise, when he released his territory domain, another sure began to take shape. Not only was it not suppressed by his territory domain, it was even able to compete with it. There was a mysterious power contained within the sure. The surrounding space began to collapse as thin void cracks began to appear around Li Minghai, wrapping him up in an airtight manner. "Space Force!" Li Minghai exclaimed. At that moment, the giant dark green dragon that had destroyed the giant python rushed in front of him, opened its bloody maw, and bit towards Li Minghai. Behind him, a chilling murderous intent enveloped Li Minghai like a tidal wave. He was surrounded on all sides and had no way out. Chapter 1739. Old Dog Li. At some point, Gu Jianxian had also arrived and sent out a dazzling sun-like sword light towards Li Minghai like a falling star. At the same time, a golden light burst out from the surroundings and golden threads danced about like snakes, cutting through the void. The void cracks around Li Minghai's body also began to expand and squeeze towards him. Almost in an instant, Li Minghai, who was at a loss, was overwhelmed by a variety of forces. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from where Li Minghai stood, illuminating the surrounding starry sky territory as a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering energy fluctuation pulsed from this light. Gu Jianxian was once again sent flying backwards at a speed faster than when he had attacked. The right sword servant, who had been prepared, hurriedly rushed forward and caught Gu Jianxian. With a cry, Gu Jianxian leaned into the right sword servant's arms and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Young master!" The right sword servant called out tenderly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Gu Jianxian, however, did not have the time to answer as he simply stared forward. He did not know whether Li Minghai was dead or not, but from the feeling of that sword strike just now, it was clear that it had struck Li Minghai's vitals. But that was still an Origin King Realm Master. This was the first time Gu Jianxian had fought a life-and-death battle with an Origin King Realm Master, so he lacked experience. Before seeing Li Minghai's corpse with his own eyes, he did not dare act carelessly. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a figure standing in the void. Gu Jianxian's eyes shrank sharply. Li Minghai. Under such a terrifying attack, Li Minghai had actually not died. However, after suffering such a powerful impact, this Origin King Realm Master's hair was disheveled and his clothes were in tatters. At some point, he had put up a protective artifact armor around his body, but this artifact armor had been completely destroyed. What made Gu Jianxian overjoyed, though, was that Li Minghai's injuries were obviously not light, because his body was in tatters. It was like he was just a rag. Large and small, grotesquely shaped holes littered his body, and from these holes, one could even see Li Minghai's bones and wriggling flesh. Li Minghai's face was filled with anger and fear. He was afraid. He felt the threat of death. So he was afraid. Sure enough, this was the case. Li Minghai looked around. His gaze only paused on Gu Jianxian and the right sword servant for a moment before shifting his gaze away and continuing to search the void. Unfortunately, nothing. He did not find any trace of the elusive young man who had ambushed him before. Junior, one day this old master. Li Minghai's face as he shouted as he could be. Li Minghai shouted fiercely before turning into a stream of light and continuing to flee into the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. Don't let him escape. Gu Jianxian shouted into the void, gasping for breath. As soon as his voice fell, a five-colored light bloomed somewhere in the void. This five-colored light was like an invincible sword chi that carried with it the power to split the heavens and cut straight towards Li Minghai. Li Li Ming Li Li Li. Li 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 of a Li Minghai. However, at this moment, Li Minghai was undoubtedly putting up a strong front, and the method he used was unable to block the five-colored light that had transformed into sword chi. The five-colored light passed by Li Minghai's body and disappeared into the void like a shining meteor. Li Minghai's body stiffened in place, his eyes bulging as he no longer moved. The vitality in his body and the light in his eyes quickly dissipated. A dignified Origin King Realm Master had died here. Gu Jianxian, who was watching from a distance, could not figure out the situation, but with his heavy injuries, he did not dare act rashly and simply stared at Li Minghai's body vigilantly. It was not until the left sword servant, who was still in shock, flew over and checked Li Minghai's condition that he flew back to Gu Jianxian with joy. When the left sword servant returned, Gu Jianxian asked anxiously, "How is it?" "Li Minghai is dead," the left sword servant replied. Gu Jianxian let out a long breath as he could no longer hold on, and collapsed into the arms of the right sword servant who had been supporting him, muttering with lingering fear, "It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead. Young master, that person just now." The left sword servant looked surprised. "He's not from our sword union." Gu Jianxian shook his head, took out some spirit pills from his space ring, stuffed them into his mouth and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Go support the others first. Old Dogly brought a lot of masters, I'm afraid they won't be able to." As Gu Jianxian spoke, he turned his head and glanced towards the battlefield, and suddenly discovered a strange scene. Many of the cultivator on his side were still alive, while Li Minghai's subordinates were almost all dead. Gu Jianxian had been fighting with Li Minghai just now, so he had not had time to investigate the situation. But now that he saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling a bit incredulous. Gu Jianxian was naturally aware of the difference in strength between the two sides. His side was obviously weaker than Li Minghai's. After all, Li Minghai had been prepared for a sneak attack in ambush, so how could he not have been fully prepared? This time, Gu Jianxian was able to kill Li Minghai by chance and escape this disaster because of the help of his benefactor. But how could his subordinates also be so brave? Gu Jianxian couldn't believe his eyes. But after watching for a while, he finally understood why all this was happening. It was because of Yuxi and her two disciples. Yuxi, he Zhao, he Miao, and Gu Jianxian knew each other. In any case, these three were cultivator who had followed him. Although Yuxi only had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, She was still an origin returning realm master, so Gu Jianxian naturally had some impression of her. At this moment, the three of them were rushing to the forefront, facing enemies who were much stronger than them, but their expressions remained unchanged. Every time they clashed, a red light would bloom from Hiseo's body, and then her enemies would inexplicably fall. What is this red light? Gu Jianxian couldn't understand what was going on. He never knew that he had such a strange cultivator among his subordinates, one that could accomplish such an unbelievable feat. The overall situation had been decided, and Li Minghai's side had been utterly defeated and was now fleeing in panic, being chased by his own subordinates. Gu Jianxian calmed down and took a deep breath before cupping his fists towards the void and shouting, "Dare I ask for this friend's name? This Gu is deeply grateful for your assistance just now. If it is convenient, could you come out and meet me?" "Haha, young Union Master is too polite." A burst of hearty laughter came from somewhere. Gu Jianxian turned his head, and was surprised to see the young man he had seen before walking out of the void. Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up, and the left and right sword servants also looked at Yang Kai with a curious and grateful look. If Yang Kai hadn't suddenly appeared just now, they wouldn't have cared if the two of them had died, but their young master would definitely have been killed. As such, the left and right sword servants were extremely grateful to Yang Kai for turning the tide, and looking at Yang Kai with eyes full of kindness. Gu Jianxian only took a quick look at Yang Kai, and confirmed that he was really just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, the combat power he had just displayed was far beyond this realm. Perhaps, even if he and the left and right sword servants joined forces, they might not be his opponent. Gu Jianxian was shocked. As the young Union Master of Sword Union, he had been given an advantage that ordinary people did not have since he was a child. He was not an unambitious second-generation young master. He had lofty ideals and a broad future, so he had been cultivating diligently over the years. He believed that as an origin-returning realm master, there were few in the entire Star Territory who could be his opponent. But today he saw one. A martial artist of the same generation and cultivation level who made him feel great pressure. "Shui Yu's third young master?" Gu Jianxian asked suspiciously. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Do I look like such a sissy to you?" Gu Jianxian smiled awkwardly, and the left and right sword servants also couldn't help laughing. The left sword servant, who had a charming appearance, even burst out laughing, but then she seemed to feel that something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. "Sorry, this Gu and Shui Yu's third young master have been friends for a long time, but we have never met," Gu Jianxian explained. "Then your excellency is Zidong." "Who is that?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Purple Star's young master." Gu Jianxian was at a loss. What's wrong? In young Union Master's opinion, only the young masters of these great forces are qualified to talk to you? Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxian with a smile. This Gu did not mean that. Gu Jianxian quickly said. It's just that this Gu finds it hard to imagine that someone could be so strong without the support of these great forces. If I'm being rude, I hope this friend can forgive me. It's fine, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I'm not from any great force, my name is Yang Kai. Gu Jianxian was startled. He had never heard the name Yang Kai before, but he was certain that he was not from any great force. Because of this, Gu Jianxian was even more shocked. Cupping his fists again, Gu Jianxian nodded solemnly. So it is Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning his eyes towards the distance. Over there, the battle seemed to have been settled. With Lu Yan's help, how could Li Minghai's subordinates be his opponent? One by one, they were all killed without a single one escaping. Brother Yang, this Gu has a question, but I don't know if I should ask, Gu Jianxian suddenly said. When I was passing by here before, Li Minghai launched a sneak attack on me, so I set up an ambush here. Yang Kai glanced at him and gave the answer as if he had foreseen it. Brother Yang, good courage and good means. Gu Jianxian's brow twitched. If an ordinary origin returning realm master was attacked by an origin king, if they were lucky enough to survive, they would definitely run as far away as possible. All they could do was grit their teeth and curse behind their backs to vent their anger. But this Yang Kai actually dared to return and launch a sneak attack. Doing such a thing, either he was extremely daring, or he had a trump card to rely on. Judging from the results, it was obviously the latter reason. It seemed that he had not used his full strength in the previous battle. Moreover, this guy was obviously a vengeful master. Chapter 1740. Since it was a sneak attack, why didn't Brother Yang wait for a better opportunity? For example, when Old Dog Li killed me and relaxed, Brother Yang chose to take action at that time. It must have taken some effort, Gu Jianxian asked. Just because it took some effort doesn't mean he couldn't have killed him. Yang Kai smiled confidently. What Young Union Master wants to ask is, why did he want me to save you? Gu Jianxian nodded. It's a pity that a man who is willing to risk his life for his woman would die like this, Yang Kai replied. Gu Jianxian had personally blocked a blow from Li Minghai in order to protect his right sword servant. Yang Kai had seen this clearly and knew that if anything had gone wrong, both he and his right sword servant would have been sent to the Yellow Springs. Yang Kai had also risked his life for Su Yan, and had even faced a master like Luo Hai head-on, so he agreed with Gu Jianxian's actions very much. A man who was willing to risk his life for the woman he loved was definitely not a cunning and sinister person. Gu Jianxian was startled. The left and right sword servants on the other hand blushed slightly as they glanced at Gu Jianxian affectionately, their beautiful eyes filled with sweetness. Gu Jianxian laughed, the vigilance in his eyes finally dissipating as he proudly declared. It seems that Brother Yang is also a sentimental person. This Gu is truly fortunate to be able to meet Brother Yang here. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. There is another reason. I know someone from your sword union. Oh, Brother Yang knows someone from our sword union? Gu Jianxian asked with joy. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai had saved his life and had done him a great favor, Yang Kai alone had given Gu Jianxian a good impression of him, and the idea of making friends with him. Now that he heard Yang Kai say he knew someone from Sword Union, he was naturally overjoyed. Who does Brother Yang know? They're here. Yang Kai gestured to the side. Gu Jianxian turned his head and found that it was Yuxi and her two master disciples, who had shown brilliantly in the previous battle. It's them. Gu Jianxian was surprised. He thought that the people Yang Kai knew must be the top experts on his side, but he didn't expect them to be this unremarkable master and disciple trio. A moment later, Yuxi Hizeo and He Miao flew to a spot not far away. The three of them first saluted Gu Jianxian and inquired about his situation. After learning that the young Union Master was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. Big Brother Yang. Hizeo and He Miao had more contact with Yang Kai. This time, it was thanks to Yang Kai's help that they were able to turn the situation around. Therefore, she didn't regard him as an outsider, and called out sweetly as soon as she came back. Yang Kai nodded slightly, stretched out his hand, and a red light shot out from Hizeo's body. He sucked it into his palm. Thank you, Yang Kai. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. The three of us can't thank you enough. Yuxi sincerely thanked him. Yang Kai did not say anything. He calmly accepted the other party's thanks. Big Brother Yang actually knows Lady Yu and her master. This is truly fate. Gu Jianxian laughed. If Big Brother Yang doesn't mind, why don't you come to this Gu's starship and rest for a few days so this Gu can properly entertain you? Yang Kai pondered for a moment, but did not immediately agree. The reason why he had stayed here was mainly because he wanted to sneak attack Li Minghai. But now that he had killed this guy, there was nothing else he needed to do. Seeing him remain silent, Gu Jianxian didn't urge him. Hizeo and He Miao, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai eagerly, hoping he would stay. What is Young Union Master's destination? After a while, Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Big Brother Yang, just call me Brother Gu. Calling me Young Union Master is a bit of an outsider. Gu Jianxian smiled. I won't hide it from Big Brother Yang. This Gu is going to Azure Tree Star. Azure Tree Star? And it's a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my sword union. And it's only a month's journey from here. Is that so? Yang Kai thought for a moment, seemingly thinking of something, and nodded. Very well. This Yang is indebted to Brother Gu for inviting me, so this Yang will not disturb you. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up and he seemed extremely happy. Without any reservations, he stepped forward, grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and pulled him towards the direction of the starship, acting as if he was already familiar with Yang Kai. Under the attack of Li Minghai and the others, one of the 3 starships had exploded and the other had been crippled. Now only the largest starship, which Gu Jianxian was on, was still able to sail. Although it was damaged to a certain extent, it only needed to be repaired. After arriving on the starship, Gu Jianxian arranged for Yang Kai to stay while he went to heal his wounds. Gu Jianxian's battle with Li Minghai had been thrilling, and although he had not suffered any fatal injuries, he had still suffered a lot of damage. This kind of damage could not be healed by simply taking spirit pills, and would require him to meditate and recuperate. Yang Kai could understand this and naturally didn't care. After a day of repair and inspection, the starship began sailing again. Yang Kai was arranged by Gu Jianxian to stay in an extremely luxurious room. The room was very large and the floor was covered with a thick layer of fluff and inlaid with hundreds of night pearls, giving the room a soft and warm light. There was also an incense burner in the room that emitted a fragrant scent that relaxed one's mind. Yang Kai had his own considerations as to why he had agreed to Gu Jianxian's invitation. Along the way, the space arrays he had arranged had all been left on the various dead stars as transfer stations. Now it was time to connect to a real cultivation star, otherwise, the cultivator from Shadowed Star would have no clear destination. According to Yang Kai's own observations, Azure Tree Star was a good cultivation star. If Yi Shiyun and the others came here through the space array, they could use Azure Tree Star's world energy and world principles to try to break through to the Origin King realm. Another point was that Yang Kai did not have many space spirit crystals left. Although Yi Shiyun and the others had plundered almost all of Shadowed Star's space spirit crystal reserves before leaving, the amount needed to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array was simply too great. Yang Kai only had enough space spirit crystals left to arrange a single space array. He had to find a way to replenish them. Azure Tree Star was Sword Union's cultivation star, and Yang Kai had now established a relationship with Gu Jianxian, the young Union Master. Yang Kai could use Gu Jianxian's strength to purchase some space spirit crystals as a backup. Before that, Yang Kai could take a trip back to the Ore Star to see if Qian Tong, Yi Shiyun, and the others had found a space spirit crystal lode. If they did, it would save him a lot of trouble. Staying in his room, Yang Kai counted his gains. His harvest was not much. After all, he had only killed 3 people in this conflict. There was no need to mention the space rings of Zhangfu and Ludong. The things stored in these rings were basically not of much interest to Yang Kai. They could be used as part of High Heaven Sect's treasury. Li Minghai's space ring, on the other hand, contained a lot of wealth. In particular, the Origin King Grade Soulbreaker Spear had now fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Origin King Grade artifacts could be found throughout Star's territory. They were all priceless treasures. However, Yang Kai was not interested in this artifact. Among the people he knew, there seemed to be no suitable person who could use it. Yang Kai could only put it aside for the time being. While he was counting his gains, a knock suddenly came from outside the door, causing Yang Kai to be startled. Yang Kai called out casually, "Come in." The door opened and 2 beautiful figures walked in one after another. Big Brother Yang. He Miao greeted in a crisp voice as she and Hizeo placed the things in their hands on a nearby table. Yang Kai glanced around and found that these were some exquisite food and wine, but he didn't care too much about them. With his strength reaching this level, delicacies and fine wines were nothing more than food to satisfy his appetite. Unless it was some kind of special food that could increase his strength. "Are we disturbing you?" Hizeo was more mature, so seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be occupied with something, she couldn't help but ask worriedly. "No," Yang Kai smiled lightly and motioned sit. "No need." Hizeo waved her hand. "We're here to serve you. Just stand there. If you have any orders, you can tell us." "Did Gu Jianxian send you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Hizeo lowered her head, while He Miao looked around curiously. Obviously, This was the first time she had entered such a noble room. "Sit down first, these are my orders," Yang Kai chuckled. Hizeo hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly and sitting down with her younger sister. However, her sitting posture was extremely restrained, and when she saw He Miao's restless appearance, she glared at her fiercely. He Miao stuck out her tongue and finally calmed down. "It seems that every time I meet you, your situation isn't very good," Yang Kai said with a smile. The first time he met these two sisters in Star's territory, they were being chased by a purple star cultivator. Now the second time he met them, they were ambushed by Li Minghai. Although the circumstances were not quite the same, their situation was very similar. Hearing Yang Kai teasing her like this, Hizeo blushed and He Miao muttered, "We should be the ones saying that." He Miao. Hizeo immediately glared at her little sister. He Miao said with dissatisfaction, "Just say it, big brother Yang won't mind." Hizeo wore a helpless look and looked at Yang Kai apologetically. "Little sister has been spoiled, big brother Yang. Please don't lower yourself to her level." "It's fine, you don't have to be so nervous." Yang Kai waved his hand. When he first met these two sisters, because their strength was almost the same and their cultivations were higher than his, they could still get along with each other as equals. Now that the gap between them had suddenly become so big, Hizeo found it somewhat difficult to adapt. After all, even their honored master was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. But Yang Kai had suddenly become a third-order origin returning realm master, and even called their young union master a brother. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai could only change the subject and casually ask about their situation over the years. There was nothing to hide, so Hizeo immediately told him everything. After leaving the floating continent, everyone had separated. Yushi took the two sisters back to Sword Union because they had suffered huge losses in that operation. Not only had a starship been destroyed, but Sword Union's cultivator had also been killed or injured. As the person in charge at the time, Yushi had almost caused a disaster, but in the end a high-level cultivator from Sword Union spoke up for her and was exempted from punishment. It was for this reason that Yushi and her two disciples began to follow Gu Jianxian, because the high-level cultivator who spoke up for them was Gu Jianxian's supporter. An ordinary third-order origin returning realm master would not be his opponent. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. A cultivator, whether one was strong or not, could often be understood at a glance. Gu Jianxian gave Yang Kai a strong feeling. He was an elite among elites. "That's about all I know." After Hizeo finished speaking, she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai, seemingly waiting for his next instructions. "What is Gu Jianxian's purpose on this trip to Azure Tree Star?" "I don't know. We were just following orders. Before the young Union Master told us his destination, we didn't even know where he was going." Hizeo shook her head. "Big brother Yang, why are you asking so many questions? Are you planning to become an enemy of the young Union Master?" He Miao asked with some worry. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. "How could that be? I have no conflict of interest with Gu Jianxian, so how could I become his enemy? Also, Gu Jianxian should be a good person. It's just that now that I've boarded this starship, I naturally want to learn more about him. You don't need to be so nervous." He Miao relaxed a lot, patting her towering chest with her small hands as a look of fear appeared on her face. A cultivator like Hizeo and He Miao, who were only third-order Saint King realm cultivators, although they were young and might become pillars of Sword Union in the future flowing time Great Emperor, their current cultivation was still too low to access high-level information. For them, everything could be summed up in 2 words: acting according to orders. There was no need to ask too much, no need to think too much. Once orders were given, all they had to do was follow them. Even if they had to carry out a certain death mission, they had to brace themselves. This was the tragedy of a cultivator at the bottom of a great force. These cultivators seemed to have excellent protection, but they had also lost a part of their freedom. If Yang Kai really wanted to become an enemy of Gu Jianxian, Hizeo and He Miao would be put in a difficult position. Later, Yang Kai spoke with Hizeo and He Miao for a while before letting them leave. "Big brother Yang, Before leaving, Hizeo suddenly turned around and called out, "Is there something else?" Young Kai looked at her. Hizeo bit her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, she shook her head and said, "It's nothing. Rest well. If you need anything, just tell us. We live in the 5th room next door." "All right." Young Kai nodded suspiciously. After sending off the two sisters, Young Kai stood in place and thought for a while. Hizeo must have had something to say to him, but for some reason, she hadn't said anything. Although he had only interacted with the sisters twice in the past few decades, after the experience of going through hardships together on the floating continent, they could be considered to have quite a good relationship. The chance encounter this time allowed their friendship to ferment and become even more intense. After listening, Young Kai nodded gently. So that's how it is. He somewhat understood why Hizeo had hesitated before leaving just now. It was probably because of this, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. "Young Master Yang, can you please show mercy and save these two girls? The two of them are already desolate and have no father or mother. This mistress raised them from childhood and treated them as her own. This mistress really can't bear to see either of them jump into a pit of fire." Yushi pleaded, tears welling up in her eyes. "Master Qin has shown us kindness. If this mistress wanted to repay him, even if it meant climbing a mountain of blades or crossing a sea of flames, this mistress would not hesitate. But this matter concerns the future of these two girls, so this mistress really cannot agree. And this matter is not your fault." Young Kai's tone was much gentler. When he heard her request before, Young Kai had some misunderstandings, but after listening to Yushi's explanation, he understood that this was not something she could control. With Gu Jianxian pressuring her, how could she resist? For Gu Jianxian, satisfying Qin Wu Hui's wishes was naturally a priority. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Hizeo and He Miao. What's more, Qin Wu Hui had prepared a lot of compensation. With his status as a third-order origin returning realm master, the compensation he could provide would certainly be extremely generous. As for marrying into the Qin family, for an ordinary woman, it was no different from flying up a branch and becoming a phoenix. It could be said that Gu Jianxian had not considered this matter thoroughly, but given his position, the decision he had made was reasonable. However, this kind of matter, it didn't seem right for him to rashly intervene, causing Yang Kai to frown secretly. "Young Master Yang." Yushi saw Yang Kai tapping his hand on the table and pondering for a long time without saying a word, so she couldn't help saying, "If young Master Yang can get young Union Master to cancel this marriage, this mistress will definitely repay him with her life. There's no need to be so serious." Yang Kai waved his hand. "But if I really step in, where will you go in the future?" Yushi heard this and was stunned, seemingly unable to react. "Let's put it this way. That Qin Wu Hui has shown you kindness, so if this matter is really ruined by me, the three of you may carry a reputation of being ungrateful. How will you establish yourselves in sword union in the future?" Not everyone knew the truth, and those who didn't know the truth would only see the surface. What Yang Kai said was very likely to happen. Those unrelated cultivators would definitely think that Yushi and her two disciples were repaying kindness with enmity. Yushi thought about how those sword union cultivators would point fingers at her in the future, and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. What's more, after the word friend, Gu Jianxian had added the words benefactor, so these origin returning realm masters naturally smelled something unusual. "This cup is a toast to Brother Yang." Gu Jianxian picked up his full glass and downed it in one gulp. Hizeo immediately stepped forward and filled Yang Kai's glass before returning with the wine jug, fully fulfilling her role as a maid. Yang Kai picked up his glass and smiled. "Since Brother Gu is so forthright, this Yang will not be polite." Raising his glass, Yang Kai also downed it in one gulp. "Good, let's drink until we're drunk." Gu Jianxian laughed. Wind instruments played in unison, and young girls walked in from the outside with light and agile dance steps. They sang and danced, and waiters brought in delicious dishes and placed them on the table. The entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Chapter 1743. Toasts were exchanged as cultivator after cultivator came forward to propose toasts. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them, smiling modestly and looking calm as he exchanged toasts with those who proposed toasts, making everyone have a good impression of him. From time to time, he would chat and laugh with Gu Jianxian, occasionally glancing at the beautiful dance scene below. Time flew by and the atmosphere in the hall became livelier as the wine reached its climax. Most of the cultivator present were bold and unrestrained people, so this kind of unrestrained banquet naturally became a good place for them to express their temperament. The cultivator following Gu Jianxian all drank and laughed heartily. Although Gu Jianxian drank a lot, he was not drunk and had been observing Yang Kai all this time. A dazzling figure like Yang Kai had suddenly appeared in star territory, so Gu Jianxian was naturally very curious about him, and wanted to find some clues through this banquet. But to his disappointment, he did not find any useful information. When Yang Kai looked at the young women dancing below, his eyes were clear, without the slightest desire, and when he drank with his subordinates, he also behaved very appropriately. In short, Yang Kai was indeed a person worth befriending. After 3 rounds of wine, Gu Jianxian suddenly said, "Brother Yang, this Gu has a presumptuous request, but I don't know if I should say it." As soon as these words came out, the hubbub in the hall suddenly subsided. Although the cultivators present seemed to still be drinking and drinking, everyone had undoubtedly heard Gu Jianxian's words, and had diverted some of their attention away from him. "Brother Gu, just say it." Yang Kai put down his wine glass and smiled slightly. He was a little surprised. Throughout the banquet, he had been looking for the right opportunity. He had wanted to discuss He Zhao and He Miao with Gu Jianxian. But before he could find an opportunity, Gu Jianxian had spoken first. He did not know what the other party's presumptuous request was. "It's like this." Gu Jianxian's expression turned solemn. This Gu was ambushed by Old Dog Li and suffered a great loss. Although Old Dog Li deserved to die, he was still an elder of my sword union. As for the soul breaker spear he used, my sword union spent countless materials, and even dispatched an Origin King grade artifact refiner to refine it for him, so it can be considered the property of my sword union. Now that he is dead, it stands to reason that this Gu should bring the soul breaker spear back to the home star. Report everything to the Alliance Master. At this point, he looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression. Yang Kai immediately understood what he meant. "Brother Gu wants to take back the soul breaker spear?" "Yes." An awkward smile appeared on Gu Jianxian's face. This Gu also knows that this request is a bit ridiculous. Since Old Dog Li was killed by Brother Yang, then the soul breaker spear should belong to Brother Yang. But, without the soul breaker spear, this Gu cannot report back after returning, so this Gu wants to take back the soul breaker spear. Of course, Brother Yang can rest assured. This Gu can guarantee that the value of the soul breaker spear will be enough to offset the loss of the soul breaker spear. As for the rest of Old Dog Li's belongings, Brother Yang can keep them for himself. Those things do not belong to my sword union. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded. A contemplative look appeared on his face. Gu Jianxian did not urge him, and simply waited quietly. Inside the hall, it had become silent at some point as everyone was paying attention to the situation. After a while Yang Kai said, "Good, the Soul Breaker Spear is an Origin King grade artifact and is not cheap. Generally speaking, perception and aptitude were innate, and could not be changed by external forces, unless one had some kind of extraordinary fortuitous encounter. So, after hearing what Gu Jianxian said, all the cultivator present wore solemn expressions. They realized that if this was true, then the value of these 2 spirit pills far exceeded the value of the Origin King grade soul severing spear. Artifacts were external forces, but aptitude and perception were the foundation of a cultivator, so it was obvious which was more important. This old master will definitely discipline him strictly in the future and set him on the right path, so that he will not fail to live up to young Master Yang's good intentions. The two drained their glasses of wine. Only then did Yang Kai take a seat. Sitting in a seat in the corner of the hall, Yushi cast a grateful look towards Yang Kai. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to resolve this matter so easily. Originally, this kind of matter was very offensive, no matter how easy it was to persuade Qin Wu Hui. No matter how high Yang Kai's position in Gu Jianxian's mind was, this was still a matter that would cause others to lose face. But under the premise that Yang Kai had given him 2 ancient spirit pills, not only had Qin Wu Hui not lost face, he had also gained a lot. It could be said that everyone was happy. However, this kind of price was something only Yang Kai could casually take out. Izao he miao. Qin Wu Hui stood in place and did not immediately take a seat, instead calling out to them before waving his hand and sending 2 streams of light towards the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters had not yet recovered from their excitement and joy, only reflexively grabbing the 2 streams of light in their hands before looking up at Qin Wu Hui. This old master has made you worry for some time, so these 2 things can be considered compensation. I hope you can assist young master wholeheartedly in the future, and not bear any grudges against this old master. Qin Wu Hui said sincerely. Disciple wouldn't dare. Disciple thanks Elder Qin for this reward. He Zhao and He Miao bowed together before beginning to examine the things in their hands. At a glance, they quickly discovered that both of them were origin-grade mid-rank artifacts. Both of them were curved daggers that seemed to be able to be combined into one to form a round blade. From the looks of it, both of them were extremely valuable. With their current cultivation, it was impossible for them to obtain origin-grade mid-rank artifacts under normal circumstances, unless they were gifted by their honored master or elders. However, Yushi herself was not very rich, so how could she possibly bestow so many artifacts? Only a person like Qin Wu Hui could casually take out 2 origin-grade mid-rank artifacts. The 2 sisters knew that being able to receive such treatment was all thanks to Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could Qin Wu Hui have given them 2 artifacts so casually? Standing behind Yang Kai and staring at his back, the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Brother Yang. Gu Jianxian smiled bitterly to the side, rubbing his forehead as he muttered. With you acting like this Gu doesn't know how to compensate you. We still haven't finished discussing the Soul Breaker Spear. Before, he had wanted to compensate Yang Kai for the loss of the Soul Breaker Spear, but Yang Kai had not immediately made a request. Yang Kai returned to his room and took a bath to dispel the smell of alcohol from his body. Afterward, Yushi Hizao and He Miao visited him together to thank him. This kind of thing was a trivial matter to him. The materials used to refine the 7 apertures exquisite pill were all things he had collected himself over the years. The only precious thing was the monster core of the 7-colored elk. This was the harvest he obtained after killing a variant 7-colored elk monster beast in the Emperor Garden. He had no use for it until now, so this time, he decided to use it to refine a spirit pill. However, for the master and apprentice trio, this was a major event that would affect their future. Yang Kai could feel the heartfelt gratitude from the master and apprentice trio, which made him feel somewhat emotional. Because of their different positions, the power they possessed was different, and the things they could do were also very different. It was like an iron rod that an ant could not move even if it tried its best, but a mortal could reach out and pick it up. After sending off the master and disciple trio, Yang Kai closed his door and refused to entertain any guests. Taking advantage of the time he still had to travel, he began cultivating his various secret techniques. Whether it was his golden blood threads, his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, or his space force, all of them required time to accumulate and consolidate. The road ahead was safe, and after encountering the sneak attack of Li Minghai and the others, the starship did not encounter any further trouble. It was not until more than 20 days later that they finally arrived at Azure Tree Star. The Azure Tree Palace covered a large area, so after entering and dispersing the crowd, Gu Jianxian introduced Yang Kai. Through Gu Jianxian's introduction, Yang Kai learned that this beautiful woman was called Luo Lan, and as he expected, she was indeed a first-order origin king. Ant Lan is the Star Master of Azure Tree Star, and is responsible for all matters of the Sword Alliance here. Gu Jianxian said. Star Master? Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Haha, brother Yang, there's no need to be surprised. Gu Jianxian seemed to have known what kind of reaction Yang Kai would have and said with a smile. This Star Master is not the kind of Star Master you think she is, it's just a title. So it's just a title. Yang Kai felt relieved. After all, in his understanding, any Star Master was a third-order origin king. And it seemed that only third-order origin kings were qualified to refine the star sources of stars. Luo Hai being able to become the Star Master of Green Mountain Star was nothing more than a stroke of luck, while Yang Kai becoming the Star Master of Shadowed Star was all thanks to Yang Yan's help. Luo Lan was just a first-order origin king, so if she could become a Star Master, it could only be said that she had a great opportunity. However, if it was just a title, then it was not a big deal. Any origin king sent by Sword Alliance to Azure Tree Star to manage everything here could be called a Star Master. This Star Master was just a position, a title, and did not have the convenience or advantages of a real Star Master. Little brother, you look very surprised. Have you met a Star Master before? Luo Lan had the keen intuition of a woman, and immediately inferred something from the change in Yang Kai's demeanor. And a few years ago, I was fortunate enough to meet Master Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star. Yang Kai explained casually. Luo Hai. Luo Lan murmured, a few years ago? It seems that little brother participated in the blood prison trial? Brother Yang, you even participated in the blood prison trial. Gu Jianxian was shocked as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. It seemed that Yang Kai's achievements were not just due to good luck. Gu Jianxian had learned from Yang Kai that he had been to the Emperor Garden when it opened, and he had also participated in the blood prison trial. To be able to escape unscathed from 2 danger zones in a row, one would not be able to rely on luck if one did not have some ability. Admirable, admirable, Gu Jianxian said sincerely as he cupped his fists, a look of admiration filling his face. Huh, Kai Yang's mouth twitched. Unfortunately, less than 2 years after the blood prison trial, Luo Hai seemed to have been killed. This matter shook the entire star territory, Luo Lan said faintly. This young master has also heard about this matter. I never imagined that a master like Luo Hai would be killed. I wonder who did it. Kai Yang remained silent, his face unperturbed. By the way, Auntie Lan, when I came here this time, I was ambushed by Li Minghai. Gu Jianxian changed the subject. What? Luo Lan's beautiful face paled. Were you injured? My injuries have been healed, and it was all thanks to Brother Yang's help. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape. Luo Lan glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. Although she did not know what had happened, since Gu Jianxian said that Yang Kai had helped them out of danger, she naturally would not question him. Wearing a serious expression, she said, Many thanks for little brother's help. This mistress will definitely repay this kindness. Senior is too polite. Brother Gu and I have become old friends at first sight. This is just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning, Yang Kai said modestly. A trivial matter. Luo Lan's expression became extremely strange. Being ambushed by an Origin King Realm Master was not a trivial matter. She could almost imagine what kind of amazing risk it was. If anything had gone wrong, Gu Jianxian would not be standing in front of her at this moment, but instead buried in some unknown corner of star territory. What about that bastard Li Minghai? Luo Lan turned her gaze to Gu Jianxian again. Her expression cold as murderous intent flashed across her beautiful eyes. He actually dared to do such a thing. There will be no place for him in star territory. He's dead. Gu Jianxian quickly said. Luo Lan's mouth fell open for a moment before she asked, "How did he die?" Gu Jianxian glanced over at Yang Kai. Luo Lan turned her surprised gaze towards him. Yang Kai smiled and said with a harmless look on his face, "While he and Brother Gu were fighting like a raging fire, I secretly attacked him." Luo Lan was suddenly rendered speechless, but after a long time, she suddenly smiled and said, "Little brother is truly hiding his strength." He was a little too complacent at the time. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing his casual expression, Luo Lan immediately knew that Yang Kai did not want to talk about this topic any longer, so she tactfully said, "Li Minghai courted his own death, so he can't blame others for it. However, young master was able to escape this time thanks to the help of a benefactor, so don't be so rash in the future." "I know." Gu Jianxian nodded solemnly. "And Auntie Lan, I brought Brother Yang here this time mainly because I wanted to talk to you about something." "What is it?" "Brother Yang wants to build a palace on Azure Tree Star, and needs an area of 100,000 kilometers. Auntie Lan, do you have a suitable location?" 100,000 kilometers. Luo Lan pondered for a moment before saying, "There are many places, but I don't know what kind of location little brother would prefer. How about this? Tomorrow I will have someone bring a map of Azure Tree Star for little brother to choose for himself." "Good, then I'll have to trouble Senior. Little brother doesn't need to be so polite. You saved young master's life, so 100,000 kilometer territory is nothing to Sword Union. Then this junior will take his leave first. I will disturb Senior again tomorrow." Yang Kai knew that Gu Jianxian had brought him here to meet with Luo Lan, so that they could discuss the 100,000 kilometer territory. They would definitely have some confidential matters to discuss next, so it would not be appropriate for him to stay. "I'll see you out." Gu Jianxian stretched out his hand and led Yang Kai out. Outside, a maidservant led Yang Kai to a certain room in the Azure Tree Palace to rest. After Yang Kai left, Luo Lan released her divine sense before reaching out and activating the many barriers in the room to ensure that no one could spy on them. Only then did she ask seriously, "Young master, that young man named Yang Kai, is he trustworthy?" "And according to my observations along the way, he has nothing to do with my sword union." Chapter 1746. "No." Luo Lan shook her head solemnly before glaring at Gu Jianxian. "What's wrong? Has Auntie Lan lived long? Is Auntie Lan old?" Gu Jianxian scratched his head awkwardly, but soon put on a serious expression and said, "Moreover, according to my observation, when he attacked and killed Li Minghai, he seemed to have used his space force." Luo Lan's attention was really diverted and she whispered, "Space force? He can use that kind of power to fight his enemy?" "More than that." Gu Jianxian recalled the scene at that time, his expression constantly changing as his voice gradually lowered. His attainments in the Tao of space seemed to have reached an unprecedented level. He was able to condense space force into a blade that could swallow and banish Li Minghai's body. Luo Lan could not help covering her mouth. "In short, I just want to make friends with this person, not offend him, so I'll have to ask Auntie Lan to pay more attention to him in the future. Don't worry, since he asked for 100,000 kilometers, there will always be opportunities to meet him in the future." Luo Lan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was very interested in Yang Kai. "And tell Auntie Lan about the battle between you and Li Minghai in detail. It's quite interesting." Sword Union moved quickly, or rather, Luo Lan's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai stayed in Azurewood Palace for a day, and on the second day, a servant suddenly came to report to Yang Kai that Luo Lan had invited him over to discuss something important. This immediately reminded Yang Kai of the 100,000 kilometer boundary. So he did not delay and left the room with the servant. Following the other party around the Azurewood Palace, after a short while, Yang Kai saw Gu Jianxian standing in a corridor in casual clothes, smiling and waving at him. Left sword servant Ling Yu and right sword servant An Xing stood behind him. "Brother Gu." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Is Brother Yang used to living here?" Gu Jianxian asked enthusiastically. Extremely. Yang Kai replied. That's good. This Gu was worried about not being a good host. Since Brother Yang is living here so comfortably, then I'll leave. Then I'm relieved. Yes, Senior Luo called me over because, just as you think. Gu Jianxian winked at Yang Kai before enthusiastically putting his arm around his shoulder and saying, "Come with me." Walking in the corridor. Soon, they arrived at the end of the path. Ahead of them was a curtain of light that prevented them from seeing the scenery in front of them clearly. It was like a curtain of water was blocking them. On the curtain of light, there were countless rice-sized talismans and patterns that swam back and forth like fish, appearing profound and complicated. Gu Jianxian ignored them completely and continued to move forward, instructing the left and right sword servants. You stay here. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without question. Yes. Ling Yu and Xing replied in unison, not moving forward. Gu Jianxian, on the other hand, took Yang Kai directly through the light curtain. His vision blurred, and Yang Kai found himself in another world. It was silent here, except for a huge spherical object. There was nothing else. The sphere was about 10 feet in diameter. On the surface of the sphere, there were some irregular patterns of earthy yellow, water blue, and green wood that intertwined with each other, forming the surface of the sphere. When Yang Kai arrived here, the spherical object was still rotating clockwise at a subtle speed. As for Luolan, she stood to the side and greeted with a smile, "Little brother." "Senior Luo." Yang Kai hurriedly returned the greeting, but his attention was soon attracted by the spherical object in front of him. The resources produced here are quite abundant, and the world energy here is relatively rich. There is also a peace city nearby, which can also belong to little brother. A city? Is that okay? Yang Kai asked in surprise. He just wanted a piece of land that was not too barren. He did not expect the other party to be willing to give him a city. It's not a big deal, it's just a city. Gu Jianxian grinned meaningfully. Yes, on the Azure Tree Star, there are at least 8,000 such cities. It is little brother's good fortune to have taken a fancy to it, Luolan said with a smile. Yang Kai did not know what Gu Jianxian had said to her yesterday, but Yang Kai felt that Luolan's attitude towards him had changed slightly today, as if she had become much more enthusiastic. If little brother is not satisfied with this place, then take a look here. Luolan waved her hand again, and the spherical object began to spin again. After coming to a stop, Luolan pointed to a certain place and said, "This place is also good. This queen has been there before. The scenery is beautiful, the people here are illustrious, and there are many beautiful women here." Seeing Yang Kai's indifferent appearance, Luolan immediately introduced the next place to him. After introducing 7 or 8 places in succession, Yang Kai still had no reaction. Strictly speaking, the places Luolan chose for Yang Kai were indeed quite good. The world energy here was extremely rich, and she had considered all aspects thoroughly. However, Yang Kai did not seem to be satisfied with any of them, causing Luolan to wonder what Yang Kai wanted. "Senior Luo, is there a suitable place on the sea?" Yang Kai saw that Luolan was about to introduce another place and quickly interrupted her. "The sea?" Luolan raised her brow and smiled. "So little brother wants to live across the sea. What do you think of this location?" Half an hour later, Yang Kai walked out of the mysterious place with a satisfied look on his face. After some investigation and comparison, he finally chose a place called Twin Shark Island. This place could be said to be 2 islands, but it could also be said to be one because they were connected to each other. Looking down from above, the 2 islands were like 2 sharks swimming side by side in the sea. The image was vivid and lifelike. This was why it was called Twin Shark Island. The area it occupied was in line with Yang Kai's requirements. Not too much and not too little, about 100,000 kilometers. 500,000 kilometers away from Twin Shark Island, there was also a city near the sea. This island was relatively remote on the Azure Tree Star. Luolan and Gu Jianxian didn't understand why Yang Kai chose such a place. After all, compared to the locations that Luolan had introduced to him before, Twin Shark Island didn't have any major advantages other than its good world energy. Yang Kai had given up what was close at hand to seek what was far away. So no matter how they looked at it, this was a losing deal. But since Yang Kai had agreed, they had nothing to say. As a result, Twin Shark Island would become Yang Kai's territory from now on. As long as Gu Jianxian's sect was still in charge of the Sword Union, no one could take Twin Shark Island from him. This was also Gu Jianxian's promise to Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not care too much about it. In any case, the territory was now in his hands, so if anyone dared to try and snatch it from him in the future, they would first have to consider whether they were strong enough. The next day, Yang Kai bid farewell to Luo Lan and Gu Jianxian, and prepared to set off for Twin Shark Island. Outside the Azure Tree Palace, Gu Jianxian said with some guilt, "Brother Yang, this Gu is unable to personally send you there. This time, I came to Azure Tree Star for an important matter, so I really can't spare any time." "Brother Gu, you don't need to be so polite. I know how to get to Twin Shark Island. Moreover, with Senior Luo's handwritten order and token, it will be very convenient to deal with matters there. Brother Gu, you don't need to worry about it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Gu Jianxian said, "That's good." He then smiled mysteriously. "However, Brother Yang, there are a few people who want to go to Twin Shark Island with you. I hope you won't refuse." When the figures of Yang Kai and the others appeared on the array, the leader of the cultivators responsible for guarding this place immediately stepped forward and looked them up and down before routinely asking, "What brings you to Twin Shark Island?" Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this person was just a third-order Saint King cultivator. The other cultivators responsible for guarding this place were also not very strong. From the strength of these cultivators, it could be inferred that the total strength of the entire Twin Shark Island should not be very strong. Yang Kai did not answer, and instead took out the token given to him by Luo Lan and waved it in front of the cultivator. "What is this?" The cultivator's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the object. "You don't know?" Yang Kai frowned. "And if you don't know, then forget it. What is the name of your island master, and where is he? Take me to him." The cultivator was shocked by Yang Kai's aggressive attitude. Although he did not know what the token represented, he could faintly guess that Yang Kai's background was not small. Immediately, he restrained his previous carelessness and replied suspiciously, "My island master is Zhu Liang. May I ask where these friends are from? And if you know the island master's master?" Yang Kai did not answer, but Yushi coldly snorted, "Is my young lord's identity something you can ask? Hurry up and lead the way." While speaking, she inadvertently released her shur, causing the cultivator's complexion to change drastically. Realizing that this man and 3 women were not people he could contend with, he hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and led the way. This was one of the benefits of having subordinates. Yushi could act like a bully, elevating Yang Kai's identity and status, thus eliminating some of the need for complex inquiries. Yang Kai cast a look of approval at Yushi, who pursed her lips into a smile. The strength of Twin Shark Island's island master, Zhu Liang, was not high. He was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. On such an isolated island, it was difficult for a powerful cultivator to appear. After Yang Kai showed the token and Luo Lan's order, Zhu Liang immediately submitted to Yang Kai and acknowledged him as his master. Taking over Twin Shark Island so smoothly made Yang Kai very satisfied. "And you will still be the island master in the future. You will manage Twin Shark Island the same way you used to manage it. I will not interfere. If there is anything you need to report, just tell Madame Yu and she will convey it to me." "Yes." Seemingly realizing that Yang Kai was easy to talk to, Zhu Liang gradually became less nervous. "Island Master Zhu. Subordinate is here." Zhu Liang quickly responded, "I dare not accept the title of Island Master. Master can just call Zhu Liang by name in the future." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Tell me about the situation of Twin Shark Island." "Yes." Zhu Liang pondered for a moment, seeming to be organizing his words. After a while he said, "Twin Shark Island covers an area of about 100,000 kilometers. The world energy on the island is quite good, but the resources it produces are somewhat lacking. Currently, the island has a permanent population of about 200,000 people. Their cultivations are generally not high. This subordinate is not talented, but although I am only a first-order origin returning realm, I can be considered the strongest on Twin Shark Island. In addition to this subordinate, there are 3 other first-order origin returning realm masters, who are the island's vice-island masters and elders. This subordinate has set up an elder council to jointly manage Twin Shark Island with several other elders. 500,000 kilometers east of Twin Shark Island, there is a city bordering the sea. My Twin Shark Island space array is connected to that city. To the west and south, there are several other islands several dozen to 1,000,000 kilometers away. The situation is roughly the same as Twin Shark Island. The relationship between these islands can be considered peaceful, with occasional exchanges. The biggest danger here is the sea beasts. Every time the sea beasts attack, many people will die, but with Master here, I think Twin Shark Island will be much safer in the future. While he was introducing Yang Kai, Zhu Liang also flattered him without leaving a trace. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Zhu Liang continued. The biggest output of Twin Shark Island and the nearby islands is the monster cores of sea beasts. Every year, many foreign cultivators come to Twin Shark Island to hunt for sea beasts. After half an hour of questioning, Yang Kai gained a slight understanding of Twin Shark Island's situation. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this place, which was very suitable for his next plan. However, he still needed to choose a place here before he could begin implementing his plan. Yang Kai decided to investigate it himself. After letting Zhu Liang leave, Yang Kai greeted Yu Shi and her 2 masters before flying his star shuttle alone and beginning to investigate the terrain of Twin Shark Island. This round of investigation took him 8 days to go around the entire Twin Shark Island. In the end, Yang Kai chose a territory in the southeast that was close to the sea and had good scenery. Most importantly, there was a large open space with few traces of any cultivator. Yang Kai found Zhu Liang again and asked him to recruit some cultivator from Twin Shark Island to build a palace for him. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't let others work for free and would pay them Saint Crystals as a reward. How could Zhu Liang not agree to such a good thing? Even if Yang Kai didn't pay him Saint Crystals, he would still do it for Yang Kai. Not to mention Yang Kai being so reasonable. There were 200,000 people on Twin Shark Island, so under Zhu Liang's orders, 1,000 of them were casually recruited and began to build the land chosen by Yang Kai. The speed at which the cultivator worked was naturally extremely fast, and in less than half a month, a magnificent palace covering an area of more than 10 kilometers was completed. Zhu Liang even added some furniture and decorations to the palace out of his own pocket. It wasn't until this time that Yang Kai took Yu Shi and her 2 masters to move in. The palace was very large, and with only 4 people living in it, it was extremely quiet. Yu Shi and her 2 masters didn't know why Yang Kai had built such a huge palace here, nor did they dare ask, so they just obediently followed Yang Kai and served him wholeheartedly. That night, Yang Kai called them to his room. What instructions does young lord have for calling us over? Yu Shi asked curiously. It's nothing important, sit down, Yang Kai gestured. After they were seated, Yang Kai said, since you have chosen to follow me in the future, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. I have a sect called High Heaven Sect, and I am the sect master. The headquarters of this sect is on a very distant cultivation star. Are you willing to join High Heaven Sect? The 3 masters and disciples glanced at each other before turning to Yang Kai and nodding almost without thinking. Naturally, we are willing. Good. Then from now on, you are also members of High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai smiled and said, the sect's headquarters is a long way from here, so I'm afraid you won't have a chance to visit it anytime soon. But rest assured, one day, I will take you there. High Heaven Sect will not be weak in the future. Chapter 1748. Next, Yang Kai inquired about the secret arts and artifacts Yu Shi and her 2 disciples cultivated. The 3 of them explained in detail, not concealing anything. In terms of secret arts, Yang Kai could not give them too much advice, and could only let them explore and cultivate on their own. As for artifacts, he was not stingy. Yuxi originally had 2 origin-grade artifacts, but both were origin-grade low rank. Although they could improve her combat power, it was still limited. Yang Kai gave his feather spirit arrow, and the array plate that sealed the spectral cloud array to Yuxi. With the improvement of his strength, these 2 artifacts had become somewhat useless to him. It was a pity to throw them away and useless to him. Needless to say, the feather spirit arrow was a powerful artifact. Once Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into it and activated it, it would release a powerful burst of power. Unfortunately, the Saint Qi stored in this artifact could only be used twice. After that, it would need to be recharged again. With Yang Kai's current means, he didn't need to use these artifacts when facing a third-order origin returning realm master. And if he encountered an origin king, the power of the feather spirit arrow would not be ideal. It was a perfect gift for Yuxi to enhance her strength. The same was true for the array plate that sealed the spectral cloud array, which was of little use to Yang Kai. However, if these 2 artifacts were given to Yuxi, they would greatly enhance her strength. With these 2 artifacts, Yushi's first-order origin returning realm cultivation would be enough to pose a life-threatening threat to a third-order cultivator. With these 2 artifacts in hand, Yuxi was overjoyed. Although she had Qin Wu Hui to look after her in Sword Union, she was also following Gu Jian Xian. But how could she have the opportunity to obtain such good things? Kai Yang's generosity and wealth made her secretly shocked, but at the same time pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai did not give He Zhao and He Miao any artifacts because the 2 sisters had just received an artifact reward from Qin Wu Hui. The 2 origin-grade mid-rank scimitar artifacts had been refined by them for a period of time, and had gradually figured out how to use them. When the 2 scimitars were combined into one, they could form a circular blade. The grade of this artifact was comparable to origin-grade high rank, and its lethality was astonishing. Something like a secret treasure. More was not always better. It had to be useful. Yang Kai handed the 2 origin condensing pills to He Zhao and He Miao. With their current situation, as long as they accumulated enough strength, they would be able to break through to the origin returning realm. Other than that, Yang Kai also gave the 3 of them a large number of saint crystals and pills for their cultivation. Thus he sent them off to cultivate in seclusion. Next, Yang Kai began to set up a super space array here, preparing to connect to the transit station he had left behind. He purposely chose the innermost palace as the location to set up the space array. With great familiarity, he refined all kinds of materials and engraved the formation, infusing spatial energy. In just a few days, a super space array was formed. The space spirit crystals in Yang Kai's hand had also been used up after he finished setting up the spirit array. The number of space spirit crystals was almost insufficient to meet the requirements of the spirit array, but fortunately, Yang Kai's luck was good and he didn't make any mistakes in his calculations, allowing him to complete the spirit array in the end. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai checked the situation of Yuxi and her 2 disciples, and found that they were still in retreat. Only then did Yang Kai insert some saint crystals into the spirit array and activate it. After another transit station, Yang Kai soon arrived at the Or Star. Especially for Yi Shiyin, she had been waiting for this day for a long time. When does Great Elder plan to leave? Yang Kai looked at Yi Shiyin and asked. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yi Shiyin shook her head and said, "I won't go for the time being." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before quickly responding, "Is it because of yang inflammation?" Yi Shiyin pursed her lips lightly. "If I really break through to the Origin King realm on Azure Tree Star, it will be difficult for me to stay on Shadowed Star for long. Temple Master Qian's condition is the best example. I think, after she wakes up, I can deal with my own affairs." "Is that so?" Yang Kai heard this and did not try to persuade her otherwise. Yi Shiyin had paid a lot for yang inflammation. Last time, she had the opportunity to leave Shadowed Star with Yang Kai, but because yang inflammation was still asleep, she chose to stay and guard him. This time, it was for the same reason. That's good. Yang Kai smiled again. In any case, with Great Elder's situation, as long as the time is right, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to break through to the Origin King realm. You think too highly of me. Yi Shiyan laughed self-deprecatingly. Since ancient times, the Origin King realm has always been the highest realm a cultivator can reach. Countless Origin returning realm cultivators have been stuck at this juncture, unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm for their entire lives. Even I am not completely confident. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, knowing that Yi Shiyan was being modest. If Yi Shiyan was not completely confident before, now that she was constantly absorbing the energy of the territory stone and comprehending the mysteries of the territory field, she had at least an 80% chance of successfully breaking through to the Origin King realm. In any case, I came back this time to tell you this news. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. As for when you will go to Azure Tree Star, you can decide for yourself. You don't need to worry about that. When the time comes, Great Elder, Brother Mo, and I will definitely organize a group of people to go to Azure Tree Star. Qian Tong chuckled from the side. How can we not seize such a good opportunity? Even if we break through to the Origin King realm and can't stay on Shadowed Star for long, it doesn't matter. In any case, as long as there is a space array, we can return to Shadowed Star at any time. Good. When you arrive there, someone will receive you. Yang Kai nodded. By the way, you have been mining here for so long. Have you found any space spirit crystal lodes? No. Qian Tong shook his head and said, this old master, Great Elder, and Brother Mo will go out from time to time to search for the location of mineral lodes. Although this or star is extremely rich, we have not found any space spirit crystal lodes. Yang Kai did not have high expectations. He had just asked about space spirit crystals casually, so now that he received a negative answer, he was not disappointed. Yang Kai did not stay on the Ore Star for long. After leaving some instructions, he returned to the palace on Azure Tree Star through the space array again. This round trip only took him half a day, so when he returned, Yuxi and her master and disciple trio were still in retreat. The next few days were uneventful. Zhu Liang had brought a few elders of Twin Shark Island to pay a visit. Their main purpose was to familiarize themselves with them. It wasn't a big deal. After all, Twin Shark Island was nominally Yang Kai's territory. In the future, they would have to rely on Yang Kai to survive, so how could they dare neglect him? Yang Kai did not pay much attention to the few First Order Origin returning realm cultivators, simply entertaining them a little before sending them away. Yang Kai was waiting for news from Sword Union. Chapter 1749. Why has Senior Luo come here in person? Yang Kai asked after inviting Luo Lan into the palace and settling her down in the reception room. Little brother is young master's friend, so this queen should come here in person. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled. Why am I not welcome? How could I dare? Senior's presence brings light to my humble abode. Yang Kai laughed. As the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. He did not believe that someone like Luo Lan would come here to enjoy the scenery. As for the reason she gave, it was not a good one. He just had a material transaction with Sword Union, so Luo Lan could have just sent someone to deal with such a trivial matter. Why would she need to come here in person? Yang Kai faintly realized that Luo Lan should have some other purpose for coming here, but since she did not intend to say anything, he pretended not to know. Your place is very quiet, Luo Lan said as she looked around. Luo Lan turned her head and looked around. In this 10-kilometer palace, only Yang Kai, Yuxi and her master and disciple lived here while Yuxi and her master and disciple were in retreat. It could be said that in the entire palace, only Yang Kai would occasionally walk around. Usually, the temporary residence was indeed quiet and peaceful. Why didn't you ask Zhu Liang to send some servants? Luo Lan asked with seemingly concern. Yang Kai chuckled and said, there's no need for that. I can handle everything myself. Why would I need servants? Indeed, it's better to be quiet, Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan smiled and suddenly said, and these are the space spirit crystals little brother needs, although this queen has already sent people to collect them. Although this queen has already asked for space spirit crystals, you should know that they are still very rare. I don't know if this amount can meet your requirements." Saying so, Luolan took out a space ring and, with a flick of her finger, sent it flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it before releasing his divine sense to investigate it, his brow furrowing slightly. Luolan observed his expression and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? With so many space spirit crystals, does little brother still think it's too little?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He nodded and said, "Not much." Luolan asked solemnly, "What do you need so many space spirit crystals for? Besides being used to refine space rings, this thing doesn't seem to have any other use, right?" Yang Kai chuckled but did not answer. Luolan also seemed to realize that she had asked something she shouldn't have and said apologetically, "This queen is just a little curious, you don't have to mind it." "Well, why don't you wait a little longer? I'll send a message to the home planet. Do you want them to help you collect them?" "In that case, how long will it take?" Yang Kai asked. "The home star isn't close to here, so even if we can collect enough space spirit crystals and send them here, it will take at least a year, but I don't know how many space spirit crystals we can collect there." "Forget it then." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. In a sense, the number of space spirit crystals Luolan had brought this time was not small. However, there was not much demand for Yang Kai, because these space spirit crystals were only enough to arrange a single cross-cultivation star space array, not enough to meet his needs. If he wanted to connect Tongxian Realm and Shadowed Star, he would need to arrange at least 2 or 3 space arrays to act as transits. Space spirit crystals are extremely difficult to form. Generally speaking, space spirit crystals appear as associated ores in rare quantities. However, at that time, it may require many origin kings to join forces to perform a secret technique. "Let's wait there first, and when the time is right, we can enter," Luolan explained to Yang Kai as she led him around the starship. "Do you know all the origin kings who enter there?" Yang Kai asked. "I know some of them, and even if I don't know some of them, I've at least heard their names. However, I don't know who will enter this time. The time it takes to enter the Lost World is uncertain, so only those who have received news and hope to make a breakthrough will take the risk to enter." Luolan stopped in front of a room and said, "You can live here for the time being. If you need anything, just let me know. It will take us about a month to reach that place." Yang Kai nodded, pushed open the door, and entered. After entering the room, Yang Kai walked over to the bed, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. A month passed uneventfully as Yang Kai spent it in meditation. During this time, Luolan did not come to find him, and the other Sword Union cultivator did not disturb him. It was not until a month later that Yang Kai felt the starship stop. Luolan's voice sounded outside at the right time, "Yang Kai." Yang Kai's figure flickered and he arrived at the door, opened it, and nodded lightly to Luolan before the two walked out. The starship's hatch opened and the two turned into streams of light as they rushed out. After the two left, the starship sailed again and returned the way it came. Standing in the air, Luolan looked left and right to identify where she was before saying, "Come with me." After saying so, she summoned her star shuttle and led the way with Yang Kai following closely behind. 2 streams of light, one in front and one behind, flew like lightning through the vast star territory. Yang Kai remained silent as he followed closely behind Luolan, avoiding the meteorites and storms in the star field that were everywhere in the star field. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly saw a vast expanse of white light in front of him. He looked up and saw a round object floating in the void at an unknown distance, emitting a dazzling light. Even from a long distance, Yang Kai could feel the fluctuations of space force coming from there. "That's..." Yang Kai turned to look at Luolan. "That's the entrance." After seeing the scene in front of them, Luolan's expression also relaxed. "It seems we came early. The entrance has not stabilized yet, and cannot be opened for the time being. The fluctuations of Space Force are quite chaotic. Yang Kai muttered to himself. You can feel it? Luo Lan looked at him in surprise. You know I'm proficient in the Tao of space, so why can't you feel it? Yang Kai chuckled. Luo Lan's eyes lit up. Bringing you here was a wise choice. At this distance, I can only feel that the other side is very dangerous. Even if a third-order origin king tried to force their way in, I'm afraid they would be crushed to pieces. It seemed that the other party was definitely from the faction of Sword Union's Vice-Union Master, otherwise, Luo Lan would not treat him so coldly. The cultivator surnamed Cui stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, like a poisonous snake, his eyelids opening and closing as he asked, Who is this boy to Elder Luo? Why has this old master never seen him before? Did Elder Luo bring him here because she wants him to gain something in the severed world? Or is she expecting him to break through to the Origin King realm? Chapter 1751. Do I need to tell you about my relationship with him? Elder Cui, aren't you talking too much? Luo Lan looked at the other party in disgust. The cultivator surnamed Cui chuckled meaningfully. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Why be so overbearing? Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai gloomily and said in a creepy tone, Boy, the severed world is very dangerous, don't die there. Yang Kai glanced at him with a cold expression, not showing any intention of answering. This made the cultivator surnamed Cui very angry. Luo Lan giving him face in public was one thing. After all, they were both Sword Union elders and their strength was not any worse, but Yang Kai, a trivial third-order origin returning realm cultivator, daring to act so arrogantly, naturally gave him an excuse to vent his anger. However, before he could attack Yang Kai, a cold snort came from not far away. What a joke. If there is an internal dispute in your Sword Union, you should resolve it quickly. What's the point of bringing it here? Do you want this old master to act as a referee and have the two of you fight first? The winner stays and the loser scrums. The speaker wore a dark purple robe and had a resolute face. His expression was dignified, and he exuded an oppressive aura. The cultivator surnamed Cui and Luo Lan heard this, and their expressions changed slightly. Luo Lan smiled awkwardly. This mistress didn't mean to embarrass herself, Sir, and I. The cultivator surnamed Cui also chuckled. Sir, and I doesn't need to take it to heart. I was just joking with Elder Luo. Sir, and I coldly snorted, not putting Luo Lan and the cultivator surnamed Cui in his eyes at all, coldly saying, If that's the case, then be quiet. Don't disturb this old master. Luo Lan and the cultivator surnamed Cui both looked embarrassed and fell silent. However, the cultivator surnamed Cui still stared coldly at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to commit Yang Kai's appearance to memory. He had just arrived here and was being targeted by an origin king for no reason, which put Yang Kai in a very bad mood. That guy's name is Cui Hong, an elder of my Sword Union who is a sworn friend of Li Ming Hai. They were all from the Vice Alliance Masters faction. When we enter the severed world, you must be careful and don't leave my side. If he doesn't dare to deal with me directly, he'll definitely target you. Luo Lan's voice quietly entered Yang Kai's ears. She explained to him. Yang Kai nodded subtly. He also quietly asked, Who is Mr. Anai? You all seem to be very afraid. His name is Enai Guang. He's from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Luo Lan replied. He's a second-order origin king. Do you think Cui Hong and I wouldn't fear him? I see. Yang Kai understood. He raised his head and looked at Enai Guang. Coincidentally, he met the gaze of someone beside Enai Guang. Yang Kai was stunned. The owner of this gaze had a smile on his face, and a strange light flashed across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest. Yang Kai's expression became bitter, and he almost cursed out loud. Quickly averting his gaze, he lowered his head and covered half of his face with his hand while muttering in his heart, You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Obviously, he was deceiving himself. After arriving here with Luo Lan, Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to the cultivator who had arrived here first. It was not until now that he noticed an old acquaintance standing next to Enai Guang. This man was handsome, tall, and had skin that was fairer than a woman's, as if it could be broken by a gentle breeze. A modest smile hung on his face, one that was enough to drive any woman crazy. Even men would stare at him for a while. He held a folding fan in his hand and appeared elegant and elegant. The exchange of glances between the two naturally could not be hidden from the Origin King's present. Luo Lan looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Do you know that young man? Do you know who he is?" "I know him," Yang Kai nodded. Luo Lan was stunned. "Do you have such a wide range of contacts?" Luo Lan had only heard of the famous Shuiyu third young master, but had never seen him before. She was able to recognize Shuiyu at a glance, because Enai Guang's attitude towards her seemed to be very modest. Enai Guang was a powerful master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, yet he was so modest towards a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Besides Shuiyu, who else could make him act so? Ordinary origin returning realm cultivators were not even qualified to meet him. Standing beside him would only be a yes man. Moreover, Shuiyu's appearance was just as the rumors said, enough to charm thousands of people, men, women, old and young alike. Even a master like Luo Lan could not help glancing at Shuiyu a few times after seeing her. "Are you friends?" Luo Lan asked again. "Haha." Yang Kai did not know how to answer this question and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have some disputes with her." Disputes? Luo Lan's heart sank, subconsciously thinking that there was some kind of hatred between Yang Kai and Shuiyu. If this was the case, her situation would not be good. While the two were whispering, Enai Guang and Shuiyu also seemed to be talking about something. As the two of them talked, Enai Guang kept glancing over at Yang Kai, seemingly very interested in him. Yang Kai secretly cursed in his heart. He did not know what Shuiyu had said to Enai Guang, but if she spoke ill of him behind his back, Enai Guang would likely attack him here. Thinking so, Yang Kai secretly told Luo Lan to run away as soon as the situation turned bad, and not to think about the severed world anymore. How could Luo Lan dare not agree? At the same time, she also regretted dragging Yang Kai here. If she had been alone, although the danger would have been greatly increased, she would not have been targeted before she even entered. If it was just Cui Hong, she was not afraid, but Enai Guang was different. A second-order origin king was enough to force Luo Lan to retreat. On the other side, the conversation between Enai Guang and Shuiyu seemed to have come to an end. The second-order origin king stared at Yang Kai with piercing eyes, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him as he stared at Shuiyu silently. Shuiyu smiled innocently as she opened the folding fan in her hand and gently waved it twice, putting on the image of a refined young man. During her confrontation with Yang Kai, Shuiyu had rarely seen Yang Kai suffer, but now, with the help of Enai Guang's power, Yang Kai was unable to speak, causing Shuiyu great joy. "Young man, do you want to come to this old master's place?" Enai Guang suddenly asked. As soon as this statement came out, the origin kings scattered around all looked startled and turned strange looks towards Yang Kai, sizing him up. No one knew why Enai Guang would suddenly invite a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and why this cultivator had come with Luo Lan of Sword Union. This was a clear attempt to poach Yang Kai, making it difficult for everyone to understand. If Yang Kai's strength was comparable to Enai Guang's, then it was understandable that Enai Guang wanted to form an alliance to explore the severed world together. However, Yang Kai was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so what kind of ability did he have to attract Enai Guang's attention? Yang Kai also did not expect things to develop like this. He had thought that Shuiyu would speak ill of him in front of Enai Guang so Enai Guang would teach him a lesson. So when Enai Guang sent out this invitation, he was also stunned and shot a suspicious glance toward Shuiyu, wondering what she was up to. Shuiyu smiled smugly, still waving the folding fan in her hand, as if she had come here to enjoy the scenery, the expression on her face inscrutable. Hateful woman. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Why would I fall in love with a shameless guy like you? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he rubbed his chin and pondered. His serious and focused appearance caused Shui Yu's heart to skip a beat, thinking that her words had hurt Yang Kai's self-esteem, and she couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said in a serious tone, "Shouldn't women have special feelings for their first man? Am I wrong? Who is your first man?" Shui Yu grit her teeth and roared word by word. "Although there hasn't been any substantial progress between you and me, at the very least, we've had skin-to-skin contact and treated each other honestly." Before Yang Kai finished speaking, his face changed and he stretched out his hand to grab at the void in front of him. From the void, a surge of Saint Qi suddenly erupted as Shui Yu's hand wrapped in a deathly aura reached out towards him. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body trembled, but he also took this opportunity to grab Shui Yu's small hand, and with a twist of his body he leapt behind her and wrapped his arms around her neck, restraining her movements. Shui Yu still wanted to struggle, but Yang Kai moved like a bolt of lightning and grabbed her other hand. In an instant, Shui Yu was subdued. Her face changed slightly as she whispered, "You're so strong now? Don't look down on me, beauty." Yang Kai blew into her ear and held her tightly. "Also, it's not good to fight as soon as we meet. Let go." Shui Yu bit her thin lip lightly. The hot breath in her ear made her itch all over, and the body pressed against her back also gave her an astonishing amount of heat, instantly reminding Shui Yu of all the things that had happened with Yang Kai on that dead star. Every time she thought about it, she would feel hot all over. "Don't be like this." Shui Yu struggled for a while but found that she couldn't break free from Yang Kai's grip, her voice lowering as she asked, "If someone saw this, how would I explain it?" Yang Kai stared at her red earlobes and laughed maniacally. "Your mouth says you don't want to, but your body is quite honest." These ambiguous words made Shui Yu feel even more ashamed. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her tone and said, "Don't make trouble. If you let go of me, I promise I won't do anything to you." Yang Kai thought about it seriously for a while before nodding. Good. Shui Yu's attack just now had no murderous intent, so obviously she didn't really want to take his life. Of course, Yang Kai didn't take this to heart. As he spoke, he released Shui Yu's hands. The moment she was free, Shui Yu leapt forward several dozen meters, quickly opening up some distance between her and Yang Kai, gritting her teeth as she glared at him with an expression that said she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. After a while, Shui Yu straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes, and with this action, her mood gradually calmed down. "Tell me, what is your purpose?" Yang Kai's expression was extremely serious, completely different from his previous vulgar self. Shui Yu felt quite uncomfortable. "Why did you ask Anai Guang to invite me for no reason?" "It's for your own good. You don't believe me?" Shui Yu raised her brow. "You really do like me," Yang Kai said solemnly. "Shameless." Yang Kai laughed. "I was just joking. Don't get so worked up." Shui Yu took a few deep breaths before doing her best to speak in a calm tone. "Last time in the Emperor Garden, the transaction between you and me was not completed yet. Did you forget?" Chapter 1753. A deal? Yang Kai frowned. "What kind of deal? You haven't really forgotten, have you?" Shui Yu looked at him and sneered. "So that's how it is. It seems that you were too busy flirting with that dragon lady from Monster Star to remember what I said." Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. "Why do I smell a sour scent?" "Stop pestering me," Shui Yu shouted angrily. "But how do you know she's from Monster Star? Did you inquire about her later?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. "So what if I did?" Shui Yu raised her chin slightly and coldly snorted. "That shameless dragon lady, besides being from Monster Star, where else could she have come from?" "I really did inquire about her." Yang Kai muttered to himself. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. I remember the deal you mentioned." "Good. What about that thing?" "You mean the thing inside the stone tablet?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. He naturally remembered the scene at that time, and also remembered the deal he made with Shui Yu. Shuiyu said at that time that as long as he gave her the stone tablet inside the stone tablet, all grievances between her and Yang Kai would be written off, and she would never bother him again. At that time, Yang Kai also agreed, but before he could hand over the stone tablet to Shuiyu, the Emperor Garden closed without warning, causing the transaction to fail. Later, Yang Kai learned that the stone tablet contained a shocking secret technique, the star refining art. This was a supreme secret technique that allowed a cultivator to become a star's star master by refining their star essence. Little senior sister Xia Ningchang was able to refine Tongxian Realm star essence as a Saint King Realm cultivator, not only because Tongxian Realm was on the verge of collapse, but also because of the star refining art. Otherwise, with Xia Ningchang's cultivation at the time, she may not have been able to successfully refine Tongxian Realm's star essence and become the star master of Tongxian Realm. This secret technique was undoubtedly enough to shock the entire star territory. The value of a secret technique that allowed the masters of Tongxian Realm to set off a sea of blood was immeasurable. Shuiyu did not know about the star refining art, but Yang Kai did. So naturally she could not easily, even if the other party was Shuiyu. Was the relationship between Shuiyu art and Yu? Shuiyu. Was you Shuiyu, of course. I don't know. Shuiyu shook her head. Shuiyu's father was naturally President Aio of Hongluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had heard a lot about this master of Manxing's territory. It was just that Yang Kai had never seen him before. He knew that Aio was a second-order origin king, but had never been able to break through to the third order. Even so, Aio, who had the backing of Hongluo Chamber of Commerce, was not in existence to be underestimated. Yes, that's why I hope you can give me the stone tablet. Let me give it to my father. Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. How can you be so sure that the things recorded in that book will allow your father to break through to the third order? You don't even know what that thing is for. Shuiyu smiled and said, My Hongluo Chamber of Commerce has existed for so many years, so there is always some information that others don't know about. There is no need to tell you about this. Yang Kai nodded. He began to ponder. In a sense, Shuiyu was right. The star refining art might really be the key to Aio's breakthrough to the third order. After all, with Aio's identity and heritage as a veteran origin king, coupled with the star refining art, it was not impossible for him to refine the star source of a cultivation star. As if confirming Yang Kai's statement, when Shuiyu was secretly observing the other party, a strange cackle rang out from the mass of black qi, one that was extremely harsh to the ears. Shuiyu couldn't help turning pale. This person is very dangerous, don't provoke him. And Guang suddenly opened his eyes and said softly, his expression serious. Uncle and what is the origin of this person? Shuiyu asked. I don't know. And Guang shook his head. Among the origin kings I know of, none of them match this person. However, this old master can feel that he is very strong, perhaps not inferior to this old master. So he is also a second-order origin king? This old master can't judge whether he is a second-order origin king or not, unless we fight him, and Guang slowly said. In any case, don't provoke him. This person's aura is extremely sinister, so he should be cultivating some kind of evil secret art. I understand. Shuiyu nodded obediently. Next, in order to prevent Yang Kai from provoking someone he shouldn't, Shuiyu carefully introduced him to the origins and identities of the origin kings present. There were more than a dozen people present, and Shuiyu knew about 80% of them. Occasionally, there were 2 or 3 she didn't know, but she could still make some guesses. Yang Kai memorized the appearances and identities of these people one by one in preparation for emergencies. Outside the entrance, everyone waited quietly. From time to time, a new origin king would arrive, find a place to rest, and close their eyes to rest. About 3 days later, in the distant star field, a bright stream of light suddenly appeared. This stream of light glowed purple and was extremely dazzling. When this purple light appeared, Guang opened his eyes and stared deeply in the direction this purple light had come from, coldly snorting. That old fart actually came. He seemed to be able to see the identity of this person at a glance. But that's fine, since he's here, it's enough, Enai Guang said again. The aura contained in this purple light was extremely powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to Enai Guang's, so it was obvious this person was a second-order origin king. Noticing this, the expressions of the first-order origin kings who had arrived here before changed slightly. Only the figure wrapped in black, Qi continued to laugh strangely. Although he didn't seem to care, his laughter was hair-raising. After a while, the purple light arrived in front of everyone and dissipated, revealing two figures wrapped in it. Both of them were tall and sturdy, looking as if they were carved from the same mold. They also had long purple hair that draped over their shoulders, looking confident and unruly, as if they were independent of each other. The two of them looked like brothers. But if one observed carefully, they would find that this was not the case, because the cultivation gap between the two was very big. One of them was a second-order origin king while the other was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The same realm as Shuiyu and Yang Kai. After their figures appeared, the two men's eyes narrowed as they looked around before focusing their attention on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's side. Enai Guang and the second-order origin king stared at each other. Shuiyu and the third-order origin returning realm cultivator's eyes met. Neither of them showed weakness. Neither of them flinched, each of them wearing a calm expression. Ha ha! A heaven-shaking laughter rang out as the purple-haired second-order origin king laughed, looking extremely forthright. I've made everyone wait. This old master came a little late. No one was waiting for you, Zilong. You still like to think too highly of yourself. Enai Guang sneered. Is that so? I thought brother and I couldn't wait for me to come. Zilong grinned meaningfully. Seeing her make such a choice, Enai Guang didn't show too much surprise. In that case, let's go together. And Elder Luo, what is the main purpose of your visit this time? Luo Lan glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips into a smile. No special purpose, just leave it to fate. She didn't dare to say anything about the shocking void beast, otherwise with Enai Guang's shrewdness, he would definitely infer something. Time flew by, and Yang Kai was now 18 years old. His father, Yang Yingfeng, and mother, Dong Suzhu, arranged a marriage for him. The other party was a woman from his mother's family, so they could be considered a good match. Yang Kai didn't have much choice. His persistent pursuit of the martial Dao didn't bring him much harvest. As a member of the Yang family, when one reached a certain age, they had to make contributions to the Yang family. At the very least, they had to reproduce and maintain the Yang family's prosperity. He married the woman and had a child. During the day, he worked hard for some of the Yang family's businesses, and at night he returned to his mansion to enjoy the happiness of his family. His wife was obedient to him, and his children were also well behaved. This was a very happy family. But a certain part of Kai Yang's heart had been restless for a long time. He felt that his life shouldn't be like this. He should have another opportunity, another earth-shattering achievement. He tried to dispel these absurd thoughts, but found that these thoughts were like wine in a cellar. The more he hid them, the stronger they became. Not only could he not dispel them, but they also wanted to burst out all the time. Instead, it was replaced by a glint of light as he sneered. Even those guys who are preparing to cry at my funeral, shouldn't they also rush in and give me a good scolding? Shouldn't they be telling me off for the past few years, so that I can die with grievances? How could you? The old woman's face was extremely pale. Why couldn't I notice? As early as 30 years ago, I already noticed. This is not real. I remember everything I should remember. Since you noticed, why are you still so cooperative? The old woman's face became fierce. Haha. Yang Kai smiled and sat up straight on the bed, hesitating for a moment before saying, because this life is something I have never experienced before. Since I have this opportunity, of course I want to experience it. This can also temper my state of mind, isn't it? The familiar and strange faces that constantly flashed in Yang Kai's mind, the words that constantly rang in his ears, finally made him remember everything from several decades ago in this illusion. At that time, Kai Yang was shocked. He didn't know when he was hit, nor did he notice the existence of any enemy. He remembered that he was protecting Luolan and Enai Guang with Shuiyu, and there was no trace of any enemy around. This situation was too strange. This meant that the unknown enemy's spiritual energy was unimaginably powerful and could invade his knowledge, see without him knowing, tamper with his memories, and influence his thinking, making him forget everything he should remember, and instead believe in this distorted life. So he didn't rush to act. Firstly, he didn't know who the enemy was, so it might not be appropriate to act rashly. Secondly, as he said, this life was something he had never experienced before, so it was really good. Of course, if this wife who had accompanied him all his life could remain calm until the end and send him off, that would be the best. But at the last moment, she wanted to destroy Yang Kai's rare and precious experience, making him feel despair. A person would always only have one life. A second life was just an extravagant hope, and reincarnation was ethereal and unreliable. Even if reincarnation really existed, who could reincarnate with the memories of their previous life and become a new person? Yang Kai had experienced it once, although it was only a short 70 years. When his voice fell, the group of crying children and grandchildren outside stopped their meaningless cries. Then, there was a burst of ghostly wailing and wolf howling, which made one's hair stand on end. The old woman sneered. Do you think you can sit back and relax after seeing through this illusion? You think too highly of yourself. If you had uncovered it earlier, you might have been able to escape this place. However, in your mind so much time has passed. Now you will never be able to escape this place. Your divine soul will only sink in this place forever. Is that so? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he grinned meaningfully. It seems that you don't have any ability to directly attack, and can only influence others by manipulating their memories. This sentence obviously exposed the old woman's ability, causing her face to change dramatically. After all, if she had the ability to directly attack, judging from the current situation, the old woman would definitely not have waited for death, and would have attacked long ago. On the contrary, her fierce roar betrayed her lack of confidence. Fine, let's stop here, but I still want to thank you. The experience of this life has really steadied my mind, and made me more confident about breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai smiled lightly. His problem was that his strength had improved too quickly. Since he began cultivating, he had reached the Third Order Origin Returning realm in less than 40 years. Great strength required a corresponding temperament and cultivation in order to be enslaved. Otherwise, it was very likely that one would become the demon race in the process of cultivation. This was his shortcoming. However, the experience this time had made up for this deficiency. No matter how much time had passed in the outside world, his mind had spent at least 70 years in this place. The cultivation of his temperament that he had accumulated was enough to satisfy the requirements of his own realm. He really wanted to thank the other party for giving him such an opportunity. This alone was enough to make this trip worthwhile. Even if he gained nothing in the following experience, it didn't matter. Yang Kai planned to find a place to break through to the Origin King realm after leaving the Severed World, and he had already chosen that place in his heart. He already had great confidence in breaking through to the Origin King realm, and with this experience he believed that when the time came, it would be a piece of cake. As Yang Kai's voice fell, the uneasy old woman across from him was speechless. Suddenly, her appearance underwent a huge change, and she transformed into a mass of black qi. From this mass of black qi, a terrifying roar rang out, and she rushed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, outside the room, There was also a lot of black chi that rushed towards Yang Kai with bared fangs and claws. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he opened his eyes and activated his Demon Eye of Annihilation. The Demon Eye of Annihilation had the ability to see through illusions, and was the biggest nemesis of this kind of illusion. As soon as the Demon Eye was activated, the entire world began to collapse, like a broken mirror. This room, the entire Yang Mansion, and even the entire central capital began to shatter. The mass of black chi that rushed towards Yang Kai did not harm him in the slightest. Just as he had guessed before, these black chi did not have any direct means of attack. All they did was trigger the negative emotions in the hearts of those who fell into the illusion. The black chi passed through Yang Kai's body and disappeared. In an instant, the illusion was broken. Yang Kai returned to the real world. Before he could react though, a cold wind suddenly blew from behind him. Hurriedly, Yang Kai rolled forward, avoiding the attack from behind, and after stabilizing his footing, he turned his head to look back. He saw the same black shadow that he had seen in the illusion. However, this black shadow was in the shape of a human. It had no facial features, only 4 limbs and a shape. It seemed that the previous illusion was all caused by this black chi. Something Yang Kai immediately understood. At this moment, the black chi seemed to have suffered some serious damage. After all, it had used a secret technique to drag Yang Kai into the illusion. And now that this secret technique had been broken, it had also suffered some damage. Roaring, the black chi pounced towards Yang Kai again. Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a golden blood thread to cut towards the other party. But unexpectedly, the golden blood thread had no effect on the black chi and passed directly through its body, failing to cause any effective damage. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his Saint Chi as he sent out a heaven-covering hand. The huge palm covered the black chi's body, but was unable to affect it in the slightest. After a brief moment of hesitation, the black chi had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. Golden blood threads are useless. Saint Chi's secret technique is useless. It seems, only soul attacks are useful against you. Yang Kai sneered again and again, standing in place without moving. In his left eye, the image of a budding lotus flower suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, they had formed an incomparably huge black shadow. Furthermore, with the addition of the smaller black shadows, this huge black shadow was still continuing to grow in size. Its head seemed to touch the sky while its feet touched the ground. This posture alone gave off a strong sense of oppression. After only 3 breaths of time, this huge dark shadow took shape. Chapter 1758. As soon as the huge shadow took shape, it waved its 2 long arms and lashed out from below like 2 pitch-black whips. Its attack was ferocious, and it was as fast as lightning. Feeling the terrifying power contained in these 2 attacks, Luolan, who was guarding the rear, paled and without hesitation, bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The hiltless long sword in her hand glowed brilliantly, and transformed into a giant sword that slashed down fiercely. In a silent collision, the 2 arms of the black shadow were blocked for a moment while Luolan's artifact sword was also sent flying. The attacks of the merged black shadow were countless times stronger than those of the small black shadows. Soul-type artifacts were driven by spiritual energy, so although their power was unpredictable, if they were damaged their soul would be affected as well. So the moment the long sword was knocked away, Luolan's pretty face paled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with her powerful Origin King realm cultivation, she had been injured in a single blow. Everyone clearly realized the power of these strange black shadows at this moment. Fortunately, at this time, the 4 of them had already escaped from the ground and flew high up into the sky. None of them dared to look back, nor did they dare to linger, simply continuing to fly upwards. From the depths of the gully, a shocking roar rang out and 2 huge black arms stretched out from the ground. spreading out their 10 fingers and transforming them into giant demonic claws that grabbed towards the 4 people. However, the distance between the 2 giant palms and Luolan seemed to be insufficient. When the 2 giant palms were a few dozen meters away, they grabbed nothing but air. In the next moment, the 2 giant palms slowly retracted, and the howling that had filled everyone's ears gradually subsided, restoring peace to the world once again. Enai Guang, who was leading the group, slowed down and eventually stopped midair, looking down thoughtfully. These things don't seem to want to chase us. Yang Kai also noticed the problem. It seems so. Enai Guang nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view. But we still can't lower our guard. It's best to leave this place first. The other 3 nodded quickly and followed behind Enai Guang, continuing to fly away. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 of them landed in a safe position again. Although the surrounding area was still desolate, there were no longer any crisscrossing gullies, so after confirming that there was really no danger around, the 4 of them stopped and rested for a while. Even though the crisis that they had faced earlier had been resolved, they still felt a lingering fear in their hearts, because the attack they encountered this time was simply impossible to guard against. After all, before entering the underground trench, everyone had checked their surroundings. Even with 2 Origin Kings guarding them, they still could not avoid being attacked, which was a bit unbelievable. Elder Luo, how are your injuries? Enai Guang looked at the pale Luolan and asked. Luolan frowned and sensed for a moment before replying. It's nothing serious. It's just that my soul is a little unstable. That's good. Enai Guang also breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that with his second-order Origin King cultivation, he would not be able to escape. Even if his journey in the Severed World was not smooth sailing, it was impossible for him to encounter any fatal threats. But after experiencing such an experience, Yang Kai did not dare to think so. If it weren't for Yang Kai's help, he didn't know how long he would have been trapped in the illusion. Perhaps he wouldn't have been able to wake up even if his body had withered. At that time, his soul would definitely be destroyed. Uncle and I, what were those things? Shuiyu asked with some lingering fear. If Yang Kai heard this, he would definitely pale in shock because he didn't know who this Origin King Realm Master was. But from his words, it wasn't difficult to infer that this person obviously knew him, and was very concerned about him. Chapter 1759. Oh. This man paused for a while before suddenly seeming to have discovered something. Turning his eyes towards the gully below, he swept it with his divine sense for a while before letting out a laugh and saying, "So there's such a thing here. Although I don't know what you are useful to this old master. Fine, I'll capture you first." As he spoke, he leaped directly into the underground gully. As soon as he landed, countless small black shadows rushed out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards him. This man showed no fear and instead roared excitedly, "Haha, good, good." As he spoke, he suddenly took out a large black banner. Instantly, the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves came out from the banner. The sound was so sharp that it actually covered up the pitch of the black shadows underground. On the black banner, there were many struggling human faces. They were twisting their faces and screaming with their mouths open. This man formed a series of hand seals and poured his Saint Chi into the black banner as he shouted, "Go!" In the next moment, the black banner transformed into a black curtain that blotted out the sky and descended. All the small black shadows that rushed over seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis, and were swallowed up by this black banner. As this process continued, the aura emitted by this black banner grew stronger and stronger, and its color became darker and darker. It seemed to be able to devour everything, including light. The terrifying devouring power of this black banner obviously caused these black shadows to panic, and soon, they began to merge and grow, just like when Yang Kai and the others had fled just now, attempting to unite to resist this black banner. Seeing this scene, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in black chi not only did not panic, but instead showed a look of excitement as he muttered. You actually have such ability? Good, good, good. This king's 10,000 soul banner will be greatly supplemented, ha 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 ha. Laughing loudly, he stretched out his hand and pointed, causing the black curtain that blotted out the sky to suddenly distort and squirm. Immediately after, it transformed into a huge and terrifying human face. That face was ferocious and terrifying, and there were countless pairs of eyes on it. Each of the eyes reflected a dazzling divine light, and the divine light contained an incredible power. In addition, this face also had a bloody maw. From this maw, a violent and strange roar rang out. It opened its huge mouth, which was actually larger than a human face, and bit down viciously at the human-shaped shadow that was converging below. The gigantic black shadow formed from countless small black shadows naturally wouldn't resign itself to its fate. Its two pitch-black, whip-like hands swung in an attempt to block the 10,000 soul banner's attack. In that instant, sand and stones were flying everywhere in the underground ravine. It was a complete mess. But it was still futile. The 10,000 soul banner was not afraid of the huge black figure's attack. It forcefully pounced forward and bit the huge black figure. Then, it raised its head and swallowed the huge black figure like a bird swallowing food. Vaguely, a sorrowful wail came from within the face. The terrifying human face formed by the 10,000 soul banner revealed a satisfied expression. The countless eyes on the face were flickering with excitement. Burp. It even gave a very vivid burp. The moment the huge black shadow was swallowed up, the remaining fishes that had escaped into the surrounding crevices, not daring to show themselves again. They seemed to have realized that the 10,000 soul banner was their nemesis. There was no way to resist it. Seeing this, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in black chi waved his hand reluctantly, and the 10,000 soul banner reappeared and flew back into his hand. On the surface, the 10,000 soul banner had not changed much compared to before, but the evil it exuded was obviously stronger. Ahahaha. The Origin King Realm Master let out a creepy laugh as he played with his artifact. Nodding repeatedly, he muttered, not bad at all. We've only just entered and we've already obtained such a harvest. As expected of the severed world, this king is looking forward to it. It was as if he had lost his mind. After uttering such crazy words for a while, he laughed and put away the 10,000 soul banner before wrapping himself in a cloud of black chi and leaping out of the gully, accurately chasing in the direction Yang Kai and the others had left. Somewhere in the severed world, Sword Union Elder Chui Hong was desperately urging his artifact to fight a several dozen meter-long monster beast that resembled a winged serpent. His luck was not very good. Not long after entering the severed world, he had broken into the territory of this monster beast. After being discovered, he naturally began fighting with it. In the severed world, the most dangerous thing was the invisible void cracks. These void cracks were scattered irregularly, and could not be seen with the naked eye or sensed with one's divine sense. Even if an Origin King Realm Master encountered one, even if they did not die, they would suffer severe injuries. The second most dangerous thing was the monster beast that lived here. The monster beast here had inherited the bloodline of an ancient species, and under the influence of the world principles of this place, each of them was unable to become stronger. Even monster beasts of the same level were stronger than those in the star territory, by at least 30%. The one Chui Hong encountered was a genuine 10th order monster beast. From its appearance, it was obvious that it had inherited the bloodline of the flying feather-winged dragon. But with the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, the changes in the world principles, and the changes in the tidal force, it had lost the majesty of its ancestor. Otherwise, Chui Hong would have been turned into a corpse in a single blow. However, it was still a 10th order monster beast. In the entire star territory, a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, an extremely rare existence. Fortunately, this monster beast seemed to have broken through not long ago, and as a Sword Union Elder, Chui Hong's artifact armor and artifacts were not low grade. In the process of fighting with this winged snake, he did not fall into a disadvantage. Instead, he gradually gained the upper hand by relying on various secret techniques. This winged snake was several dozen meters long, and had a pair of bat-like wings on its back. Its long forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth, and its body was extremely agile. This is... Luolan whispered. This person's clothes seem a bit familiar. Is he one of the people who came in with us before? It seems so. Enai Guang's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense to investigate, his expression changing slightly, but he seems to be dead. Luolan's pretty face paled. Among the cultivator who entered the severed world before, except for Yang Kai, Shuiyu and Zidong, the rest were all origin kings, none of them worse than her. But after just a few hours, she actually found a corpse here. It was difficult to imagine what kind of attack this person had suffered. With his powerful origin king realm cultivation, he had actually died here. What's more, from the looks of the surroundings, this person had not experienced any kind of battle at all. It was as if he had been ambushed and killed instantly by something powerful. If she had been in his shoes, Luolan felt that her fate would not have been any better. She began to celebrate her good luck. Should we go and take a look? Shuiyu pondered for a moment before pointing in the direction of the corpse. There seems to be something next to his body. There was no need for her to remind them, as everyone noticed that there was indeed something next to this Origin King Realm Master's corpse. It was a small flower that resembled a coxcomb that grew straight out of the ground. Even from 1,000 meters away, everyone could smell a fragrant scent drifting over from it. This aura made people feel relaxed and happy, and it could not help but ease the tension in everyone's hearts. What kind of spirit grass is this? Do any of you recognize it? Enai Guang turned his head and asked. Luolan shook her head awkwardly while Shuiyu also expressed that she did not know. Even the Origin King Great Alchemist, Yang Kai, was confused. He had never seen this kind of spirit flower before. Logically speaking, the true alchemy enlightenment scripture he obtained in the Emperor Garden not only contained countless lost pill recipes, but also detailed records of countless exotic flowers and herbs. It could be said that the scripture contained almost everything. In terms of understanding of herbs, Yang Kai was confident that he was not inferior to anyone in the Star Territory. However, Yang Kai had not seen any similar records in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Enai Guang frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, I'll go take a look, all of you stay here and don't move. Yang Kai was confident in his ability and didn't want to give up on this opportunity. Regardless of what kind of spirit grass the spirit flower was, at least there was an Origin King Realm Master's corpse nearby. As long as he could obtain his space ring, it would be a good harvest. Do you want this mistress to go with you? Luolan asked. Enai Guang glanced at her and nodded. Then you be careful. This mistress will. Luolan responded with a smile before she and Enai Guang slowly approached the corpse. Yang Kai and Shuiyu stood in place, nervously paying attention to the situation. The two quickly closed the distance of more than 1,000 meters, but to everyone's surprise, even when Enai Guang and Luolan approached the corpse, there was no danger. Enai Guang had a puzzled look on his face. He lowered his head to look at the corpse and exclaimed in a low voice. This man was killed by a sneak attack from behind. There are 2 bite marks on the back of his neck. It seems to be a snake-type demon beast, and it's highly poisonous. Luolan nodded as she also noticed this. Because this corpse was in a face-down position, the situation on the back of his neck was clear at a glance. It was easy to imagine that this person had been caught off guard and bitten on the back of his neck, causing him to fall to the ground and die immediately. This was simply a lethal poison that could kill at the sight of blood. Even an Origin King would not be able to resist it. Elder Luo, I'll have to trouble you to take this corpse with you. I'll pick up that spirit flower. Enai Guang ordered. Okay. Luolan nodded, not taking this matter lightly. Instead of directly touching the corpse with her hand, she sent out a wisp of Saint Qi to wrap it up and quickly withdraw. Chapter 1761. Luo Lan's movements were careful and swift. Without knowing what kind of dangers were hidden in that place, she didn't dare to stay there for long. While Luo Lan wrapped up the Origin King Realm Master's corpse and retreated, Anai Guang also reached out to grab the coxcomb-like spirit flower. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Somewhere behind Anai Guang, the originally flat ground suddenly bulged up and a flat, triangular snake head poked out from the ground, aimed towards Anai Guang's neck, and launched a lightning-fast attack. The whole process was too fast for the eyes to take in, and there were no signs at all. When the snake head drilled out of the ground and attacked Anai Guang, Shueyu's beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in alarm, "Uncle Anai, be careful!" As soon as her voice fell, the snake head bit down on Anai Guang's neck. Shueyu's face changed drastically. Seeing this scene, how could she not understand how the Origin King Realm Master from before had died? Clearly, just like Anai Guang, the moment his attention was attracted by the coxcomb-like spirit flower, the snake monster beast hiding behind him had launched a fatal sneak attack. She did not know if Anai Guang could cope. After all, judging from the current situation, Anai Guang had also been caught. However, Anai Guang was Anai Guang after all. Not to mention his profound cultivation. How could he not be prepared when he knew that this place was dangerous? As such, while preparing to collect the spirit flower, Anai Guang had been secretly vigilant to guard against the unexpected, paying particular attention to protecting the back of his neck. This sneak attack was destined to fail. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and a halo of energy suddenly appeared around Anai Guang's neck. Under this attack, Anai Guang's entire body seemed to have been hit by a powerful force, and he was suddenly sent flying forward. Letting out a low shout, Anai Guang forcibly twisted his body mid-air and waved his hand behind him, not forgetting to grab the spirit flower with his other hand. The backhand strike of a second-order Origin King was not to be underestimated. The ferocious force knocked the snake's head back, and it was unable to attack again. However, the moment Anai Guang grabbed the spirit flower, his expression changed drastically. He felt a different tactile sensation from the spirit flower. It was definitely not the feeling of gathering spirit herbs. Instead, it was as if he had grabbed onto something cold and slippery, as if he had grabbed onto something alive. He decisively let go. Right at this moment, the spirit flower that was exuding a sweet fragrance suddenly changed, and it suddenly emerged from the ground. The entire flower emitted a green light and pierced into Anai Guang's palm. In an instant, that area was filled with sand and stones, and from time to time, Anai Guang's cold snort and the hissing sound of a spirit snake hissing could be heard. A moment later, Anai Guang jumped out of the battle circle and stood in the air. His expression was extremely solemn. As for Yang Kai and the others, when they looked over, they were also surprised. As the dust settled, they finally understood what the trap in front of them was all about. At the place where the coxcomb-like spirit flower used to be, there was no longer any spirit flower. There was only an earth-yellow demon snake that was about 30 feet long, and as thick as an infant's arm. It was coiled up. It was constantly flicking its forked tongue. This monster snake did not give off the slightest discernible aura. If one did not look at it with the naked eye, they would not be able to discover its existence at all. It was as if it was not a living creature. On its tail, there was a coxcomb-like sarcoma. The spirit flower that everyone had seen before was actually this monster hiding its body underground while leaving its tail above the ground. This was an illusion created by it. Chapter 1762. Because of these various reasons, the original version of the Golden Blood Thread Secret Technique, the Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique, was very difficult to display in Demon Blood Temple. In particular, its many transformations required the support of a massive number of blood threads. No one in Demon Blood Temple could meet this requirement. It could be said that the cultivator who created this secret technique had only put forward a beautiful idea, but was unable to truly perfect it. But Yang Kai was different. This secret technique was simply tailor-made for him. In a sense, as long as Yang Kai had enough golden blood in his body, he could display the full potential of the golden blood thread secret technique to a level that even its creator could not estimate. As for the blood beast secret technique, Yang Kai had only condensed 2 so far. He had condensed them after killing the 2 thunder flame flying lizards of young master demonic eye on Monster Star. The thunder flame flying lizards were just 9th order monster beast and couldn't play much of a role for the current Yang Kai, so he had never used them in battle. Only when the number of blood beasts reached a certain level could they cause considerable damage. 1 or 2 9th order monster beast blood beasts would definitely not pose a threat to an Origin King. But if there were dozens or hundreds of them, even an Origin King would have to avoid them. 9th order monster beasts were not easy to find, and Yang Kai had never paid much attention to condensing blood beasts, but in this severed world, he felt that this was a relatively easy task. This place was simply a paradise for high-order monster beasts, and all of them had ancient bloodlines, making it the best place to condense blood beasts. As such, Yang Kai did not avoid suspicion, and directly used his golden blood threads to condense blood beasts. In any case, this was not his biggest trump card, so it didn't matter if it was exposed. Seeing that Yang Kai had taken care of everything properly, Anai Guang nodded again and did not say anything, simply taking out the artifact that could detect void cracks and leading the way. The severed world was filled with dangers, but it was also filled with opportunities. There were many extinct spirit flowers and rare grasses here, as well as countless ancient monster beasts that had long been lost in the long river of history. Under the nourishment of the special world principles of the severed world, they continued to reproduce and survive. Although there were 2 third-order origin returning realm masters in this group of 4, lowering the average combat power of the team, overall, the strength of Yang Kai's group was unquestionable. Along the way to the Medicine Valley, there were occasional gains. Just as Yang Kai had expected, there were all kinds of high-level monster beasts here. Although Yang Kai dared not say that 9th stage monster beasts could be found everywhere, he had not seen one below 8th stage since he entered. The 4 of them even encountered 2 10th grade monster beasts. These 2 10th grade monster beasts emitted an extremely powerful aura. Even Anai Guang was afraid of one of them, and could only avoid it from afar. They didn't dare to provoke it rashly, but the other one met with great misfortune, and was killed by the 4 of them together. Every monster beast that was killed had valuable materials on it, such as its monster core, gallbladder, claws and teeth. All of these materials were taken away by Anai Guang and Shuiyu. After all, a 9th or 10th grade monster beast's body was already very valuable, so there was no reason to let it go. Luolan also received some monster beast materials as spoils of war. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't ask for anything else, just constantly using his golden blood threads to absorb the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood to condense his own blood beasts and expand their ranks. What's more, there was also Kong Fa and Su Wei, these 2 insidious and cunning people, stirring up trouble, making the situation even more confusing. Senior and I, since things have gotten to this point, why don't we all join forces to expel these monster beasts first? Seeing that his treacherous plan had succeeded, Kong Fa changed his previous pleading expression, and actually began to cooperate with Anai Guang. Anai Guang's face was gloomy and he did not speak, only glancing over at Shuiyu with some worry. With his powerful second-order Origin King cultivation, he was not too afraid of these illusionary void butterflies. Even if he was surrounded, he was 80% sure he could escape, But if he had to bring Shuiyu along, the situation would be different. Thinking so, he suddenly sent a divine sense message to Shuiyu. If we are separated, you must pay attention to protect yourself. Shuiyu nodded imperceptibly. At that moment, Kong Fa and Su Wei used their secret techniques again to delay Enai Guang and Luo Lan. In order to drag these two origin kings down with them, Kong Fa and Su Wei had obviously gone all out, using their strongest attacks right off the bat. By the time Enai Guang and Luo Lan resolved this, Kong Fa and Su Wei were already less than 300 meters away from the group, and the countless illusionary void butterflies chasing them were also closing in. This old master swears that one day, I will grind your bones to dust. Enai Guang saw that he could no longer escape, so he waved his hand and pushed Shuiyu away before turning around and roaring. Why is Senior Enai so angry? Let's get through this first, Kong Fa said bitterly. Kong Fa laughed bitterly, but before he could finish speaking, his expression changed. This was because Enai Guang had directly attacked him. Kong Fa immediately let out a strange cry as he stretched out his hand and summoned a blood-red shield to protect himself. Kong. With a loud explosion, the violent attack hit the shield and caused it to glow red. Although it managed to resist Enai Guang's hasty blow, the aftershock still sent Kong Fa flying backwards. Under Kong Fa's horrified gaze, he fell directly into the encirclement of countless illusionary void butterflies. The 5-colored butterfly phantoms flew out in all directions, and Kong Fa's figure quickly disappeared from the encirclement, followed by a burst of screams and violent energy fluctuations. A moment later, a figure shot up into the sky. Naturally, it was Kong Fa who had just managed to escape. However, in this short period of time, Kong Fa had been seriously injured. He was covered in blood, and even half of his nose seemed to be missing. His face was also pockmarked, as if it had been corroded, giving him an extremely terrifying appearance. It was obvious how terrifying these illusionary void butterflies were. Countless illusionary void butterflies gathered together and followed closely behind, forming a 5-colored pillar of light that shot up into the sky, seemingly determined to kill all of them. Kong Fa reaped what he had sown, and was now in a bad situation. Enai Guang and Luo Lan, who had been dragged into this by him, also wore nervous looks as they summoned their own defensive artifacts and used their secret techniques to attack the surrounding illusionary void butterflies. Ding ding dang dang. The attacks of the Origin King Realm Masters landed on the illusionary void butterflies and produced a series of metallic clangs. A large number of illusionary void butterflies fell from the sky and died, but more of their companions continued to rush forward. The place where the two of them stood was now completely surrounded. Su Wei, who had been silent all this time, was also in a similar situation. The 4 Origin Kings could only fight on their own for a while and try to protect themselves. Shuiyu, who had been pushed out by Enai Guang before, had now joined up with Yang Kai. Kong. With a loud bang, a burst of energy erupted and the bracelet flashed wildly under the violent force, causing Yang Kai and Shuiyu's speed to plummet, and they were forced to stabilize themselves. Haha. Su Wei laughed wildly before turning back to look at Yang Kai and Shuiyu mockingly. You two brats, try to survive. He wore a look of arrogance, as if his scheme had succeeded. Want to run? Yang Kai's face went cold as he stared straight into Su Wei's eyes, his left eye suddenly turning golden as a budding lotus pattern appeared in his pupil. After failing to obtain Yang Kai's denial, Shuiyu grit her teeth and took the initiative to drag Yang Kai into the void crack. In a flash of light, the two of them disappeared. The illusionary void butterflies that were tailing them didn't stop until this moment, circled around a few times, and after confirming that there was no prey, withdrew like a swarm of bees. There should be, Shuiyu nodded. I've heard of it before, but I've never come into contact with it. Saying so, she handed the space spirit crystal to Yang Kai and continued. Moreover, a space ring refined with this kind of space spirit crystal will have a huge space inside, much better than an ordinary space ring, but I don't think any artifact refiner would dare use this kind of thing to refine a space ring. Doing so would simply be playing with their lives. Saying so, the only 4 space spirit crystals left here were collected by Yang Kai. Silently probing them, Yang Kai found that the space force contained in these space spirit crystals was beyond imagination. If he could collect 20 of them, it would be enough for him to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array, one that could teleport him further than the ones he had arranged before. This kind of space spirit crystal can't be put into a space ring. What are you going to do about it? Shuiyu looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand and asked. Even without her reminder, Yang Kai had already noticed this problem. He had just tried to put these space spirit crystals into his space ring, but he had been unable to succeed. The power contained in these space spirit crystals clashed violently with his space ring, making it impossible to accept. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai used his divine sense to communicate with the sealed world bead. In the next moment, the space spirit crystal was thrown into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed that the sealed world bead was an extremely high-end existence. After all, it was an emperor artifact, so it had its own independent world and its own world principles, so it should have no problem accommodating space spirit crystals. Shuiyu was surprised for a moment before chuckling lightly. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. Are you more interested in me now? Yang Kai beamed. Cut the crap. Shuiyu glared at him. I do have a lot of secrets, and when I can tell you in the future, I'll tell you. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he quickly said. Shuiyu slowly shook her head. I don't need to know these things. I just want someone who can treat me like a woman, and that's enough. Hearing her heartfelt words, Yang Kai looked at her for a while before smiling slightly, taking Shuiyu's hand again and flying forward. An hour later, from the void crack, a few more points of starlight appeared in front of the two of them. After repeating this process for a few days, the number of space spirit crystals in Yang Kai's hands had reached nearly 100 pieces. The void crack here seemed to be the best breeding ground for space spirit crystals as the rich space force here condensed and crystallized. Shuiyu silently followed Yang Kai, helping him collect space spirit crystals without any complaints. The dangers of the outside world of the severed world seemed to be extremely distant to the two of them, as if the world they entered had nothing to do with others. On this day, Yang Kai was leading Shuiyu to continue searching for space spirit crystals when Shuiyu suddenly called out, Yang Kai, look over there. What's wrong? Yang Kai stopped and turned his head to look in the direction Shuiyu had indicated, but after a single glance his expression brightened and he muttered, so many. In that direction, it was like a moonless night with countless stars, bright and dim lights blooming in the void, like bright lanterns in the dark, guiding the way. After staying here for a few days, Yang Kai naturally knew that every light represented an space spirit crystal born here, representing great wealth. He had been very satisfied with the hundreds of space spirit crystals he had obtained before, but when he saw the scene over there at this moment, he realized that his expectations had been too low. There were more than 100 points of light in that direction? That meant there were at least hundreds or thousands of them. Ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he stretched out his hand, pulled Shuiyu into his arms, hugged her, and kissed her fiercely on the cheek. This rough treatment made Shuiyu quite unhappy, biting her red lips and wiping her cheeks as she angrily muttered, "You vulgar man." Yang Kai didn't answer and simply led her over to the other side like a bolt of lightning. Spaceblade was the only offensive space secret technique that Yang Kai had comprehended, and it had always been one of his trump cards. It had never failed him in every battle, and had earned him many battle achievements. After swallowing and fusing with the void spiral, the power of this secret technique had increased several times compared to before. Although the size of the space blades he sent out had not changed, he could now control them more precisely, and their lethality had increased significantly. In addition to them, Su Wei, who had plotted against Yang Kai before, was also here. Even Kong Fa had come. The two of them were still in cahoots, but Kong Fa seemed to be seriously injured, his face slightly pale. It seemed that under the attack of the illusionary void butterflies, he had not been able to gain any advantage, and had barely managed to preserve his life. "Shuiyu." Not far to the right, a nervous and joyful voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head, and found that Enai Guang was rushing over while staring vigilantly at Guizhou. Behind him, Luo Lan followed closely. "What's wrong?" Shuiyu wore a stunned expression. Enai Guang did not speak, but instead stared intently at a certain part of her hair. A moment later, he suddenly snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Despicable." As he spoke, he flicked his finger and sent out a stream of pure energy toward Shuiyu. Besides the women around me, only Senior knows, so I hope Senior can keep it a secret for me, Yang Kai said with a grin. He had concealed his identity as an alchemist before because his strength was insufficient, and he was afraid of being targeted by others. But now, with the improvement of his strength, the exposure of his identity as an alchemist would not only not bring him any trouble, it might even bring him huge benefits. As such, Yang Kai did not intend to hide it any longer. Hearing this, Guizhu breathed a sigh of relief and said in a dignified voice, "This old master knows his strength, so naturally, he won't go around announcing it. What's more, this old master doesn't know anyone, so how could he do such a senseless thing? But boy, why are you telling this old master the truth? Aren't you afraid this old master will be disloyal to you? You should know how attractive an Origin King grade alchemist is to people like me. If I can capture such an alchemist to refine pills for me, improving my strength will naturally be a cinch." "Haha, Senior isn't such a person," Yang Kai touched his nose. "If I didn't trust Senior, I wouldn't have told you the truth. Besides, between offending an Origin King grade alchemist and befriending an Origin King grade alchemist, which is better and which is worse, Senior must be very clear in his heart. Even if you capture me, I must be willing to refine pills for you. What if there is some kind of poison hidden in the pills I refine?" Saying so, Yang Kai winked at Guizhu. He had chosen to tell the truth to Guizhu after careful consideration, not on a whim. Guizhu stared at Yang Kai deeply for a while before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. This old master is deeply honored. I never expected that the little brat this old master would not only have such great cultivation, but also become an Origin King grade alchemist. If such a thing were to spread, this old master's face would be filled with glory." "Senior's praise is too much," Yang Kai said modestly. "So, the great Nirvana pill and demon-suppressing pill you mentioned before can both be refined?" Guizhu asked nervously, his mood surging. The great Nirvana pill could help him improve his cultivation while the demon-suppressing pill could suppress his heart demons. Both were of great use to him. His original plan was to go out and find the few remaining Origin King grade alchemists in the Star Territory, and ask them to help him refine these pills. However, this would undoubtedly come at a huge price, and he might have to wait many years before he had a chance. After all, which alchemy grandmaster did not have a full schedule? It wasn't as if he could ask them to refine pills just by taking these materials and paying them. This would depend on the other party's schedule. Guizhu, who had no way out, was a stranger to this kind of thing, but he had some common sense. These fluctuations were constantly spreading out and immediately giving him feedback on the situation around him. There were a few places where the feedback was different from the others. Guizhu looked towards these places and was surprised to find that there were void cracks in them. One of these places was the hidden void crack around him and Yang Kai. Before this, Guizhu had been unable to discover this void crack and could only infer its shape from the 7-colored radiant light, but now he could clearly perceive it. It was as if some kind of special perception had been unlocked. A moment later, he finally saw a figure not far in front of him. Yang Kai called out, "Senior Luo." Luolan had also discovered Yang Kai's tracks long ago, so she had come straight here. After all, in order to investigate the surrounding void cracks, she was constantly releasing her divine sense. Luolan pursed her lips and smiled, increasing her speed greatly. "Wait!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Luolan immediately stopped and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is there a void crack in front of me?" Yang Kai nodded. Yes, if you take another 5 steps forward, you'll touch it. Luo Lan's pretty face paled as she couldn't help feeling some lingering fear. Turning her eyes towards a certain spot in the void. It's here, right? You just need to circle around from both sides, Yang Kai instructed. Luo Lan moved cautiously, circling around in a large circle before arriving beside Yang Kai and saying, "Many thanks. If it weren't for your reminder just now, I'm afraid I would have been beheaded." It's a trivial matter, Senior doesn't need to mention it. Yang Kai smiled lightly. By the way, why are you here alone? Luo Lan looked at Yang Kai and asked curiously. She had clearly seen Yang Kai enter the Medicine Valley with Guizhu before, but now Guizhu was nowhere to be seen. That's what I wanted to ask, Yang Kai chuckled. I acted separately from Senior Guizhu so that everyone could reap some benefits. But Senior Luo, why aren't you with Senior and I? It's the same, Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan said with a smile. If I follow him, I won't be able to obtain anything good. Rather than that, I might as well take a risk. Although there are some gains, it seems that the reason I haven't had any accidents so far is due to my good luck. If it weren't for Yang Kai's reminder just now, she would have definitely run into that void crack, and the consequences would have been disastrous. Thinking about how she might have passed by countless void cracks without noticing them, Luo Lan broke out in a cold sweat. While the two were talking, another breath came from the depths of the Medicine Valley. Having experienced the same thing before, how could Yang Kai and Luo Lan not know what to do next? Sure enough, the timing is correct, Yang Kai thought to himself. It seems that his previous inference was correct. Every time the divine bird breathed, the interval between each breath was about half an hour. While he was thinking, Luo Lan looked around, trying to find a place to hide, but as far as her eyes could see, there were no cracks visible to the naked eye, so in desperation, she could only turn her eyes to Yang Kai. She didn't panic though. After all, there was still a hidden void crack here that she could use to avoid the 7-colored radiant light. It was just that she couldn't find it. Senior, this way. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and quickly beckoned to Luo Lan before standing behind the void crack. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became strange. What's wrong? Luo Lan, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, saw his expression change and quickly asked, "This void?" Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression. "It seems to be a little small." Small. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment before quickly realizing what Yang Kai wanted to say. If the void crack was small, there wouldn't be much space for the two of them to hide. If a man and a woman squeezed together, there may be some inevitable physical contact. Thinking so, Luo Lan's expression also became slightly awkward. Although she was many times older than Yang Kai, she was still a woman, and her appearance was that of a woman in her 30s. It doesn't matter. It's just for a while. Saying so, she moved closer to Yang Kai, and for a moment, the distance between them was less than a meter. Looking around, she pointed to Yang Kai and asked, "Can I stand here?" Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Lan gave a hollow laugh, realizing that this void crack might really be very small. At that moment, the 7-colored radiant light quickly struck again, covering the entire Medicine Valley. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived behind Yang Kai, passed through the void crack, and pushed forward like an angry horse.